Hey guys, how are you all? I hope you all are doing well. Today we are going to see an amazing what-if story. But before we start, it's just a humble request that if you are new here, please subscribe because it actually motivates me a lot to post more. Also, the stories on my channel are fully written by me, so if you have any suggestions for what-if stories, please let me know below the comment section. Now, without any further delay, let's start. What if Harry Potter awakens forbidden METAMORPHMAGUSS ability? The Scar and the Shifting Shadow. Harry woke to the sound of Dudley thundering down the stairs above his head. Dust drifted from the ceiling of the cupboard and landed on his face. A bit of plaster flaked off near the bare light bulb. He blinked in the dim light, staring at the spider in the corner that had become his morning company. His skin already felt wrong. That was the first thought he had most mornings now. Not hungry, not tired. Wrong. Too tight in some places, too loose in others, as if someone had taken his body apart in the night and put it back together with their eyes shut. He pushed himself up on the thin mattress, pressing the heel of his hand against his forehead. The scar there pulsed, a faint dull ache that had nothing to do with any real injury. It was more like a warning. When it flared, things changed. Voices floated through the cupboard door. "Dudley, darling, slow down, you will hurt yourself," Petunia called in her sharp, careful voice. "I want bacon," Dudley whined. "And sausages. And eggs. He better not have eaten any." "Hey, freak, you hear me?" Harry held his breath. He had learned that if he was quiet enough, sometimes they forgot he existed for a minute. A whole minute without someone glaring at him was worth more than breakfast. The cupboard door yanked open. Light flooded in, stabbing his eyes. Dudley filled the doorway with his round shape, dressed in his school uniform that was already straining at the seams. Behind him, Harry could see Petunia at the cooker and Vernon sitting at the table with his newspaper. "Up," Dudley said, jabbing a thumb toward the kitchen. "Mum says you have to cook. And do not look weird." Harry dragged himself out, shoulders hunched. The air outside the cupboard felt colder. He stepped into the hallway and felt Petunia's eyes on him before he even reached the kitchen. "Hair," she snapped. "It has done it again." Harry froze. His heart kicked against his ribs. He reached up slowly and grabbed a handful of his fringe, dragging it into his line of sight. It was not black. For a moment the strands hanging in front of his eyes were bright white, like chalk dust. Then they darkened, rushing through gray into inky black again. It happened in a breath. He saw it. So did everyone else. Petunia flinched. Her face twisted. "Stop that," she hissed, as if he had done it on purpose. "You stop that this instant." "I did not mean to," Harry said quickly. His voice sounded too small in his own ears. "It just does that, Aunt Petunia. I did not make it." "You did," Vernon said from behind the newspaper. His voice carried weight, thick with anger. "You and your lot. You are doing it to frighten us." Harry's hands were shaking. He grabbed a frying pan from the rack with fingers that did not feel like they belonged to him. Sometimes they seemed longer, bonier. Other times shorter. Today they looked normal. For the moment, he turned on the cooker and tried to think of nothing. When he thought of nothing, sometimes his body stayed quiet. "Do not burn anything," Dudley said, dropping into his seat and grabbing a slice of bread before it even landed on his plate. "Or Dad will make you sleep outside again." Harry flipped the bacon, listening to the hiss and sizzle. Grease popped against his skin. The sound helped. It was normal, just bacon in a pan. Not his face trying to slide off his bones. Not his eyes changing shape in the school toilet's mirror. Not his nose stretching and shrinking while Dudley and his gang stared and laughed and screamed. "Look at his ears," Dudley said suddenly. Harry stiffened. He did not want to look. He could feel something creeping along the sides of his head. A hot crawling itch. "Do not draw attention to it, Dudders," Petunia said. But her voice shook. Harry could not help it. He reached up with his free hand and touched his ear. Felt wrong. The curve was sharper than normal. The point higher. He swallowed hard and moved the pan off the flame so the bacon would not burn. Then he walked to the sink where the small kitchen mirror hung, cracked at the corner. His reflection made his stomach drop. His ears had stretched into thin points. Not like an elf from one of the stories he had read in discarded library books, but close enough. Too close. His eyes looked a little larger, the green brighter. His cheekbones stood out sharply, making him look like a stranger. "Turn that off!" Vernon roared, chair scraping back. "Turn it off and get back in your hole." Harry took a step back from the mirror. "I did not mean to," he said again. "It just happens. I do not know how to stop it." Vernon stomped closer, red in the face, mustache bristling. "You listen to me," he said, grabbing Harry by the shoulder. His grip hurt. "No more of that freak rubbish. You hear? You keep your face normal. No funny business. If you cannot, we will make sure you never show it to anyone again. Understood." Harry nodded so fast he felt dizzy. The scar burned under his fringe, hot and sharp. For a second he thought the skin on his forehead shifted too, as if the lightning-shaped mark wanted to twist. He shut his eyes and forced himself to breathe. Be normal. When he opened his eyes, the ears had gone back to their usual shape. His reflection looked like plain old Harry again. Messy hair, thin face, big glasses held together with tape. "That is better," Vernon said, releasing him with a shove. "Now finish cooking. And after Dudley eats you can have whatever scraps are left." "Maybe." Harry went back to the cooker. His hands still shook, but the bacon did not burn. The whole time he kept the thought running through his head like a chant. Look normal. Look normal. Look normal. The worst part was that he could not even tell when it had started. At first it had been small things. His hair grew back overnight after Petunia cut it short with kitchen scissors. She had called it stubborn. His eyes seemed brighter in some lights. Teachers at school sometimes frowned at him, as if he looked slightly different from one day to the next. Then his face had melted in front of a whole classroom. He remembered that day with a sick clarity. The class had been taking a maths test. Numbers blurred on the page. Dudley sat behind him, tapping his pencil into Harry's back. The teacher, a tired woman with tight lips, paced up and down the rows. Harry had been doing fine as he could with Dudley flicking bits of eraser at his neck. He pushed his glasses up and squinted at a problem he did not understand. His head hurt, not just from thinking, from something else. He felt the scar start to throb. First a faint pulse, then stronger, beating out of time with his heart. His vision swam. His skin prickled. He lifted his hand to scratch his cheek and his fingers met soft skin that felt too smooth, too new. He looked down at his hands. They were not his hands. They were large and thick, with blunt nails. "Oi!" Dudley whispered behind him. "What is wrong with your face?" Harry twisted in his seat. Every eye in the room turned toward him. The teacher froze mid-step. "Harry," she began. "Face the front, please." Her voice broke on the last word. Harry looked at her and saw his own confusion reflected in her wide eyes. Then he followed her gaze to the window where his reflection stared back at him in the glass. He looked like Vernon. Not exactly. The nose was a bit smaller, the mustache only a faint shadow, the hair thinner. But the shape of the face, the heavy jaw, the thick neck. It was close enough that Harry felt his stomach lurch. It was as if someone had pressed Vernon's face over his and stretched it to fit. Some of the children screamed. Others laughed. One girl began to cry. The teacher dropped her chalk. Harry clutched the edge of his desk. "Stop it," Dudley said, voice high. "Stop doing that. Stop copying Dad." "I am not," Harry gasped. His tongue felt thick in his mouth, as if it belonged to someone else. His voice even sounded deeper. Then the scar flared white-hot, and the world tilted. When he woke up, he was on the floor outside the head teacher's office. Petunia was standing over him, face pale and tight. Vernon stood beside her, fists clenched, talking low and angry to the teacher. Harry did not remember leaving the classroom. He did remember Vernon's words in the car on the way home. "No doctors," Vernon said. "No one is going to poke at you and start asking questions. This is your lot. This is that nonsense from your parents. You will control it or you will not show your face to anyone. Do you hear me, boy?" Harry had nodded, pressing himself as small as he could into the seat. He had heard. He had believed it. This was his fault somehow. His body was wrong. His face was a trick. The scar burned, and everything inside him tried to slide. From that day, he studied his reflection whenever he could. In the tiny mirror in the kitchen. In the shiny side of Vernon's car. In any puddle in the street. In the shop windows when Petunia dragged him along to carry bags. Sometimes his jaw seemed sharper. Sometimes his nose a bit less crooked. His hair would lie flat for a few seconds before springing up again. His eyes would darken, then flash bright green. If he focused, if he thought hard about how he was supposed to look, things sometimes settled. If he did not, they wandered. "Why do you keep staring at yourself?" Dudley jeered one afternoon in the back garden. He kicked a football against the fence with a dull thud. "Think you are handsome or something? You are still a freak." Harry shrugged without answering. He was watching his hands again. When he thought about Vernon's thick fingers, his own knuckles seemed to swell. When he thought about Petunia's bony wrists, the bones in his own wrists stuck out more. When he thought about himself as he appeared in old-school photos, pale and small with messy hair, his hands shrank back to normal. He did not understand it. He only knew that the wrongness was real. The Dursleys did not like it. The teachers pretended nothing had happened after that day, but they watched him with tight faces. Children whispered. He learned to move carefully, to keep his expression bland, to hold his breath when he felt the scar start to throb. He treated his own face like a bomb that might go off at any moment. The letters started the summer he turned 11. Harry had grown a bit taller by then, all elbows and knees. The cupboard under the stairs felt smaller. The spiders were the same. They were the only ones who did not care what he looked like. They did not care if his eyes flashed or his hair changed shade. He woke one morning to find a rectangle of cream-colored paper lying on the doormat. Petunia got there first. "Vernon," she called sharply, holding the letter like it was something filthy she had found in the rubbish. This has his name on it." Her voice shook on the word his. Harry edged closer, trying to see. "Give it here," Vernon said, struggling into his coat. He snatched the letter from her and peered at the front. Harry saw his own name in green ink. Harry Potter. The cupboard under the stairs. For Privet Drive. Little Whinging, Surrey. Something in his chest gave a hard stuttering jump. No one used his name like that. Not written nicely. Not with an address that proved someone out there knew exactly where he slept. Vernon's lip curled. "Who has been writing to you?" he demanded, turning on Harry as if he had arranged this on purpose. "I do not know," Harry said honestly. He could not take his eyes off the envelope. The ink seemed to glow. Dudley darted forward. "I want to see," he said. "Maybe someone sent him a curse." "Open it, Dad. Open it." Vernon ripped the envelope cleanly. He unfolded the letter and read. The color drained from his face. His eyes bulged. "No," he whispered. Petunia wrung her hands in her apron. "What does it say?" she asked, though Harry thought she already knew. She looked like someone hearing a noise out of a nightmare they had prayed would never come back. "It says he has been accepted," Vernon said, voice thick with fury. "Some crackpot school. Same as your sister." Petunia made a thin sound somewhere between a gasp and a sob. "Absolutely not," Vernon went on. "He is not going. They think they can just write to my house and claim him. They can think again." Harry's heart thudded. He stepped forward before he could stop himself. "School," he said. "For me. Proper school. What is wrong with it? Why can I not see the letter?" Vernon rounded on him. "You will not," he snarled. "You will forget you ever saw this. You hear me? There will be no more of that. That thing you do with your body, no more letters, no more talk. You are going to a normal school, and you will be normal if it kills you." The scar under Harry's fringe flared so bright he tasted metal. "Let me see it," Harry said. His voice shook, but he did not care. For once his fear was crowded out by something else. Hope. A wild, sharp hope that hurt more than his scar. Vernon took a step closer, towering over him. "Listen here, boy," he growled. "You will do as you are told." He grabbed Harry by the front of his too large shirt and shoved him back against the wall. Pain lanced through Harry's shoulders. His glasses slipped down his nose. The room seemed to tilt. The wrongness in his skin, The shifting he always tried to hold still snapped. Something inside him let go. His body moved without his permission. He felt everything. His bones seemed to melt and twist. Muscles tightened and stretched. The skin on his face rippled like water. Vernon released him with a shout, stumbling back. What? Vernon's voice broke. Petunia screamed. Dudley yelped and fell over his own feet in his hurry to get away. Harry stared at his own hands and did not recognize them. They were small, smaller than usual, paler, the fingers slim, delicate, nails neatly trimmed. There was a faint dusting of freckles over the back of one hand that he knew very well but not from himself. He had seen those hands at the table every morning for years, pouring Dudley more juice, setting down plates, wiping up spills. He turned toward the glass panel of the front door. A stranger stared back at him. Not a stranger. Petunia. His face had copied hers. Not exactly age and all, but close. The narrow nose, the pinched mouth, the sharp chin. His hair had gone a pale blonde, tied back in a loose knot that did not even feel like a knot. His body was still his height, still his shape, but the face looking out from under his fringe was his aunt's. His stomach lurched. He grabbed at his head and felt hair that did not feel like his, soft and smooth instead of wild. "Stop it!" Petunia gasped, backing away until she hit the sideboard. Plates rattled. "Stop it, stop it, stop it! I do not know how!" Harry shouted. His voice sounded wrong too. Higher, thinner. The fear rising in him made everything worse. His features rippled again. For a moment he saw Vernon in the glass, then Dudley, then a blur of faces that he had seen on the street, in television adverts, in the mirror. They flashed past, one after another, until Harry could not bear it. He squeezed his eyes shut. The world spun. He staggered, clutching at the wall. The scar on his forehead burned like fire. His whole body shook. "Normal," he whispered. "Normal. Please, please." The smell of the hallway swam around him. Floor polish. Vernon's aftershave. Petunia's flowery cleaning spray. He focused on that. On the feel of the rough wallpaper under his fingers. On the sound of Dudley whimpering behind Vernon's legs. Slowly the burning eased. He opened his eyes. His hair was black again, messy and sticking up in all directions. His face looked like his own usual one in the glass. Thin, pale, green eyes. Ordinary for him, but the way the Dursleys looked at him had changed. They had always looked at him with dislike, with annoyance, with disgust. Now there was fear as well. Vernon swallowed hard. He was still red in the face, but there was sweat on his brow. He crumpled the letter in his hand and marched toward the kitchen bin. "No," Harry said. "Please. It is the first time anyone has written to me. I want to read it. I have never had mail before." "You never will again," Vernon snapped. "Not from them. This ends now." He threw the letter in the bin and slammed the lid. The next few days blurred into a mess of shredded envelopes and rising panic. More letters arrived. One in the morning, then several, then so many that they slid through the letterbox in a stream. They came addressed to the cupboard, then to the smallest bedroom when Vernon grudgingly moved Harry there to hide them, switching him so he could sleep under the roof where no one would see him shift by accident. Every time a new batch arrived, Vernon's face turned redder. Petunia grew thinner and jumpier. Dudley hid behind his parents and peeked out at Harry like he expected him to sprout horns. Harry tried to help collect the post once. He reached for a pile of envelopes on the doormat, and his hand changed mid-reach. The fingers stretched, then melted, the skin taking on a faint bluish cast. He could feel the bones sliding as if his whole arm wanted to grow longer and thinner. He yanked it back with a gasp. "Out of the way!" Vernon barked, shoving him so hard he hit the wall. "Upstairs. In your room. Now." Harry obeyed. In the small bedroom that had once belonged to Dudley, he sat on the bed and pressed his fingers into the sides of his head. The room spun around him. He could hear the letters coming, sliding through the slot downstairs again and again, like the house itself was spitting them out. He wanted to scream. He wanted to laugh. He wanted to crawl under the bed and never come out. Instead he went to the mirror attached to the wardrobe and looked at himself. His face was steady for the moment, the scar a pale raised line under his hair, his eyes wide and dark. "Who are you?" he whispered to his reflection. "What are you?" The reflection did not answer. It only stared back with the same scared look. He lifted a hand and watched as the skin flickered. For a second he saw a different cheekbone, a different nose, as if his body was trying on shapes. Then he clamped down with sheer will. "This is my face," he thought. "This one. Messy hair. Thin nose. Green eyes. This is me." The effort of holding that image made his head pound. Sweat pricked his skin. His hands trembled. By evening, Vernon had made up his mind. "We are leaving," he announced at dinner, stabbing a sausage so hard it split. "They can send all the letters they like. They will not find us." "Leave," Dudley squeaked. "But where will the telly go? What about my room?" "You will have a room," Vernon said. "You will have a telly. You will have everything. Now be quiet, Dudders. We are doing what is best." Harry sat at the end of the table with a slice of bread and a thin scrape of margarine. The food smelled good, but his stomach hurt too much to eat. He knew, deep down, that they could not run from whoever was sending those letters. The address changed every time he did. Someone was watching. Someone who knew he slept in the cupboard, then in the smallest bedroom. Someone who knew his name, his scar, his wrongness. Part of him was terrified. Another part, the one that had watched his own face melt into other faces in mirrors, felt a sharp, stubborn hope. Maybe someone out there would know what he was. The hut on the rock was worse than the cupboard in some ways. The wind screamed outside all night. The sea crashed against the stones. Cold crept in through every crack. The smell of damp and mold filled the small space. Vernon seemed pleased with it. "No one will find us here," he said, looking around with a smug smile. "No blasted letters. No freaks. No trouble." He had moved a camp bed into one corner for Petunia and Dudley. He had left Harry with a thin, ragged blanket on the floor near the door. Harry curled up under it, listening to the storm. Every bang of thunder made the scar twinge. The wrongness in his body felt restless, as if it wanted to climb out and run over the wet rocks outside. He pressed his hands over his ears and squeezed his eyes shut. He could not sleep. His thoughts kept jumping to the letters, to the neat green ink, to the word school, to the idea that somewhere beyond the sea there was a place where no one would flinch if his face changed. Midnight came and went. Dudley snored like a pig. Petunia muttered in her sleep. Vernon let out little grunts and wheezes. Harry watched the cracks in the door glow faintly with each flash of lightning. At some point, he realized he was counting down seconds in his head. He did not know why. It simply felt like something important was sneaking closer. One more crash of thunder shook the hut. Then someone pounded on the door. All four of them jerked awake. "Who is that?" Dudley yelped. Petunia sat upright, clutching the camp bed sheet to her throat. Vernon scrambled for the rifle he had brought along, muttering about trespassers. The pounding came again, louder. Harry's scar flared. The wrongness inside him leapt like it recognized something. Vernon planted himself between the door and his family, clutching the gun. "Who is it?" he shouted. "I have a gun." The door shuddered. With a final crack, it crashed inward. A giant of a man stood framed in the doorway, broad as the whole opening, his shaggy hair and beard dripping with rain. He had to stoop to step into the hut. He smelled of wet dog and smoke and something sharp underneath that Harry could not place. A wild scent that made every nerve in his body stand up. "Sorry about that," the man rumbled. Door was stuck. Harry stared up at him, heart hammering. The stranger's eyes, dark and beetle bright, landed on him. There was a moment, just one, when Harry felt seen in a way he never had before. Not as a nuisance, not as a freak to be shoved under the stairs. The gaze was curious, searching, almost gentle. Then the man looked around at the others. "Could not make us a cup of tea, could you?" he asked cheerfully. "Dreadful night to be out. Name is Rubeus Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts." The word Hogwarts hung in the air like a spell. Petunia went white. Vernon tightened his grip on the rifle. "I demand that you leave," Vernon said. We do not want any of your kind here. Hagrid frowned. Your letters have been coming for days, he said. I had to come see what all the fuss was about. Where is Harry? Harry Potter. Harry swallowed. I am Harry, he said, voice small. Hagrid's gaze swung back to him. Course you are, Hagrid said. But his brow furrowed when he really looked. His eyes flicked over Harry's face, his messy hair, his scar. Harry felt the wrongness twist inside him. Being the center of attention always made it worse. His skin crawled. The scar throbbed. Blimey! Hagrid breathed softly. The sound was not angry. It was startled. There was something else in it too. Recognition. Vernon stepped in front of Harry. He is not going, Vernon said. We are not paying for some crackpot school to teach him more of that thing he does. He is staying here. He is going to normal school. He will be normal. He can barely keep his face on, Dudley blurted, peeking around Vernon's arm. He copied Mum. He copied Dad. He did some weird thing in the hallway, and it was disgusting. Dudley, Petunia hissed. Hagrid looked between them slowly. Harry wanted the floor to swallow him. He could feel his features starting to slide. That always happened when they talked about it, when the fear rose up. He clamped his jaw shut. Sorry, he said, words squeezed out between his teeth. It just happens. I try to stop it. I promise. Hagrid stared at him for another long moment. Then he moved with surprising speed for a man his size, stepping around Vernon as if he were a piece of furniture. With one meaty hand, he pushed the rifle barrel aside as though it were a toy. You have nothing to be sorry for, Hagrid said, voice low now, all the cheer gone. Nothing. If anyone should be sorry, it is these two for treating you like this. Vernon sputtered. Now see here, he began. Hagrid ignored him. He crouched down so that his eyes were level with Harry's. Harry, he said, has anyone explained what you are? Harry licked his lips. A freak, he said quietly. A burden. A mistake. Hagrid flinched as if he had been struck. No, he said sharply. No, Harry. You are a wizard. The word settled into Harry's bones. It felt right in a way that scared him. A wizard, he repeated. And more than that, Hagrid added, still studying his face. You are something rare. Something I have only ever seen once before. Someone who can change. Not with a spell. With their body. Harry swallowed. The wrongness inside him surged, then steadied at the man's words, as if listening. What do you mean? He whispered. Hagrid hesitated. His gaze flicked to Petunia, who was pressed against the far wall, and Vernon, who was fuming and red but oddly silent. He looked back at Harry. You shift, do you not? Hagrid said softly. Looks, size, a bit of this person, bit of that, sometimes without wanting to. Sometimes when you do want to, when you think about it enough. Harry stared at him. Yes, he breathed. The relief of hearing someone say it out loud almost made his knees give way. Hagrid nodded as if that confirmed something he had suspected. There are witches and wizards who can do that, he said. METAMORPHMAGUS, born that way, can change their appearance at will. Hair, eyes, face, the lot. METAMORPHMAGUS. The word sounded strange and heavy. Harry rolled it around in his head. Is that what I am? He asked. Hagrid's eyes darkened. Perhaps, he said. Perhaps and more. Usually the ones I have seen can choose when to do it. You seem to have it bursting out of you all the time. That is why you need school, Harry. You need to learn control. You need folk who know what this is. Merlin, you should have been told years ago. He shot Petunia a look that made her flinch. We swore we would never speak of it, she snapped. After what happened to my sister, after she chose your lot over her family, I was not going to have it again. I was not going to have that no matter what the boy looked like. Harry heard the words, but they slid past him. He could not drag his eyes away from Hagrid. You know someone like me? He asked. Someone who can do this, who does not fall apart. Hagrid's expression softened. He said. Young, which I know, works with the oars. She can change her nose for a laugh. Hair too. Any color she likes. She calls it a gift. Harry tried to imagine thinking of his own body as a gift. His skin crawled at the idea. "It does not feel like a gift," he said slowly. "It feels like my body hates me, like it wants to be anything but me. I look at the mirror and I do not know if the face looking back will stay." Hagrid looked like someone had squeezed his huge heart. "You are not a monster," he said firmly. "You hear me, Harry? This is magic. Wild, powerful magic, but still magic. It needs guidance. That is what Hogwarts is for." Vernon made a strangled sound. "I will not pay for some school that teaches him to be even more of a freak," he snarled. "He will stay here. You will get out. Now." Hagrid stood up to his full height. "Listen," he said. "Harry Potter is coming to Hogwarts. You can try to stop the letters, you can run all around the country, but you cannot stop this. It is his birthright. It is his safety. And I will not have you keeping him in some damp hut as if he is something you dragged in from the garden." Harry had never seen anyone talk back to Vernon like that. Vernon opened his mouth to argue. Hagrid drew himself up even more, eyes narrowing. "Also," Hagrid added, voice dropping, "the last person who tried to interfere with Hogwarts business ended up turned into something slimy. I am not saying I did it. I am just saying it happened." Dudley squeaked and hid behind his mother. Vernon looked from Hagrid to Harry and back again. His jaw worked. "Fine," he spat at last. "Take him. Take the little freak and his shifting face. Good riddance. But if he comes back, he will not be welcome here." Harry should have felt hurt. Instead he felt something else. Something like the first breath of fresh air after years in a cupboard. It scared him to feel it, but he could not smother it. Hagrid turned back to Harry. "Get your things," he said more gently. "We will get the rest you need in town. You will need your wand, your books, your robes. All the good stuff." Harry looked down at his pile of belongings. A few worn shirts, socks with holes, a pair of trainers held together with tape. Nothing that felt like it belonged to a wizard, let alone whatever he was. "Right," he said. "I will be quick." He gathered his things and stuffed them into the old school bag. Damaged as they were still his. Then he paused at the tiny bit of cracked mirror hanging on the wall by the door. He met his own gaze. His face looked normal. Normal for him anyway, but he knew how easily it could blur. How it could twist into Petunia, Vernon, Dudley, strangers in the street. He swallowed. "Try this," Hagrid said from behind him. Harry turned. Hagrid was holding out a small piece of polished metal. It looked like a bit of an old kettle, shined until it reflected clearly. "Look at yourself," Hagrid said. "Not like you are checking for a mistake. Like you are trying to remember someone on purpose. Think about how you want to look. Hold it in your mind." Harry hesitated. Then he lifted the shard of metal and stared. He pictured himself as he was. The boy in the old school photos. Small, messy hair, green eyes, scar on his forehead. Nothing dramatic, just him. For a moment, the reflection rippled, threatening to slide into something else. He heard the echo of the classroom laughter, felt the strange heavy weight of Vernon's face over his own. His throat tightened. He pushed the thoughts away. This face, he told himself. This one. Mine. The scar pulsed once. Then, as if in answer, the reflection steadied. His features sharpened into focus. The eyes stayed the same shade. The nose stayed the same shape. His hair stuck up every which way but did not change color. He felt the wrongness inside him coil. Not in that frantic, escaping way, but like a wild animal crouching and watching. "This is me," he whispered. The reflection whispered it back. Hagrid watched with careful eyes. "See," Hagrid said quietly. "You can do it. That is control, Harry. It will get easier with practice and with training. At Hogwarts they will help you. You will not be alone with it anymore." Harry let out a breath he had not realized he was holding. His shoulders sagged. For the first time in years, the skin on his face did not feel like it was about to slide away. He tucked the piece of metal into his pocket as if it were a treasure. "Thank you," he said. Hagrid smiled, a big warm smile that crinkled his dark eyes. "Happy birthday, Harry," he said. "By the way, forgot to say, 11 is a big one." Harry blinked. He had forgotten it was his birthday. There had never been cake. Never presents. Usually the day passed like any other, the cupboard a little stuffier, the house a little louder. This day was different. He was leaving. As they stepped out into the storm, Harry glanced back once at the hut. Petunia stood in the doorway, arms wrapped tight around herself. Dudley peered out from behind her, wide-eyed. Vernon had his back turned, already pretending it was over. Harry felt something twist in his chest. Not love, not even longing, just a strange ache for what could never have been. He pressed his hand to his scar. It burned softly like a brand. He knew, deep down, that the scar and his shifting body were tied together. He did not know how. He did not know why. But as he followed Hagrid down to the small boat rocking at the edge of the rock, Harry made himself a quiet promise. He would find out. He would learn what he was. He would learn to shape his own face, his own body, his own self, not as a punishment, not as a joke, but as something he could live in without fear. The sea spray hit his cheeks as the boat pulled away from the rock. His features stayed steady despite the wind, despite the cold, despite the rush of questions in his head. Far ahead, hidden by rain and darkness, a world waited where the word monster might be replaced with something else. Wizard, METAMORPHMAGUSS, Harry Potter. He gripped the edge of the boat and held his chosen face in place as the waves carried him toward it. The first thing Harry noticed about Diagon Alley was that everyone stared at his scar. The second thing he noticed was that sometimes there was nothing there to stare at. He trailed behind Hagrid through the leaky cauldron, clutching his new piece of polished metal in his pocket, so hard his fingers hurt. The pub was noisy and warm, full of smoke and chatter. People turned as Hagrid came in, and then they saw Harry. The room went quiet in a strange, breathless way. "Bless my soul," someone near the bar whispered. "Is that really Harry Potter?" Another voice said, louder. Harry felt the wrongness in his skin jump, like a sudden jolt. His scar tingled under his fringe. Dozens of eyes were on him now. He could almost feel their gaze like fingers on his face, poking, pulling. Hagrid cleared his throat. "All right," he said. "Give the lad a bit of space, yeah. First time out here." The crowd did not listen. A witch with a pink shawl bustled up, eyes wide and shiny. "Such a little thing," she said. "And that scar, right there, after everything you went through." Her gaze fixed on his forehead. Harry felt the scar flare, then fizzle. His skin crawled. He tried to picture his face as it had looked in the metal shard. Messy hair, thin nose, scar. He held the image as tight as he could. For one horrible second, he saw confusion on the witch's face. Her eyes narrowed. "Where is it?" she blurted. Harry blinked. "What?" he said. "Your scar," she said. "It was right there a second ago." People leaned closer. Too many faces. Too many voices. "It is there," someone else said. "I can see it. Right there." "No, it vanished," the witch insisted. "I swear it did." The scar prickled again. Harry could feel it forcing itself back through his skin. Heat bloomed under his fringe, and the familiar lightning shape returned. "Ow!" he muttered, hand flying to his brow. Hagrid stepped in front of him like a moving wall. "That's enough," he said firmly. "He needs his school things, not a fuss. You can leave off prodding his scar like it is a new toy." There was a ripple of embarrassed laughter. People backed away a little, though they still watched. Harry's heart pounded. His palms were sweaty. He kept his head down as Hagrid guided him through the crowd. His features felt like they were trying to slide, the way they did when Vernon shouted. He fixed his thoughts on the shard in his pocket, on the picture of himself he had forced into place. Do not change. Do not fall apart. Not here. By the time they stepped into the courtyard behind the pub, his breathing had almost evened out. Hagrid tapped the bricks, the wall folded back, and magic rushed around Harry in a way that had nothing to do with his own shifting skin. Shops, owls, cauldrons, bright cloaks, people laughing, people arguing, people being strange in ways that had nothing to do with faces melting. For a moment the wonder of it pushed everything else aside. "Welcome," Hagrid said with a grin. Diagon Alley. Gringotts was worse. Harry stood in front of the goblin teller while Hagrid fumbled with the letter from Dumbledore. The goblin looked him up and down, eyes narrow and sharp. Harry felt something else then. Not the heavy, hungry stare of the leaky cauldron crowd. This was more like being weighed. Like the goblin was looking past his too big clothes and straight into whatever it was that kept his face in one piece. "Key," the goblin said. Hagrid handed it over with an apologetic mumble. The goblin checked it, then looked back at Harry. His nose twitched. "You smell odd," he said without any attempt at politeness. Harry flushed. "Sorry," he said, because he could not think of anything else. The goblin tilted his head. "That was not an insult," he said. "Merely an observation. Your magic does not sit still." He sniffed again and made a thoughtful sound. "Like warm wax that will not set," he added. Harry did not know what to say to that. His stomach churned. For the first time, someone had described how he felt inside. Not freak. Not monster. Just something soft and unstable. Hagrid shifted awkwardly. "Can we get to the vaults?" he said. "Professor Dumbledore said." The goblin nodded and waved them along. In the rattling cart on the way down, Harry clenched his jaw as the wind whipped his hair. The faster they went, the more he could feel his body wanting to blur. Turns and drops jerked him from side to side. At one corner he felt his legs shorten by a tiny amount, taking the impact differently. At the next, they lengthened again. He swallowed hard and shoved his heel against the metal floor. "Stay the same. Stay the same." If Hagrid noticed, he did not say anything. He just sat beside Harry, solid and steady, one huge hand ready to grab the side if they hit another sharp turn. By the time September arrived, Harry had coins in his new money bag, books stacked in a wobbly pile, a wand that knew him on sight, and more questions than he could count. He also had practice. Every night back at Privet Drive, he sat in his tiny bedroom and held the metal shard up while the Dursleys pretended he did not exist. He stared until his eyes watered. He watched every twitch of his face. The more he focused, the easier it was to hold his features steady. The shifts still came, but they were smaller. Hair that tried to pale, then snapped back. Eyes that tried to darken, then stayed green. A jaw that wanted to square out like Vernon's, then gave up. He still woke some mornings with a different nose or cheekbone, but he could pull them back now like pushing clay into a familiar shape. It was exhausting. By the time he dragged his trunk onto the platform at King's Cross, he already felt tired. The noise of the station did not help. People rushed everywhere, all with clear faces that never slid off. He stood between platforms 9 and 10, frowning at the ticket Hagrid had given him. "Platform 9 3/4, he muttered. "Very funny." His scar throbbed once. He glanced around. A group of red-haired people passed, arguing about a lost animal. "Packed with muggles, of course," the mother said. Harry stared. Muggles. Hagrid had used that word. These people must be wizards. He pushed his trolley after them, keeping his head low. The wrongness in his skin was starting up again, buzzing under the surface. Crowds did that. He had learned that every new situation made it worse for a while. The family slowed between the platforms. "Now all you have to do is walk straight at the barrier," the mother told her youngest son. "Do not stop and do not be scared you will crash. Best take a run if you are nervous." Harry swallowed. He watched as 2 of the older boys vanished through the barrier with their trunks and owls. Then the youngest red-haired boy took a breath and trotted forward. He disappeared as well. Harry licked his lips. He could feel his face trying to shift. His reflection in a nearby vending machine wobbled for a second, jaw softening, eyes brightening. He yanked his gaze away at once. "Normal," he muttered. "Just be normal and walk through a solid wall." "Fine." He pushed the trolley forward. The barrier rushed at him. Instinct screamed at him to stop. Every muscle tensed. His arms shook. For a moment he felt his height flicker, his legs stretching, then drawing in as if trying to avoid impact. He forced himself to keep going. There was no crash. There was a sudden coolness and then heat and sound again, different from the station. Steam, cats, voices, and the bright red train waiting. Harry stumbled to a stop, breathing hard. His scar tingled. His legs felt shaky. He looked down at his hands. They were his hands. Thin, a bit pale. No sudden growths. No strange colors. He let out a breath. "Excuse me," a voice said beside him. Do you need a hand? Harry looked up. The youngest red-haired boy from before was watching him with curious blue eyes. He had his own trunk and a shabby-looking rat on his shoulder. Harry said. I am all right, I think. You are new too, the boy said. First year. I'm Ron. Ron Weasley. Harry hesitated. His name always carried weight now. In the leaky cauldron, in the wand shop, everywhere. Saying it out loud felt like dropping a stone in a pond and watching the ripples hit. I am Harry, he said slowly. Harry Potter. Ron's eyes went wide. Really, he said. Blimey. Sorry. I did not mean to stare. His gaze flicked up to Harry's forehead, then jerked away. Harry felt the scar twitch under his hair. For a second he was certain it had vanished again. He tried to laugh. It is all right, he said. Everyone keeps doing it. You get used to it. You should see my brother Charlie, Ron said quickly, as if trying to make him feel better. He has this scar from a dragon bite. People stare at that sometimes. Not the same though, because you are you. He shifted, awkward. Harry found himself liking him almost at once. Want to share a compartment? Harry asked. Ron's face lit up. Yeah, he said. Yes, thanks. They got their trunks loaded and found an empty compartment. Ron flopped onto the seat with a sigh. Harry sat opposite, keeping his bag close. For a while they chatted about sweets and Quidditch and older brothers. Ron was easy to talk to. He got distracted mid-sentence and made jokes that did not always land, but he was honest. At one point he glanced up at Harry again, searching his face. So, Ron said slowly, is it true then? You really have the scar? From you-know-who? Harry tensed. I guess, he said. I have a scar. He pushed his fringe aside, just a bit. Ron leaned forward, eyes wide. Wow, Ron breathed. It is shaped like... He stopped. Harry watched his expression turn from awe to confusion. Wait, Ron said softly. Is it fading? Harry's stomach dropped. All at once the wrongness inside him surged. He felt his scar stretch, then thin, almost vanish. His forehead felt smooth. Ron's eyes went even wider. Harry, he said. Mate, your scar just went away. Harry yanked his fringe back down. It does that, he muttered. Sometimes. Ron stared. Is that normal? He asked. Sorry, that sounded thick. Mum never said anything about scars that come and go. Harry let out a short laugh that did not feel like a laugh. Nothing about me is normal, he said. Apparently. Ron frowned. Hey, he said. I did not mean it like that. I know, Harry said quickly. It is not you. It is just my face. My body keeps trying to be other things. It has done it since I was little. The scar joins in sometimes. I am trying to control it. How? Ron asked. Harry tapped his pocket where the metal shard sat. Practice, he said. Lots of staring at myself and thinking very hard about not changing. Ron grimaced. That sounds rubbish, he said honestly. Must be painful. It is, Harry admitted. He was surprised at how easy it was to say that to someone his own age. The words left a dry ache in his throat, but also a small bit of relief. Ron sat back. Well, he said, for what it's worth, it looked cool. Like it was messing with anyone who stares too long. Maybe that is not the worst thing. Harry blinked. He had never thought of it like that. Maybe, he said. The rest of the journey passed with more talk and a quick visit from a bossy girl named Hermione who tried to fix Ron's spell on his rat and then sniffed at the chocolate frogs. Her hair stuck out in a wild tangle around her face. She paused mid-lecture on train safety and stared at Harry's forehead. Oh, she said. You are Harry Potter. Harry braced himself. The wrongness inside him twitched. Hermione frowned. You are pale, she said. Are you all right? Harry nodded. Fine, he lied. Her eyes narrowed in a way that said she did not believe a word. I read about you, she said. In 2 books. They said you had a scar. They did not say it moves. Ron's head snapped round. You saw it too, he asked. Hermione opened her mouth, shut it again, and glanced at the compartment door as if she suddenly remembered she had somewhere else to be. Well, she said briskly, You should get changed soon. We are nearly there. She left. The door slid shut. Ron looked at Harry. That was weird, he said. Harry snorted. Welcome to my life, he said. The boats rocked under them on the lake, a soft up and down motion that made Harry's stomach feel odd. Torches glowed on the bank ahead, and the huge shadow of the castle loomed. First years this way, Hagrid called. Harry and Ron shared a boat with Hermione and a nervous boy named Neville who clutched a toad. The cold night air made Harry's skin prickle. Every time he looked up and saw the castle, his chest tightened with a strange mix of fear and excitement. It is massive, Ron breathed. Hermione leaned forward, eyes shining. Can you imagine how many books are in there? She said. Harry swallowed. He tried to focus on that. Books, classes, normal school stuff. It helped keep his thoughts away from his own body fighting him. As the boat passed under a stone arch, a wave splashed over the side. Cold water hit Harry's hand. He flinched. His fingers blurred for a second, skin taking on a smooth, slick texture like the fish he had seen in the market. He jerked his hand back at once. Hermione saw. You did something, she said quietly. Harry clenched his fist. I did not mean to, he said. It is like a reflex. Neville just kept his eyes on his toad, as if the world would be easier that way. The boats reached the bank. They climbed out, feet slipping a bit on the wet stone. Harry's legs felt shaky again. He could tell his height had changed by a tiny amount during the ride. His trousers sat differently on his ankles. He fixed the picture of himself in his mind once more before they walked into the entrance hall. The great hall was overwhelming. Floating candles, for long tables full of students, a ceiling that looked like the night sky, voices everywhere. Harry tried to take it all in, but his body was more interested in the fact that hundreds of people had turned to look at the group of first years as they entered. McGonagall, stern in her emerald robes, gave them a short talk that Harry barely heard. Something about houses and points and hard work. His ears buzzed. His scar throbbed in time with his heartbeat. When she finished, she called the names one by one. Granger, Hermione. Hermione walked forward, shoulders tense. The hat had barely touched her curls before shouting its decision. She joined the table under the red and gold banner, glancing back toward Harry as if checking on him. Longbottom, Neville. More clapping. More names. Potter, Harry. The hall went very quiet. Harry's skin crawled as he walked up. Every eye followed him. He could feel his limbs trying to adjust under the weight of so much attention, as if they wanted to grow and shrink at the same time. The hat was heavy on his head. It slid down over his eyes, and the hall vanished. A small voice said inside his ear. Well, you are a messy one. Harry flinched. Sorry, he thought. He did not know if the hat could hear thoughts, but it seemed likely. The hat chuckled. You apologize for existing, it said. Interesting. I do not see that very often. Harry swallowed. The hat sifted through his mind. He could feel it, a pressure that nudged at memories. Cupboard. Mirrors. Faces that were not his. The letter. Hagrid. The smell of the sea on the rock. Then it paused. Oh, it said softly. Oh my, what? Harry thought. What is wrong? There is nothing wrong, the hat said. There is simply a great deal more than usual. Your physical self is not fixed the way most are. It is like placing this hat on moving water. There is no solid ledge to rest on. Harry's heart sped up. So you know, he thought. I do, the hat said. The gift is rare, and yours is not merely rare. It is raw, unbound. You could fit many places. Slytherin, Harry thought at once, remembering what Hagrid had said about that house and dark wizards. Yes, the hat said. You have a strong instinct for survival. You are used to hiding, cunning. You would do well there. Harry's stomach twisted. No, he thought quickly. Not there. Please not there. Hufflepuff, the hat mused. You crave acceptance, stability, a place where you can rest without watching your own face. You would find kindness there. That sounds nice, Harry admitted. But I do not want to hide in a corner. I want to be able to walk around and not feel like I am pretending. Ravenclaw, the hat went on. You are curious. You want to know what you are. This gift would fascinate them. They would study you. Harry winced. I do not want to be a project, he thought. I do not want people poking at me like I am a potion. The hat was quiet for a moment. You have courage, it said then. You do not know it yet, but you do. You boarded that train, walked through a solid wall, sat in this hall with your body fighting you, and you are still here. You are still asking for choice. Harry clenched his fists on the stool. I want to choose, he thought. I want to decide who I am, not have everyone else tell me. I do not know what that looks like yet, but I want the chance. The hat hummed. Very well, it said. Better be. There was a tiny shift inside Harry then, as if his magic leaned toward one side of a balance. Gryffindor, the shout echoed through the hall. The hat lifted from his head. Light and noise rushed back in. Harry blinked and almost stumbled off the stool, legs trembling. He walked toward the cheering table, cheeks hot. As he passed the staff table, he glanced up. Dumbledore was watching him. The headmaster's blue eyes were sharp behind his half-moon glasses. For a second, Harry thought he saw something there that was not just kindness. Calculation, maybe interest. Then Dumbledore smiled. A warm, full smile that crinkled his whole face, and Harry wondered if he had imagined it. He dropped onto the bench beside Ron, who was grinning. See, Ron said. Knew you would be with me. Hermione, down the table, clapped politely. Her gaze lingered on his face, thoughtful. Harry pressed his hand to his chest and tried to calm his racing heart. The skin on his forehead tingled. He did not dare check if the scar had vanished again. He just held the picture in his mind and hoped. Life in Gryffindor settled, but Harry did not. Classes started. Ron complained about homework. Hermione nagged both of them into doing essays anyway. There were moving staircases, ghosts that drifted through walls, and a game played on flying brooms that made Harry feel strangely at home even when his stomach flipped. Fame followed him everywhere. People stared in corridors, whispered in classes, nudged each other when he walked past. Some glared, some smiled, some asked questions. His name was always on the edge of every conversation. He learned to recognize the signs of his magic reacting. When someone pointed at him from across the hall, his height would jump up a fraction as if trying to tower. When a teacher called him out, his jaw would soften and his shoulders would draw in, shrinking. When someone said, "Scar," in a certain tone, his forehead prickled and the scar tried to hide. Holding himself steady became like breathing, constant, quiet, exhausting. One evening in the common room, he almost lost it. The fire crackled in the grate. Fred and George were playing some loud card game with Sparks. First years sprawled on the rug. Hermione sat at a table with books spread out and a quill in hand. Harry sat with Ron on the sofa, chessboard between them. Ron's knight had just stabbed one of Harry's pawns in the stomach. "You do realize you are getting flattened," Ron said cheerfully. Harry frowned at the board. "I am distracted," he said. "You keep talking. You keep breathing," Ron shot back. "We all have problems." Hermione looked up. "You know you are supposed to think a few moves ahead," she said. "Not just respond to what is in front of you." Harry sighed. "I am already thinking a few hundred moves ahead," he muttered. Ron snorted. "What with chess?" he asked. "You cannot even see that my bishop is about to." "I meant with my face," Harry cut in. The words came out sharper than he meant. A few nearby students glanced over. Ron blinked. Hermione set down her quill slowly. "What do you mean?" she asked. Harry looked around. The common room was full of noise, but their corner felt oddly quiet. He shifted on the sofa, fingers tapping his knee. His chest was tight again. "You wanted to understand," he said. "Both of you. You keep asking little questions and watching me. So I will explain. Once. Then maybe you will stop staring every time my nose twitches." Ron opened his mouth, thought better of it, and shut it again. Hermione leaned forward, elbows on the table, eyes intent. Harry drew in a breath. "You know that mirror trick muggles do," he said, "where they breathe on the glass and make shapes in the mist." "Vaguely," Hermione said. "Yes, imagine that is your face," Harry went on. Except the mist never settles. It is always trying to blow away. People are always breathing on it, poking at it. Every time someone says your name, it adds another gust. You have to keep drawing the same shape again and again so it does not smudge into something else. He rubbed his forehead. That is what it feels like, he said. Every minute. My magic keeps trying to move things, change things. If I relax, my nose might sharpen. My eyes might change shade. My scar might go invisible. I have to hold the picture of myself in my head all the time or it wanders off. Ron stared at him. That sounds mental, he said softly. It sounds like a curse, Hermione added. Harry let out a short, tired laugh. Feels like one, he said. The goblins said I smelled like magic that would not set. Hagrid says it is a gift. I am not sure. Hermione chewed her lip. Have you tried measuring it? She asked. Like checking how far it can go. Whether it is only your face or your whole body. If there is a pattern when it happens. Ron groaned. Hermione, he said. He just told you it feels like a curse. And you want to run experiments. I am not saying we make him do anything painful, Hermione snapped. But if we know how it works, maybe we can help. Harry shifted. I have done enough tests on my own, he said. The Dursleys did their own version too. Lots of shouting whenever I looked wrong. He swallowed. I do not mind you knowing, he added. You are my friends. I just do not want to be your homework. Hermione winced. All right, she said quietly. Sorry. Ron scratched the back of his neck. So you are always sort of holding yourself together, he said. That why you look knackered all the time? Harry nodded. Pretty much, he said. Ron sat back. That means your scar hiding is not you looking for attention, he said slowly. It is you losing control. Harry let out a breath he had not realized he was holding. Yes, he said. Last thing I want is more attention. Ron grimaced. And here I was thinking it would be cool, he admitted. You know, being you. Harry gave him a flat look. You can have it, he said. Ron laughed weakly. Hermione stood and moved closer, dragging a chair so it scraped on the floor. Can I see? She asked. Not in a creepy way. Just try to change something small. If you can. Harry hesitated. The thought made his stomach clench. Changing on purpose meant letting go of the tight grip he kept. It meant falling a bit, but Hagrid had told him he needed practice. The hat had sensed what he was. Running from it had not stopped anything. Fine, he said. He sat up straighter, closed his eyes for a moment, and loosened his mental hold on his hair. He pictured it shorter like Dudley's used to be before he got older. Neat, boring. A tingling sensation crawled across his scalp. When he opened his eyes, Ron's jaw had dropped. Bloody hell, Ron whispered. Harry looked at the nearest window. The glass reflected the fire more than their faces, but he could just see his hair hanging straight and tidy instead of sticking up. This feels awful, he said quietly. Like wearing someone else's head. Hermione leaned in, fascinated. Does it hurt? She asked. A bit, he said. Like pins and needles. Try your eyes, Ron said. Harry tensed. No, he said at once. Not the eyes. The scar hates it when I do that. Hermione opened her mouth to ask why, then shut it again when she saw his expression. All right, she said. That is enough for tonight. You can change back now. Harry tried. His hair resisted. He frowned and focused on the messy style he was used to. For a few seconds nothing happened. Panic flared in his chest. What if it had stuck? What if he had broken whatever made him look like him? His heart raced. Sweat prickled his neck. His scar burned. Harry, Ron said. You are going pale. I am trying, Harry said through gritted teeth. He forced himself to breathe. He remembered the shard on the hut. Hagrid's voice saying he had control. He pictured his old hair as clearly as he could. It snapped back all at once, sticking up even more. Harry sagged. See, he said, wiping his forehead. Not fun. Hermione nodded slowly. I understand, she said. It is not just a trick for you. Yeah, Ron said. No wonder you are tired. For the first time since arriving, Harry felt like someone actually believed him. It did not fix the wrongness. His skin still tingled. His magic still shifted under the surface, but the weight of it felt a fraction lighter. Dumbledore watched all of this in his own way. Late one evening, after the first week of classes, he stood at his window in the empty staff room and looked down at the dark grounds. A small figure crossed the courtyard, heading from the greenhouses toward the castle. Sometimes that figure moved normally, sometimes its outline blurred, just a little like heat over stone. McGonagall sat at the table with exam papers in front of her. She followed his gaze. "You saw what the hat recorded," she said. "About the boy, about the instability." Dumbledore nodded. "The hat is not often so rattled," he agreed. "He is a metamorphmagus," McGonagall went on. "An uncontrolled one, possibly beyond the usual limits. No proper training." Her lips thinned. "Petunia never told you," she added. "She told me she would raise him," Dumbledore said quietly. "She did not promise to nurture gifts she did not understand." He let out a breath. "I had hoped the natural dampening from living among Muggles would hold the ability in check until he reached 11, he said. "It would seem I misjudged the strength of his magic, or the depth of his trauma." McGonagall looked up sharply. "You think this is because of how they treated him?" she asked. "I think trauma made it worse," Dumbledore said. "The ability itself is inherited. The Potters had traces, the Peverils before them. I had hoped it would not awaken in quite this way." "Hope is a charming thing, Albus," McGonagall said, voice dry. "It is not a plan." Dumbledore smiled faintly. "Which is why I am making one," he said. "Uncontrolled power in a child who has already met the gaze of our old enemy is not wise. We must give him guidance. Someone who understands this type of magic." "Who?" she asked. "There have been no metamorphmagi at Hogwarts in years." "There is one who finished not long ago," Dumbledore said. "Nymphadora Tonks, Auror trainee. I have already written to Mad Eye about a temporary posting. Officially, she will be an Auror liaison, here to advise on security. Unofficially, she will give Mr. Potter lessons in control." McGonagall raised an eyebrow. "Tonks," she said. "The girl who could never keep her own knows the same shape for a full meal." "Precisely," Dumbledore said. "She will understand the joy of it. The boy has felt only fear. Perhaps a lighter touch will help."
McGonagall sighed.
"Or trivialize it," she replied. "But I suppose we will see." Dumbledore looked back out at the small figure, now disappearing through the door. "We must contain the danger," he murmured, "without breaking the boy." Tonks arrived 2 weeks later. The great hall buzzed that evening. Whispers ran up and down the benches. A new face at the staff table always started rumors. Harry glanced up from his stew. A young woman sat near the center, beside Professor Snape and across from McGonagall. She had short hair the color of bubblegum and a grin that looked like trouble. Her robes were Auror black, but she had rolled up the sleeves and tucked her hands behind her head. "Who is that?" Ron asked around a mouthful of potato. "No idea," Seamus said from further down. "Looks cool though." "Ron Chew," Hermione muttered. Dumbledore rose and lifted his hands for silence. "Good evening," he said. "Before dessert, I would like to introduce a guest. This year, due to certain events in our world, the Ministry has decided to strengthen the ties between Hogwarts and the Auror office. We are joined by Auror trainee Nymphadora Tonks, who will act as a liaison and offer select workshops in defensive strategy and, I am told, disguise." Tonks rolled her eyes. "Just Tonks, please," she said, loud enough for the nearest students to hear. "The full name is Criminal." A ripple of laughter ran through the hall. Dumbledore smiled. "As you wish," he said. "Miss Tonks will be with us for some time. Please make her welcome." He sat. Tonks stood up as if she had been waiting for a cue. "Right then," she called out. "If anyone is interested in seeing what I can do, pay attention." Harry watched, heart suddenly thumping. Tonks screwed up her face. Her nose stretched into a long, hooked beak. The hall gasped. Then it shrank into a button. Her hair shifted through a rainbow of colors, cycling from pink to bright green to electric blue. Her eyes went wide and owl-like, then narrow and cat-like. "That," Ron breathed, "is wicked." Harry sat very still. His magic reacted at once, like a dog hearing another dog barking. His skin prickled. His hair tried to echo the color change, flickering at the tips. His scar throbbed in time with the shifts. He grabbed the edge of the table, knuckles white. Tonks finished with a flourish, blue hair settling back into pink. "Think of me as your official prank supervisor," she said. Within reason, there was loud cheering. Harry rubbed his forehead slowly. Hermione looked at him. "You all right?" she asked. "No," he said honestly. "But I am not sure why." Her gaze flicked between him and Tonks. "I have a guess," she said. Harry did not have to wait long to find out if his guess matched hers. 2 nights later, as he left the library, someone grabbed his sleeve. He jumped, hand flying toward his wand. He had only owned it a short time but already reached for it when startled. "Easy there," a familiar cheerful voice said. "I am not here to duel." Harry turned. Tonks stood in the shadow of a pillar, arms folded. Her hair was a soft brown tonight, almost normal, though the tips still glowed faintly pink. "Hi," Harry said warily. "Hi," Tonks replied. "Walk with me." He hesitated, then nodded. They set off down the corridor. Her steps were a little uneven. She bumped into a suit of armor and muttered something under her breath. "I saw your face at dinner," she said. "When I did my little show. You looked like someone had kicked your favorite owl." "I do not have an owl," Harry said. "Still," Tonks said, "you looked like that. So, you know what I am, yeah." "A METAMORPHMAGUS," Harry said carefully. Tonks grinned. 10 points to the correct house, she said. "And you, Harry Potter, are not just any old wizard. The goblins talk. The headmaster writes me long letters. You have the same gift. Maybe more." Harry flinched. "Gift," he repeated. "Problem," she said. "Nightmare. Curse. Fun toy. Depends on who you ask." "How do you see it?" Harry asked. Tonks shrugged. "I like being able to change my hair when I get bored," she said. "I like making my nose ugly to scare my mum. I like turning my ears into flaps that wiggle when people say stupid things. It is handy for work. I can look like a cranky ministry clerk 1 minute and some mean old bloke the next." Harry clenched his jaw. "That sounds nice," he said. "For you." They reached an empty classroom. Tonks pushed the door open and gestured him inside. "Come on," she said. "Dumbledore asked me to talk to you. Said you needed lessons. Thought we could make it a bit less serious than that sounds." Harry stepped in. The room smelled of chalk and old wood. Dust motes floated in the air. Tonks shut the door with a casual flick. "Right," she said. "Show me what you can do." Harry stared at her. "You first," he said quietly. "You treat it like a joke. Prove it is not just for laughs before you tell me to play." Tonks eyed him, then nodded slowly. "Fair," she said. "All right, serious mode then." Her features smoothed. The playful light in her eyes faded. She rolled her shoulders and took a breath. When she shifted this time, it was not flashy. Her face aged. Lines appeared around her mouth. Her nose grew sharper, more like Professor McGonagall's, but not exactly. Her hair darkened into a neat bun. Her posture straightened. In a few seconds, an older witch stood where Tonks had been. "This," she said in a deeper, calmer voice, "is my ministry inspector face. People answer questions twice as fast when I use it." She let the form hold for a moment, then let it slip away. Her own features flowed back into place. "That is what I mean when I say useful," she said. "It keeps you alive, lets you get in and out of bad places, lets you put on the right mask for the right job." Harry swallowed. "Mask," he repeated. Tonks nodded. "Everybody wears masks," she said. "We just get the fun magic kind." Harry shook his head. "It is not fun for me," he said. "It hurts. It happens when I am scared. When people shout. My body changes shape on its own. The Dursleys locked me up for it. They called me a freak. They said I should be normal. My magic did not listen." Tonks shifted her weight. "Yeah," she said slowly. "Dumbledore mentioned some of that. I am not saying what you went through is fine. It is not. You got dumped in a bin and told to act like a vase. No wonder you cracked." Harry stared at her. "That is one way to put it," he muttered. Tonks smiled crookedly. What I am saying, she went on, is that the power itself is not evil. The people around you sucked. The power is just there. It wants to move. You can either spend all your effort fighting it, or you can learn to bend it. I am already bending it, Harry said. Every second. To keep it from doing something stupid. Yeah, Tonks said. But that is like holding your breath forever and saying you never want to swim. Trust me, mate. Once you let yourself muck about a bit, it gets easier. Harry felt anger flicker under his skin. Muck about, he repeated. This ruined my life. I could not look in a mirror without wanting to smash it. I copied my aunt by accident and she screamed. I copied my uncle in front of a classroom. Kids laughed. Teachers panicked. You want me to lighten up? Tonks frowned. Hey, she said. I am not saying the past was fine. I am saying you survived it. You are here. You have a wand. You have a house. You have a chance to actually enjoy what you can do instead of letting it only hurt you. Harry ran a hand through his hair. It is not that simple, he said. When you change, you choose. When I change, it feels like coming apart. Half the time I am just trying not to dissociate. Tonks blinked at the unfamiliar word. Disso what? She asked. Wanting to crawl out of your own skin, Harry said bluntly. Not feeling real. Not feeling like the person in the room matches the person in your head. Or the other way round. Tonks let out a slow breath. Right? She said. That is heavier than my usual Tuesday. She rubbed her neck. Look, she went on. Maybe I cannot fix all that in a day. I am no healer. I am good at falling downstairs and arresting people who deserve it. But I can show you tricks. How to make small changes on purpose. How to roll with something instead of locking up. It will not erase the bad bits, but it might give you some control that does not feel like pain. Harry stared at the floor. You talk like this is all a laugh, he said. Like you turned your nose into a beak and everything was fine. You have no idea what it is like to have your face betray you in front of people who hate you. True, Tonks said. I do not. My mum hated the noise, not the power. She just told me not to knock over lamps. I had it easy that way. I am not pretending I get your childhood. She met his eyes. But I do know what it is like to be the only one who bends in a world that expects you to stand straight, she said. Wizards like rules, straight lines, fixed faces. People like you and me make them nervous. That is their problem, not ours. Harry opened his mouth, closed it again, and looked away. Tonks sighed. All right, she said. That is enough trauma chat for today. Let us try one small thing. Then I will let you off the hook. She reached into her pocket and pulled out a small sweet. This is a bit of honey fudge, she said. Brilliant stuff. I will give it to you if you can do one control change. Nothing dramatic. Pick something cosmetic. A freckle. Eyebrow shape. Ear tip. Whatever feels least awful. Harry eyed the sweet. You bribe kids for the ministry, he said. Sometimes, Tonks said. Kids and goblins and annoyed oars. Bribes work. He let out a soft huff despite himself. Fine, he said. He closed his eyes again. This time he did not think about changing into someone else. He thought about the way his eyes sometimes looked greener in certain lights. He focused on the color just a little deeper. Not someone else's. Still his. He felt a mild pressure behind his eyes. A warmth that was not painful, just strange. When he opened them, Tonks leaned in. Neat, she said. You made them brighter. Did that hurt? No, Harry said slowly. It felt warm. See, Tonks said. Fun part. You did that. Not some angry uncle. Not a crowd. You, she flicked him the sweet. Lesson 1, she said. Lighten up. It is just a face. Harry caught the fudge and stared at her. His chest tightened. You keep saying that, he said quietly. Like my whole body is not tied to this. Like it is not the first thing anyone sees. You got to grow up thinking your face was a joke. I grew up thinking mine was a sin. Tonks opened her mouth, then hesitated for once. Point taken, she said. I will try not to say that again. She shifted her nose into a silly shape, long and drooping, and crossed her eyes at him. But jokes help, she added. Harry snorted. Maybe later, he said. Not tonight. All right, Tonks said. You want to go? He nodded. Fine, she said. Same time next week. We will do more tiny stuff. No full copies, no trauma triggers. Just little shifts. You set the pace. He paused at the door. Why do you care? He asked. Tonks shrugged. Because I would have gone spare if I was the only one, she said. Because Dumbledore asked. Because your face when your scar vanished looked like mine did first time I tried to hold 3 appearances at once and nearly passed out. Pick one. Harry nodded slowly. Thanks, he said. He meant it, even if he did not fully trust her approach yet. Any time, Tonks said. And Harry, he looked back. You do not have to earn your face, she said. It is already yours, whatever shape it is in. He did not know what to do with that, so he just left. The Norbert incident started with a card game. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were sitting in a corner of the common room when Hagrid came in, coat flapping and face flushed. He hovered near the door for a second, then spotted Harry and waved him over with large, frantic gestures. Come on, Harry said to the others. He looks like he is about to explode. Ron sighed and shoved his cards into his pocket. Hermione closed her book with a resigned look. They met Hagrid in the entrance hall. What is wrong? Harry asked. Can you come to my cabin? Hagrid whispered. Now, all of you, do not let anyone see. That is not suspicious at all, Hermione muttered. But they followed. The night air was crisp. Harry's breath steamed as they hurried over the grass. His heart beat faster, more from Hagrid's unease than the pace. Inside the hut, the heat hit them at once. There was a large egg on the table, sitting in the fire. It rocked gently. Harry stared. Is that what I think it is? Ron breathed. A dragon, Hermione said. Hagrid, are you mad? You live in a wooden house. Hagrid wrung his hands. I could not help it, he said. Won it off a stranger at the pub. He had it in a box. Poor thing. I had to take it. Ron looked at Harry. This is not going to end well, he said. He was right. When the egg hatched, the little dragon was ugly and perfect all at once. Hagrid cooed over it like a baby. Smoke curled from its nostrils. Its tail thumped the table, leaving scorch marks. Harry could not deny that it was kind of amazing. He reached out a cautious hand, then pulled it back when his fingers tingled. His magic stirred in response to the baby dragon's heat, skin wanting to harden. This cannot stay here, Hermione said firmly. Someone will find out. They will expel you, Ron said. And us, probably, for knowing. Harry watched Hagrid stroke the dragon's spiky head, saw the affection there, and felt his chest tighten. We will figure something out, he said. In the end, it was Charlie Weasley who provided the answer. He agreed, via letter, to take the dragon and raise it properly. The problem was getting it out of the castle without anyone noticing. Hermione suggested the invisibility cloak Harry had, courtesy of Dumbledore. Harry stared at the trunk where he kept it. The cloak was wonderful. It had already saved them from Filch more than once. But it only hid what did not change. It did nothing to help with his shifting. I have another idea, he said slowly. Ron and Hermione looked at him. I can change, Harry said. You know that. More than just hair and eyes. Tonks has been teaching me control. She can do full personas. I tried small things, but I can push it further. Tonks, Hermione said. You have been doing lessons and did not tell us. You would have worried, Harry said. Or taken notes. Hermione flushed but did not deny it. What are you thinking? Ron asked. Instead of sneaking around invisible, Harry said, I walk right out with Norbert in my arms, as someone older, prefect maybe, or a staff member, someone no one questions. Hermione went pale. You want to do a total change, she said, for the first time, tonight, while carrying a dangerous animal that breathes fire. Harry shrugged, trying to seem casual even though the idea made his stomach twist. Better than falling over my own feet under a cloak, he said. If Filch bumps into us while we are invisible, he grabs at nothing. If he sees a prefect taking something to the tower, he grumbles and moves on. Ron rubbed his temples. I hate that this makes sense, he said. It is risky, Hermione said. If you lose control halfway, you could end up with half your own face and half someone else's. Or worse. Harry met her eyes. I do not like this power, he said. But if I can use it to help Hagrid and stop us getting expelled, I will. Hermione sighed. Of course, she said. You would say that. Is that a yes? He asked. Yes, she said. With a list of things that can go wrong in my head. Ron nodded. I am in, he said. Not leaving you to do this on your own. They planned fast. Hermione went through the names of prefects she had seen. They settled on a Ravenclaw boy who had a forgettable sort of face, tall and thin with dark hair and a serious expression. Harry had seen him a few times in the library. Safe choice, Hermione said. Not someone who stands out more than necessary. That night, under the cover of darkness, they met again in the common room. Harry's hands shook as he stood by the fire. Are you sure? Hermione asked quietly. No, he said. But I am doing it. He closed his eyes. Tonks had explained how she did it. She did not think, turn into someone else. She thought about each part separately. Height, shoulders, jaw, eye shape, voice. An illusion that was not an illusion made of flesh. Harry pictured the Ravenclaw boy. Calm face, straight nose, taller than him by a head. Heat spread through his body. His skin felt too tight, then too loose. Bones ached as if they were moving under the surface. He grit his teeth. His legs stretched. The room tilted. His sleeves rode up his arms. His robe hem lifted off the floor. His hands grew, fingers longer. He gasped. Harry, Hermione said. I am all right, he said through clenched teeth. Almost. His face shifted last. He felt his cheekbones move, his nose straighten, his jawline sharpen. His hair lengthened a bit, smoothing. His scar burned, then quieted. He opened his eyes. Ron dropped his wand. Merlin's pants, Ron said. Hermione reached for her bag and pulled out a small round mirror, then paused and put it away with a guilty look. Sorry, she said. Mirror scenes. I know you hate them. Good, Harry said. I do not want to look. He did not need to. He could feel the way his body held itself, the way his clothes sat wrong. He was taller, heavier in some places. His center of balance had shifted. This is horrible, he said. And amazing. Hermione circled him, eyes wide. You sound different too, she said. Harry said, Do I? The voice that came out was deeper, flatter, with a slight drawl he recognized from the Ravenclaw table. He shivered. We should go, he said, before I think about this too long and fall apart. They grabbed the crate with Norbert inside. The dragon snorted and scratched at the wood. Harry lifted it. The weight dug into his arms, but his changed body handled it better than his usual one would have. This form had longer fingers, better grip, stronger shoulders. They moved through the corridors. Every footstep echoed. Harry's heart thudded in time. He tried to walk like he had seen the real Ravenclaw prefect walk. Straight back, no rush, calm. They turned a corner and ran straight into Filch. The caretaker narrowed his eyes at the sight of the crate. What are you lot doing out of bed? He demanded. Harry's stomach lurched. He dipped his head in what he hoped was a bored, older student way. Delivery for Professor Dumbledore, he said, pitching his borrowed voice low. Late arrival from Hagrid. The headmaster wanted it stored in the tower until morning. Filch eyed him suspiciously. You are Rivorton, Filch grunted. From Ravenclaw. Yes, Harry said. Sir. His mind raced. Rivorton. He filed the name away for later. Filch scowled. No one tells me anything, he muttered. Go on then. Be quick. If I see one first year out of bed tonight, I will have them scraping frog guts for a week. He shuffled away, muttering. Harry did not breathe until they had turned another corner. That was close, Ron whispered. I thought you were going to melt or something. Do not say melt, Harry hissed. They made it to the top of the tower. Charlie's friends were waiting, brooms in hand. The night wind whipped around them. Right on time, one of them said. Rivorton, isn't it? Did not know you did night duty. Harry shifted his grip on the crate. Someone has to, he said. They helped load Norbert onto the harness. The dragon sniffed the air and snapped at Ron, who jumped back. Harry watched as they kicked off and vanished into the dark, carrying the crate between them. Relief washed over him. Then a wave of dizziness hit. "Oh no," he said. His limbs tingled. His vision blurred. The borrowed height felt like it was sliding off him. "Change back," Hermione said. "Now, I am trying," Harry gasped. He closed his eyes and reached for his own shape. The one he had built in the shard. Messy hair. Thin frame. Scar. He pulled. His bones shrank, snapping back into shorter form. His clothes sagged around him. His hands shrank inside the sleeves. His face folded into familiar lines. It hurt more than the first shift. He dropped to his knees, panting. "Harry," Ron said, grabbing his shoulder. "You all right?" "No," Harry wheezed. "But we did it." Hermione knelt beside him. "Can you stand?" she asked. He nodded, even though his legs shook. They helped him up. On the way back, his steps felt uneven. His skin buzzed. His magic kept trying to slide back toward the Ravenclaw shape, like a muscle that had enjoyed stretching. Back in the common room, when they finally collapsed onto the sofa, Harry leaned his head back and stared at the ceiling. "What?" Ron asked. "I liked it," Harry said quietly. "Being someone else. No one looked at my scar." Filch did not flinch. "Those older students trusted me." Hermione looked at him with concern. "It was a disguise," she said. "Not a solution." "I know," he said, "but it felt easy, powerful. I did not have to hold my own face together. I just wore someone else's." Ron swallowed. "Bit scary when you say it like that," he admitted. Harry nodded. "Yeah," he said. "Scares me too." He closed his eyes. In the dark behind his lids, faces flickered. His own, Petunia's, Vernon's, the Ravenclaw boys, Tonk's quick shifts, all sliding over one another. He forced them down one by one, until only his own remained. For now, that night, as he lay in bed, the dormitory quiet around him, Harry listened to the slow breathing of the other boys and the faint crackle of the dying fire in the grate. His body ached in odd places. His shoulders, his jaw, his legs. Shifting had tired him in a way even Quidditch practice did not. He rolled onto his side and stared at the curtains. Tonks thought it was a toy. Dumbledore thought it was a problem to manage. Ron thought it was cool and frightening at the same time. Hermione thought it was a puzzle. The Dursleys had thought it was a sin. He did not know what he thought yet. He only knew that tonight he had chosen to be someone else and the world had let him. It had made things easier. It had also left a sour taste in his mouth, like he had lied in a way that went deeper than words. He pressed his fingers to his scar. It burned, just a little. "I will not disappear," he whispered into the dark. "Whoever I look like, I am still me." He was not entirely sure he believed it, but he said it anyway and held onto the words like he had held onto the metal shard, knuckles white, as the castle breathed around him and the magic under his skin waited for the next excuse to move. Halloween at Hogwarts was louder than any birthday party Dudley had ever had. Harry knew that for sure because Dudley had described every cake and every pile of presents so many times that Harry could picture them in detail. None of those stories had involved floating pumpkins or live bats swooping between the candles. The great hall glowed with orange and gold. 1,000 candles hung in the air. Plates filled themselves. Ghosts drifted along the rafters like bored clouds. Harry should have been staring at all of it. Instead, he kept checking the backs of people's heads. Quirrell sat at the staff table with his silly turban and his nervous hands. His eyes darted around the hall the way Harry's own used to whenever Vernon came home. Every time Quirrell shifted in his seat, Harry's scar gave a small, mean pulse. His magic reacted to it. Under his skin, things twitched. He could feel his face trying to harden the way it had when he faced the troll-sized dragon baby, a reflex that wanted to protect him even when he was in the middle of a feast. "Stop staring at him," Ron muttered around a mouthful of roast potato. "You will pull something." Harry forced his gaze back to his own plate. "I cannot help it," he said. "Every time he moves, my scar aches." "Maybe he used to teach dentistry," Ron said. "That would hurt anyone." Hermione rolled her eyes. "That is not funny," she said. "He is our defense professor. You should at least pretend to respect him." He smells wrong, Harry said quietly. Ron blinked. What? He asked. Harry put his fork down and rubbed his forehead. Not like bad food smell, he said. Like his magic is not just his. Tonks said people like us leave a trail in the air. Quirrell feels like two trails that do not match. Hermione frowned. Two, she repeated. Harry nodded. Everyone else in this place smells single, he said. Even Tonks, and she changes all the time. Quirrell feels crowded. Hermione stared at Quirrell. You should tell Tonks, she said. I will, Harry said. She might laugh at me first. Then I will hex her. Hermione muttered under her breath. Harry smiled despite himself. Hermione Granger did not like breaking rules. She did like the idea of hexing people who upset her friends. The thought warmed something tight in his chest. Up at the staff table, Dumbledore clapped for attention. The noise died down in bits until the hall went mostly quiet. Before we start on the puddings, Dumbledore said. A few announcements. Harry tuned him out. He had learned very quickly that Dumbledore could talk for a long time without actually saying anything for the first few minutes. Harry let his eyes wander. Hagrid waved from the doors as he slipped into a seat at the end of the staff table. He had dressed up in a tie that looked like it had strangled a smaller man first. Professor McGonagall sat straight as a broom, her mouth tight but her eyes less stern than usual. She nodded at a joke Harry did not quite catch. Snape watched everything with his deep black eyes and his usual unhappy expression. For once he did not seem to be glaring only at Harry. His gaze flicked past Quirrell again and again. Harry's skin prickled. The wrongness under Quirrell's polite flinching and nervous stutter had bothered him since the first lesson. It did not feel like Tonks' playful slides between faces. It felt heavy and cold, like something pressed against something else from the inside. Harry shifted on the bench. Dessert, Ron said, brightening as plates cleared and new ones appeared. Cakes, pies, treacle tart, all of it steamed in front of them. Ron grabbed whatever was closest. Hermione picked something neat from the middle. Harry reached for treacle tart and tried to ignore the way his fingertips darkened and lightened as they passed through the steam. He breathed in. Hold steady. He felt his scar cool. For a moment, everything was almost peaceful. Then the doors banged open. Everyone jumped. Quirrell lurched inside, his turban askew, his eyes wide. He staggered to the staff table, grabbed it, and gasped out words that echoed off stone. Troll, he choked. In the dungeons. Thought you ought to know. He collapsed in a heap. The hall erupted. Students shrieked. Benches scraped. Someone knocked a goblet to the floor. It rolled in a circle, spilling juice, as everyone tried to stand at once. Harry's scar did not just twinge this time. Flared white-hot. He clutched his forehead and doubled over. Harry, Hermione said, grabbing his arm. Lovely, Ron muttered. Troll, this is brilliant. Why do we never just have normal school days? Dumbledore raised his wand. Silence, he shouted. The sound slammed through the hall. Everyone froze. Dumbledore spoke quickly, sending prefects to lead the houses back to their dormitories. Teachers gathered, some heading toward the dungeons at once. Quirrell lay still on the floor. Harry straightened slowly. His face felt wrong again, as if the bones under the skin were trying to shift toward something heavier, bigger. His magic did not like the word troll. Back to the common room, Percy snapped at them. No talking, no wandering. Move. They moved. In the rush and crush of students heading for the doors, Harry could barely keep his balance. His limbs wanted to stretch. His shoulders felt like they should be broader. His legs wanted to be longer, ready to run faster. He forced them to stay as they were. Students jostled them through the corridors. Hermione gasped suddenly. Wait, she said. The troll is in the dungeons. Yeah, Ron said. Did you not hear the panicking professor? Then why is he telling us to go past the dungeons? Hermione said. The route to Gryffindor Tower passes the first landing. That is near the entrance. So, Ron said. So you two idiots are forgetting something important. Hermione snapped. I need to go back to the bathroom. Ron stared. What? He said. I mean I do not. Hermione corrected herself in a rush. But I know someone who already went and did not come back. Harry's stomach dropped. Hermione, he said. You are not making sense. Hermione Granger is in the girls' bathroom crying somewhere because you hurt her feelings earlier, Hermione said tightly. Yes, that is me talking about me. She is not in the hall. No one told her about the troll. She does not know to hide. Ron groaned. Oh, he said. Oh no, they stopped in the middle of the stairs. Percy will notice, Ron said. He will drag us back. Let him, Hermione said. After we get her, Professor McGonagall can give me detention for saving my own life. She looked at Harry, eyes fierce. We have to go, she said. Harry did not think about it. The wrongness inside him did. His skin tightened, ready to change. His legs tingled in anticipation of a run that would need to be faster than his usual. He nodded once. Go, he said. They slipped out of the stream of students, ducked under a tapestry, and took a side corridor. Ron's voice shook. This is a terrible idea, he said. This is the worst idea we have had so far, and we snuck a dragon out of a castle. You can stay behind, Hermione said. Ron swallowed. Not likely, he said. The corridors near the bathrooms were empty. The air grew colder. A strange smell crept along the stone, sour and thick. Harry gagged. That is not just pipes, he said. The stench of unwashed troll body hit them like a wall. They hurried forward anyway. When they saw the troll, Harry's magic lurched. It stood with its back to them, huge and gray, its shoulders hunched. Its head nearly brushed the ceiling. It held a wooden club that looked like a tree stump. It grumbled to itself as it poked at a door half hanging off its hinges. The girls' bathroom, Hermione whispered. She is in there. The troll snorted and lumbered inside. Harry's breath went shallow. His scar burned. He could feel his body trying to answer the threat. Muscles tightened for a shape he did not have yet. Bones tingled. Plan, Ron whispered. Harry wished he had one. Make noise, he said. Get it away from the cubicles. Then what? Ron demanded. Then I will figure something out, Harry said. Hermione gave him a look that said she thought this was a very stupid idea. It was, but she did not argue. Ron grabbed a bit of broken pipe from the floor. All right, he said. On 3, he counted under his breath, then hurled the pipe at the far wall. Clanged loudly. The troll grunted and turned. It lumbered back through the broken doorway, peering about with its small, mean eyes. Harry stepped into the open. The troll saw him at once. Its lips peeled back in a slow, ugly grin. It lifted its club. Harry's magic leapt. He felt his legs stretch, just a little, ready for a faster jump. His skin toughened, muscles bunching as if for a different frame. His hands tingled as the bones wanted to thicken. He did not fight it this time. He leaned into it. Hey! He shouted. Over here. The troll bellowed and swung. Harry threw himself sideways. His arm stretched more than it should, hand slapping the floor to catch his weight. The extra reach kept him from smashing his head against stone. Pain shuddered up his wrist. He rolled and scrambled back to his feet. Quite overpowered for a first year, are we? His mind muttered somewhere that sounded like Tonks. Not helping, he told himself through gritted teeth. The troll lumbered after him, surprisingly fast for something that looked like a storybook drawing. Its club thudded into the floor where he had been a second before. Stone cracked. Dust filled the air. Hermione darted past in the cloud, running for the bathroom. Come on, she hissed. Neville is not in here, but I was. Ron followed, yelling something about smells and doomed children to distract the troll further. Harry took the distraction and moved. His legs kicked off with more strength than he owned yesterday. He jumped. For a moment he flew through the air at a height that was not normal for his small body. His fingers brushed the troll's shoulder, then grabbed. The troll's skin felt thick and rough under his hands. The smell was worse up close. Harry's arms shifted. Bones lengthened. Muscles thickened. His grip widened. He hauled himself up onto the troll's back with a strength that felt foreign and familiar all at once. The troll roared and thrashed. Harry clamped his legs around its neck. The wrongness in his body surged, eager. His legs thickened to hold on. His hands changed shape, fingers spreading for better grip. Nails hardened into something closer to blunt claws. He dug them into the troll's ear folds. The troll swung its club blindly, bellowing. It staggered into walls, knocking tiles loose. Harry clung on, teeth gritted. "Throw the wand!" Hermione shouted from somewhere near the sinks. In its nose. Harry could not let go. His hands were the only reason he was not on the floor, ready to be crushed. "Ron!" he shouted. "Do it!" "Me!" Ron yelped. "How am I meant to aim that?" "Just try," Hermione yelled. Harry felt movement below. A flash of light passed through the dust. Something clacked against the troll's nostril. The troll jerked its head. Harry nearly flew off. His shape flickered. For a 6-second he felt his own face blur, trying to harden into something with a wider jaw. His vision doubled. The corridors spun. No. He grabbed his own picture in his head again. Harry Potter. Scar. Messy hair. The claws at the tips of his fingers slid back into fingernails. His legs thinned. He kept his arms thick only long enough to hold on. The troll snorted and snuffled at the wand now lodged in its nose. It sneezed with a sound like thunder. The wand shot out and flew across the room. The troll blinked, confused. Hermione raised her own wand. "Wingardium Leviosa!" she shouted. The club ripped out of the troll's hand. It hung in the air for a moment. Hermione gritted her teeth, arm shaking. Harry could see the strain in her face even through the dust. She flicked her wrist. The club crashed down on the troll's head. The sound rang through Harry's bones. The troll swayed. Harry slid off its shoulders and hit the floor hard. His arms burned. His legs trembled. His body shrank fully back into his usual size with a painful snap. The troll toppled. It landed with a ground-shaking thud, inches from his feet. Silence dropped. Harry lay on his back, gasping. His skin felt raw. His muscles twitched. His scar ached in a dull, steady way that meant his magic was slowly settling. Hermione stumbled over to him. "Are you all right?" she asked. "Fine," he wheezed. "That was fine." "You are bleeding," Ron said. Harry blinked. He touched his cheek. His fingers came away with a thin smear of blood from a cut he had not even felt happen. "Just a scratch," he said. "My body was too busy changing to notice." Hermione made a strangled sound. "That is not normal," she said. "Nothing about that was normal." Ron snorted. "Nothing about us is normal," he said. "We just knocked out a troll before Christmas. You lot nearly killed me with worry." Hermione looked at Harry again. "Thank you," she said. "Both of you. If you had not come, I would have been." She swallowed. Her hand shook as she reached out to touch his arm. On impulse, she leaned in and pressed a quick kiss to his cheek, right next to the cut. The touch was light and quick, a mix of awkward and grateful. Harry froze. His brain, which had just dealt with wild magic and violent movement, decided this was the thing to focus on. "Oh," he said. Hermione jerked back, face flushing red. "That was for saving my life," she said in a rush. "Do not make it weird." Ron stared between them, then made a face. "I did things too," he said. "I threw the wand across the room like a professional disaster." Hermione smacked his arm. "You helped," she said firmly. "You both did." Footsteps pounded in the corridor. "Here we go," Ron muttered. Professors McGonagall, Snape, and Quirrell burst into the bathroom. The smell hit them at once. McGonagall's face went pale under her usual stern look. Snape wrinkled his nose and looked more unpleasant than usual. Quirrell flinched and clutched his chest in an obvious show. His eyes flicked over the troll, the children, and then lingered on Harry's face. For a second, something in that gaze was not Quirrell at all. Harry felt a pressure under his scar, like fingers pressing from the inside. His magic recoiled. He clamped his jaw shut. McGonagall took everything in with one sweep of her gaze. "Explain," she said sharply. Hermione stepped forward at once. "It is my fault," she said. "I went looking for the troll. They tried to stop me. They came after me when they saw I was gone." Harry started to protest. "Professor, that is not how it happened," he began. Hermione shot him a look that dared him to argue. Snape arched a brow. Is that so? He drawled. You, Miss Granger, decided to track a mountain of muscle with a club, and these two decided to risk their lives to drag you out. Yes, Hermione said quickly. That is exactly what happened. Her voice shook just enough to sound believable. McGonagall pinched the bridge of her nose. I might have expected this from Mr. Potter, she said. Though even he has limits, apparently. Miss Granger, you disappoint me. Use your brain next time instead of your feet. Hermione flushed and looked at the floor. McGonagall turned to Harry and Ron. As for you two, she said, there will be consequences, but I must admit your idiocy was at least brave. 10 points each for Gryffindor for courage. And detention for all three of you for being where you should not be. Harry blinked. He had not expected points. He had also not expected the way Snape watched his arms with narrowed eyes, as if he had seen the length shift even though Harry had tried to hide it. Snape stepped closer. You are bleeding, Snape said softly. It is nothing, Harry said. Snape caught his wrist. Harry flinched at the touch, expecting a jolt of pain when his bone length betrayed him. Snape held his arm firmly but not cruelly. His dark eyes narrowed further as he traced the cut on Harry's cheek with his gaze, not his fingers. This cut should be deeper, Snape murmured. With that impact, Harry swallowed. Lucky, I guess, he said. Snape looked at him for a long moment. Something unreadable moved behind his eyes. Perhaps, he said at last. Try to stay in one piece, Potter. It would be very inconvenient to brew an entire class worth of healing solution for your pieces. He released Harry and stepped back. Quirrell still watched from the doorway, face pale. His eyes were wide, his lip trembling. The show was convincing, but the pressure under Harry's scar only now began to ease. As they were led out, Harry glanced back. Quirrell's gaze met his. For a second, behind the fear, Harry saw something cold and hungry that did not belong to a nervous man in a silly turban. The wrongness doubled. Harry shivered. Tonks found him 3 days later on the training lawn behind the greenhouses. He sat on the grass with his knees drawn up, breathing hard, sweat plastering his shirt to his back. His arms still ached from the troll fight and from the practice he had forced himself through. You will pull your body apart if you keep that up, Tonks called. Harry looked up. Tonks walked over, hands in her pockets, hair a calm dark brown today. She dropped onto the grass beside him with a grunt. You were busy on Halloween, she said. Harry snorted. Everyone keeps saying that, he said, usually before telling me how stupid it was. It was, Tonks said. You still did good. Both can be true. He squinted at her. You heard about the troll, he said. Whole castle did, Tonks said. Hard to miss the way the floor shook. Also, McGonagall nearly broke my ear telling me what an idiot my sort of magic makes young people. She does that when she is worried. Harry ran his hand through his hair. I did not have a plan, he said. Hermione was in the bathroom. There was a troll. My body did the rest. Tonks nodded slowly. You wrote it, she said. You let the change help instead of freezing it. It hurt, Harry said. Less than usual. More in different ways. My arms were stronger. He flexed his fingers. They felt normal now. And, Tonks asked. And I liked it, Harry said quietly. Hanging on up there. Knowing I could shift grip. I was not just some boy hoping a club missed his head. I was making its neck the wrong shape for balance. Tonks whistled low. You did that on the fly, she said. I did not manage full limb control till I was 14. You are terrifying. Harry looked at the grass. That is what I am afraid of, he said. Tonks bumped his shoulder lightly with hers. Welcome to the club, she said. If it makes you feel any better, most people who are given dangerous power are terrifying. You are also annoying and stubborn and weirdly polite. That balances things out. He let out a small breath that might have been a laugh. McGonagall says I am reckless, he said. She is not wrong, Tonks replied. But I will say this. You made a choice. You decided to use what you have to protect a friend. That matters. Harry frowned. Is that not what you do? He asked. As an or, Tonks shrugged. Sometimes, she said. Sometimes we protect idiots from themselves. Sometimes we chase bad people. Sometimes we fill out a lot of boring forms about wand usage and hope we do not spill tea on them. Harry imagined Tonks trying to keep a stack of parchment clean. The image almost pulled a real smile out of him. Tonks watched his face. "You are thinking something rude," she said. "Only that you would be terrible with paperwork," he said. Tonks grinned. "Awful," she said proudly. She sobered after a moment. "What you did with the prefect face and the dragon," she said. "That and the troll. That is 2 big shifts in a short time. I can feel your magic from here." Harry blinked. "You can?" he asked. Tonks tapped her nose. "We can smell each other," she said. "Not like goblins. Different. Like knowing there is a fire behind a wall. Your fire is big and jumpy." Harry pulled his knees closer. "How do I turn it down?" he asked. "You do not," Tonks said. "Not fully. You can learn to point it. That is all." He looked at his hands. "Feels like it is pointing itself," he said. "First to another boy, then to a troll neck. I am always 2 steps behind." Tonks considered that. "Then we teach you to be 1 step ahead," she said. "Small moves. Not full face. Not full form. You push, then step back. You do not go all in every time something shouts at you." Harry thought of Quirrell at the door. His eyes wide and his magic crowded. He thought of the pressure on his scar in the bathroom. "What if something bigger than a troll shouts?" he asked quietly. Tonks was silent for a long moment. "Then you run," she said at last. "You are 11. You do not have to win a war by yourself. If the day comes when you stand in front of something like that, you can decide again then. For now you learn not to go too far just to prove you can." Harry nodded slowly. "Dumbledore wants me contained," he said. "You said you were here because he asked." Tonks scratched her cheek. "He wants you alive," she said. "Contained is one way to see that. Guided is another. You get to decide which word you like." Harry thought of Dumbledore at the staff table. Blue eyes sharp, smile kind. "I do not know if I trust him," he said. "He left me with the Dursleys. He let this power wake up in a cupboard." Tonks made a face. "I cannot answer for that," she said. "I can answer for me. I am not here to lock you down. I am here to help you not fall apart when you sneeze." Harry huffed. "That is a low bar," he said. "Good thing you are already jumping over trolls," Tonks said. "Now, show me something small. Nothing flashy. Make your fingers longer by a bit. Then shorter. No heroics." He grimaced but obeyed. He stretched his fingers and watched the bones lengthen just enough to make them look odd. Then he pulled them back. It still felt strange, but less like pain, more like a deep stretch. Tonks nodded. "Again," she said. "We will keep doing this till your magic learns that it does not have to throw your whole body on a troll's shoulders every time it wants to help." Christmas at Hogwarts brought snow and silence. Most students went home. The castle felt huge and empty, its usual noise cut in half. Fires burned brighter. Corridors echoed more. Harry stayed. The Dursleys had made it very clear that they did not want him back for Christmas, or any other holiday, if the school would keep him. Harry did not mind. He woke on Christmas morning to find a small pile of presents at the foot of his bed. Ron snored in the next bed, his curtains half open. 2 of the Weasley twins had stayed too. They were planning some prank on Percy that involved enchanted mistletoe. Harry sat up and stared at the parcels. He had never had a pile of anything with his name on before. His magic twinged in a confused way, then settled. His face stayed still in surprise. He picked up the first package. It was wrapped in brown paper with a string bow. The handwriting on the tag was messy and cheerful. "To Harry from Hagrid." Inside was a wooden flute that looked like it had been carved with a knife. The shape was slightly off, but Harry loved it at once. It smelled of wood and smoke and something that reminded him of Hagrid. He held it carefully. The next present was from the Weasleys. A maroon jumper, slightly uneven in the stitching but soft. A box of fudge sat on top. Ron grumbled when he opened his own. "Every year," Ron said. "Mum sends these. Wants us all to match like a set of furniture." Harry pulled his jumper on over his pajamas. It warmed him at once. He traced the letter H knitted into the front. His throat went tight. Looks good, Ron said, trying to sound casual. Mum must like you. You got one first year. She only does that when she adopts someone. Harry swallowed. Your mum has never even met me properly, he said. Yeah, Ron said. She has heard enough stories. She probably decided you needed a jumper more than I needed a new one. Later that day, as they ate Christmas lunch, Harry caught sight of Ginny Weasley at the end of the table with her parents. She was not a student yet, just a small girl with bright hair and a shy face. She stared at him once, eyes wide. Molly noticed and smiled apologetically at Harry before leaning down to say something to her daughter. Ginny went red and hid behind her goblet. On the way out of the hall after dessert, Molly bustled over to Harry. You all right, dear? She said warmly. Jumper fits. Yes, Harry said. Thank you. It is brilliant. I have never had one that just appeared like that before. Molly's face softened. You are very welcome, she said. Without thinking about it, she reached up and kissed his cheek, the way she had just kissed Ginny and Ron, quick and motherly. Harry froze. Happy Christmas, Harry, she said. Happy Christmas, he managed. When she moved away, Ginny peeked round her again, cheeks pink, and gave him a tiny wave. He waved back, skin still warm where Molly had kissed him. He felt strange for a while after that. He was used to hits landing on his face, not simple touches. His magic shifted under his skin, not in alarm, but in something else he could not name. It kept the shape of his cheeks steady without him trying. That afternoon, wandering through the quiet corridors under his invisibility cloak, Harry found the mirror. He had not meant to. He had left Ron sleeping by the fire after a game of wizard chess. The cloak, still new and wonderful, wrapped around him like a second skin. It hid his body from sight, but did nothing to muffle the sound of his footsteps or the feel of his scar. The corridor at the end of a long line of rooms was cold. An unused classroom waited behind a half-open door. Dust lay thick on the desks. Moonlight from the tall windows made pale rectangles on the floor. In the middle of the room stood a mirror as tall as the wall. It had an ornate frame with strange carvings along the edges. Words were engraved across the top in a language Harry did not know yet. He stepped closer. His reflection stepped with him. At first he saw the cloak hanging open. It still showed in the mirror even when it hid him from the room. He saw his own thin face, his hair, his scar. Then the mirror changed. The skin of his reflection smoothed. The constant tension in his jaw vanished. His eyes softened. The scar settled into one fixed shape, not flickering between faded and deep. Harry felt his breath catch. The boy in the mirror looked like him in every way, but his face was calm. No twitch under the skin. No sense that it might blur. No hint that it could vanish. It was a face that belonged to someone who had never had to hold it in place. Then other figures appeared around him. A woman with green eyes like his and hair the color of deep red leaves. A man with messy dark hair and glasses. Then others behind them. They all smiled at him. He knew at once who the first two were. Mom, he whispered. Dad. His voice shook. They did not answer. They just smiled at him from the glass, their hands resting on his shoulders. The weight of them did not reach his actual body. His skin felt cold from the air, not from their touch. He moved his hand. The mirror Harry moved his hand. The people behind him did two small waves, fond. Is this real? Harry asked. The boy in the mirror looked perfectly steady. Harry lifted his hand to his own cheek. His fingers met skin that felt the same as always. His face did not match the mirror. He felt it then, his magic, rising fast. It reached toward the image as if the glass had called it. The boy in the mirror did not shift, did not strain. He just stood there in one piece. Harry wanted that. He wanted to be that. He let his magic move. Heat rose under his skin. Muscles twitched. Bones adjusted with a dull ache. He watched as his real face tried to match the one in the mirror. For a moment the world lined up. His reflection and his real skin felt the same. The scar settled into that neat shape. His jaw released its constant clench. His eyes took on the same calm look. The relief nearly made him cry. Then something pushed back. The mirror did not just show what he wanted. pulled. His magic tried to sink into the image fully and stay there. Harry felt his awareness tilt, as if he were stepping forward into the glass and leaving his body behind. He staggered. His hands flew out to catch the frame. The metal bit into his palms. Pain snapped him back. His real face flickered. The stable image in the glass rippled, then steadied again. Still calm, still complete. His did not match it anymore. He dragged in a breath. "No," he said aloud. "I am not leaving my body in a mirror." The words sounded foolish, but they grounded him. He took one step back. His scar burned. "You see them too." Harry jumped. He spun around. Dumbledore stood in the doorway, his silver hair loose around his shoulders, his expression gentle. Harry swallowed. "I am sorry," he said quickly. "I found it. I did not break it. I just looked." Dumbledore walked into the room, his eyes on the mirror. "I would rather you looked than tried to move it," Dumbledore said. "It is heavy. It has a way of landing on feet." He stopped beside Harry and considered the glass. "What do you see?" Dumbledore asked. Harry hesitated. "My parents," he said at last. "And me. Not shifting. Not flickering. Just me." He looked at Dumbledore. "What is it?" Harry asked. "Some kind of vision." Dumbledore folded his hands. "It is called the Mirror of Erist," he said. "If you read the inscription backwards, you will see that it tells you. It shows not your face as you are, but the deepest desire of your heart." Harry looked back at the glass. "My deepest desire," he repeated. "To see your family," Dumbledore said gently. "To be steady in your own skin. To belong." Harry's throat felt tight. "Is that so obvious?" he asked. "It is obvious to a man who spends a great deal of time thinking about his own reflection," Dumbledore said. "And to a boy who has had to fight his own face since he could walk." Harry flinched. "Did you plan this?" he asked. "Did you bring me here on purpose to see if I would stick?" Dumbledore blinked. "Stick?" he repeated. "In the mirror," Harry said. "I felt it pulling, like it wanted to keep me, like my magic wanted to live inside the version of me that does not hurt." Dumbledore looked more serious now. "That is why I am here," he said. "Not because I knew you would come, because I knew the mirror would call to someone like you. It is dangerous. Many have wasted away in front of it, staring at lives they can never have." Harry looked away. "Feels cruel," he said. "It is a tool," Dumbledore said. "Cruelty comes from how it is used. I brought it here to guard something. I did not expect it to test your heart quite this quickly." Harry frowned. "Guard what?" he asked. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. "That is a conversation for another day," he said. "For now you must promise me something. You will not seek this mirror out again. It is not healthy for a boy who can shift his face to spend too long in front of a thing that tells him he is wrong." Harry swallowed. "Am I wrong?" he asked quietly. Dumbledore studied him. "You are different," Dumbledore said. "That is not the same. You put me with people who wanted me normal," Harry said. "The Dursleys. You left me with a magic that would not stay still and no way to hold it. You call Tonks here to train me. You talk about containing me. Feels like a lot of people decided I was wrong before I could even say my own name." Dumbledore closed his eyes for a moment, as if the words landed somewhere sore. "I made choices," he said. "Some right, some wrong. I chose safety as I understood it. The wards on that house, the blood protection, kept you alive while the world was dangerous." Harry touched his scar. "And this," he said. "Did they keep this from waking up wrong?" Dumbledore looked at the jagged mark. "I hoped your gift would sleep until you were here," Dumbledore said. "I was mistaken. For that I am sorry." Harry laughed, a short, sharp sound. "Sorry does not fix my bones when they want to jump out of my skin," he said. "No," Dumbledore agreed. "It does not. What might help is people who stand beside you now that it is awake. People like Miss Tonks, Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley, yourself if you can bear it." Harry looked at the mirror again. The other Harry still stood there, calm and complete, surrounded by family. "I do not think I can bear myself," he said. "Not yet." "Then you start small," Dumbledore said. "You bare your hands, your feet, your face for a few minutes. You let your friends see you. You eat your Christmas pudding without counting the bones in your fingers. Harry snorted. That is a low aim, he said. Dumbledore smiled faintly. Low aims are easier to reach, he said. You can always set new ones once your feet are on firmer ground. He stepped closer to the mirror, then moved round behind it. With a flick of his wand, the frame shifted. The glass went dark. Harry blinked. Where did they go? He asked. Nowhere you can follow, Dumbledore said quietly. The mirror will be moved. I trusted myself with it once. That was a mistake. I will not repeat it with you. Harry bristled. You do not trust me, he said. I do not trust the mirror, Dumbledore said. And I do not trust what grief does to magic that is already restless. Harry opened his mouth to argue, then shut it again. He was tired. His bones ached from the small shift earlier. His head throbbed from the pull of the mirror. The thought of fighting with Dumbledore over a piece of glass felt like picking up a troll club for fun. Fine, he said. Move it. I will, Dumbledore said. Off you go then. There are still some Christmas dinners left to steal, I am sure. Harry turned to leave. Professor, he said, pausing in the doorway. Yes, Dumbledore said. If my deepest desire is to be fixed, Harry said. Does that mean there is something broken in me? Dumbledore considered his answer carefully. It means you have been hurt, he said, and that you have been told the hurt is your fault. Neither of those things are true. Harry waited. And the magic? He asked. The shifting. Dumbledore smiled sadly. That is not broken, he said. That is power. Power always scares people. They will try to shape it, hide it, or praise it. In the end, you decide what you are. Harry nodded, not sure if he believed him. He pulled the cloak back over his shoulders and walked away, his feet quiet on the stone. Behind him, Dumbledore watched, his face thoughtful. The rest of the year tightened like a knot. Quidditch matches, detentions, homework, Tonks lessons. All of it folded around a middle that felt heavier than before. Quirrell stuttered more. His hands shook. He avoided Harry in class, eyes darting away whenever their gazes met. Harry's scar burned every time the man walked by. Snape watched them both with a gaze like a knife. Hermione built charts in her notes, trying to track when Harry's shifts happened most. She tried to hide them in her essays so she would not break the device rule she had heard Tonks mutter about. She still collected the data in her head. Ron cracked jokes when Harry's hair tried to pale in the middle of a lesson. Hold steady, Ron would whisper. You do not want to end up looking like Malfoy. Harry would snort and his magic would wobble, then obey. Under it all lay the stone. They had worked it out piece by piece. Cerberus over the trapdoor. Hagrid letting slip the name Nicholas Flamel. The mirror being used as the final hiding place. Quirrell's strange behavior. Snape muttering in corridors. It all added up to one thing. Someone wanted the stone. Harry felt too many things about that at once. Fear, because every time his scar flared, it whispered of a danger that had nothing to do with trolls. Anger, because Dumbledore had used a mirror like that as part of a game about who was clever enough to pass tests. Curiosity, because the stone promised power over death and his parents stood in his memory every night now. He tamped that last feeling down hard. He did not trust himself around the idea of undoing death. Not when he still shook from the pull of the mirror. When Dumbledore left the castle one night near the end of term, Harry's scar burned so hard he nearly fell out of bed. He sat up in the dark. Ron, he whispered. Ron snored. Ron, he hissed. Ron grunted and opened one eye. What? He said. He is going after it, Harry said. Whoever it is. Dumbledore is gone. My scar feels like it is on fire. Ron stared at him, sleep falling away in a rush. Tell a teacher, Ron said. Harry shook his head. And say what? He asked. That my scar hurts. That a mirror told me my deepest desire. That my face wants to fall off when Quirrell lies. They will pat me on the head and tell me to stay in bed. Ron grimaced. He is right, Hermione whispered from her own bed. Harry jumped. How are you awake? He asked. I could hear you two breathing too loudly, she said, pushing her curtain aside. If you are going to sneak out to break into a guarded chamber, you are not doing it without me. Ron groaned. Why does everyone in this house want to die? He muttered. Hermione glared. Because everyone in this house has already seen what happens when adults do nothing, she said. Move. We do not have much time. They dressed in a rush, pulled on shoes, grabbed the cloak, and headed out. The corridors at night were as cold as Harry's skin. They moved fast. Harry felt his magic humming under his skin, ready to jump. He kept a tight grip on his shape. There was no room for mistakes now. At the trapdoor, the three-headed dog growled, its eyes rolling. Harry swallowed. Music, he said. Hagrid said it goes to sleep with music. Ron raised the flute Hagrid had given Harry. I am not good, Ron warned. Just try, Harry said. Ron played. The notes were shaky at first, then steadied into a simple tune. The dog's ears twitched. One head yawned. Another blinked slowly. Soon the creature sagged to the floor. Harry opened the trapdoor. The drop looked deep. He took a breath. You first, Ron said. You bounce better. Harry rolled his eyes. He jumped. His magic reacted at once. He felt his body stretch for a moment, then compress as he hit the plants below. Devil's snare wrapped around him, tight and cold. Hermione and Ron landed beside him with grunts. It is trying to crush us, Ron yelled. Harry closed his eyes. His muscles screamed to fight. Right now, his magic backed that instinct up. His shoulders thickened. His spine tried to harden against pressure. He forced himself to do the opposite. Stop struggling, he gasped. Hermione, remember the book. It hates. What did it hate? Heat and light, she said quickly. And staying still. Stop moving. Harry forced his muscles to slacken. He willed his bones to soften. His body obeyed. The plant loosened at once, confused by the lack of resistance. Hermione cast a spell. Flames danced along the leaves, controlled and precise. They dropped free. Harry lay on the stone floor, panting. You did that on purpose, Hermione said. Your body went limp in a way that was not normal. Sometimes the wrongness helps, Harry said. I can soften things. Makes it easier to slip out. Ron shuddered. Remind me never to ask how you fit in cupboards, he said. They moved on. Through flying keys, where Harry used his shifting eyes to track motion faster. Through the chessboard, where Ron sacrificed himself while Harry clenched his fists and fought the urge to make his bones harder. Through the room with potions, where Hermione worked out the logic faster than Harry could think, and he watched his reflection in the black flame flicker once as they stepped through. By the time Harry pushed open the final door, his muscles burned from holding back change and using it only in small nudges. Quirrell stood in front of the mirror. No Dumbledore, no Snape, just Quirrell. Harry's scar flared so hot he nearly screamed. Quirrell turned. Potter, he said. His voice was different. The stutter was gone. Harry's magic recoiled. The crowded smell that had bothered him all year suffocated the air. One layer smelled like Quirrell, nervous and sweaty. The other smelled like cold stone and grave dirt. Should have known, Harry said. His voice sounded thin in the big room. Quirrell smiled, slow and chilling. You did not, he said. You suspected others. The bat. The old man who likes sweets. You never looked at the stuttering fool. Harry's fingers curled. His skin shifted. Under his robe his muscles bunched. Ready. You are not just Quirrell, Harry said. No, a voice replied. It came from Quirrell's mouth but did not belong there. It was higher, sharper, full of something ancient. Harry felt it in his scar before he heard it. Turn around, Harry said through gritted teeth. Quirrell laughed. So direct, he said. So very like your father. Though he did not have your little trick. He flicked his wand. Rope shot out. Harry moved at once. His magic leapt. He sidestepped faster than his usual body could. His legs lengthened in one stride. The rope grazed his shoulder. He felt his skin change under the brush, trying to harden against binding. He spun and threw himself behind a pillar. His heart hammered. You are not going to hide behind stone, the cold voice said. Not from me. Show yourself then, Harry shouted. If you are so proud. Very well, the voice said. Quirrell reached up with shaking hands. He unwound his turban. The smell of stale sweat and something rotten spilled into the air. He turned, slowly. On the back of his head, where hair should have been, a face glared out. Red eyes, slit nostrils, stretch of pale skin. Harry's magic screamed. His scar burned so hard that his vision went white for a moment. His body tried to shift in panic, bones wanting to tear free. He slammed his back against the pillar and clenched every muscle. Harry Potter, the face hissed. At last, Harry dragged in a breath. That is not a face, he said. That is a parasite. The thing laughed. You will learn respect, it said. You have strange gifts, boy. Gifts I could use. Harry swallowed bile. I know who you are, he said. You are the one who killed my parents. Correct, the face said. And you are the boy who survived, with a body that refuses to stay still. Very interesting. Harry felt the pull. Not like the mirror. Stronger. The face glared. He felt its magic reach for his, not just at his scar, at everything that refused to stay fixed. His arms tingled. His fingers twitched. His skin wanted to crawl toward the voice, to stretch, to alter. He dug his nails into his palms. You do not get to shape me, he said through gritted teeth. The parasite laughed again. You are already shaped by me, it said. The scar, the gift, the instability, all of it tied to the night I tried to kill you. That blast of wild magic tore you open. Your soul, your body, your potential. You are mine more than you are theirs. Harry's stomach dropped. Tonks had never said anything like this. Dumbledore had not either. He could feel the truth in it. The night that gave him his scar had done something to him. Had woken up the shifting inside at the worst possible moment. No soft training. Just explosion and survival. He had been different ever since. You do not own me, Harry said. His voice shook, but he meant it with everything he had. The red eyes narrowed. We will see, the face said. Quirrell raised his wand again. Enough talk, he said. Give me the stone. Harry glanced at the mirror. It stood behind Quirrell, calm and silent now. So that is where it is, the parasite said in his head rather than aloud. Curious. How will you get it, I wonder? The old man set clever rules. Harry's scar hurt. He ignored it. He thought of the mirror on Christmas. Of his parents, of himself. He thought of Tonks saying that the power was not evil. That people made the choices. He stepped out from behind the pillar. Quirrell aimed. Stay still, the parasite ordered. Let me see how you manage this. I enjoy a show. Harry stared at the mirror. He saw his own reflection. Not calm now. Shaking. His scar stood out dark and angry. His eyes were wide. His face flickered, trying to shift under stress. His magic pressed against his skin, ready to move. He forced himself to think. What did he want? Not to see his parents. Not now. He wanted the stone safe. He wanted it away from the thing on Quirrell's head. He wanted it out of a game. He wanted it in his pocket where he could choose what to do with it. He held that thought. The reflection smiled. Then it slipped a hand into its pocket. Harry felt surprise even as it happened. Something heavy dropped into his own pocket. The parasite hissed. Very clever, it said. The mirror gives only to those who want the stone but not to use it. For now, you cannot keep that desire forever, boy. Power sings louder over time. Harry pushed his hand into his pocket. His fingers brushed something smooth. The stone. His magic reacted at once. It rolled around the object like warm water. He clenched his fist. Quirrell saw the movement. Give it to me, he snarled. Harry shook his head. You will have to take it, he said. He ran. Quirrell fired spells. Harry dodged. His body moved in ways it had never done before. His legs stretched for longer strides. His arms moved faster. His torso twisted just enough to let a curse skim past. The power inside him poured into motion. He was faster than a first year should be. He was faster than most grown wizards. Felt awful and amazing. His bones ached. His skin burned. His scar screamed. He used pillars as cover, moving around the room in quick bursts. Quirrell tried to track him. The parasite laughed. Look at you, it said. Running on magic you barely control. Think what you could do if you stopped fighting me. Harry panted. He could feel how close the stone was to that voice. One grab, one mistake. He could not hold out forever. His body began to lag. The first spell grazed his shoulder. Pain flared. His arm went numb. His shape wobbled. He ducked behind a pillar and slumped to the floor. His muscles trembled. His magic thrashed. He could feel his face shifting without his consent, flickering through half-remembered shapes in a panic. Petunia, Vernon, the Ravenclaw boy, Tonks, his mum, his dad, all layered over one another. He pressed his head back against the stone and squeezed his eyes shut. You do not own me. He did not say it aloud this time. He said it inside, to the parasite, to the mirror, to the scar, to his own magic. He pictured himself, not the calm mirror boy, not a new face, just himself as he had been that first day under the shard. Thin, messy hair, green eyes, scar, arms that shook, knees that knocked. A boy who had been told he was a freak and still stood up to trolls. He held that image hard. His magic bucked. Then slowly it settled. His face stopped flickering. His limbs still trembled. But the constant slide faded. He opened his eyes. Quirrell stalked toward his hiding place. Playtime is over, the parasite hissed. Harry stepped out. He did not dodge this time. He walked straight up to Quirrell. The other man blinked. He reached out to grab Harry. Harry reached out first. He grabbed Quirrell's wrist. Pain exploded. Not for Harry, for Quirrell. The man's skin blistered where Harry touched it. He screamed and jerked back. Harry did not understand, but he did not waste time. He grabbed again. He caught Quirrell's arm and pushed. Quirrell shrieked. His skin burned under Harry's hands, cracking, peeling. The parasite screamed in his head. Stop! It hissed. You will kill him. Fool boy. You will lose the body I am using. Harry held on. His own skin hurt as if he pressed his hands to hot metal. His magic flared. Felt like it was pouring out through his palms. He could smell smoke. He could hear Quirrell's voice turn raw. He did not let go. The parasite screamed again. The red eyes vanished. Darkness rushed in. When Harry woke, he was in the hospital wing. White sheets. The smell of potions. The quiet hum of charms. His body felt like hammered metal. Someone shifted in the chair beside his bed. Dumbledore. Harry stared at the ceiling. You moved the mirror, he said. I did, Dumbledore replied. You found it again anyway. You are very persistent. You left the stone there, Harry said. Yes, Dumbledore said. Behind new wards. I did not expect you to arrive tonight. I did expect someone. Harry turned his head. Quirrell, he said. Dead, Dumbledore said plainly. Your hands burned him. The thing on the back of his head fled. It did not stay. It had no body left to hold on to. Harry swallowed. So he was right, Harry said. You chose safety as you saw it. I was part of that game. Dumbledore sighed. I chose to guard a dangerous object with layered wards and tests, he said. I did not choose for an 11-year-old to go down there and fight a man possessed by the darkest wizard of our age. Harry snorted. You left me with people who hated magic, he said. You left a mirror that pulls on wishes out in the open. You brought a METAMORPHMAGUS who likes to treat this as a joke. You keep saying you did not choose what happened next. You chose the board. You just did not choose the pieces that moved on their own. Dumbledore looked tired for the first time Harry had ever seen. You are not a piece, Dumbledore said softly. You are a boy, powerful one. One I would like to see live long enough to make his own mistakes instead of mine. Harry stared at the ceiling again. What happened with my hands? He asked. Old magic, Dumbledore said. Your mother's sacrifice. Love in its raw form. It lives in your skin now, in your blood. It shields you from that parasitic presence. When you touched the vessel it used, it burned. Harry flexed his fingers. They ached. I thought my power came from him, Harry said. From the scar. From the blast. Some of it woke up that night, Dumbledore agreed. Some of it is older. Comes from your blood. From your family. You are not his creature, Harry. Not even if he touched you once. Harry closed his eyes. It feels like I am, he said. Every time my face moves, I hear his voice saying he tore me open. You are the one who held yourself together when he called, Dumbledore said. You are the one who stepped into the mirror and chose not to stay. You are the one who used his gifts against him. That matters. Harry did not answer. Dumbledore stood. Rest, he said. Your friends will be in soon. They are very worried. Miss Granger has a list of questions that would stun a lesser wizard. Mr. Weasley has a chess analogy I do not quite understand. I expect they will both make you wish you were fighting a troll again. Harry almost laughed. Professor, he said as Dumbledore turned away. Yes, Dumbledore said. Next year, Harry said quietly. If you are planning to guard anything important, maybe do not build the wards out of puzzles that 3 first years can solve. Dumbledore's eyes crinkled. Point taken, he said. Sleep now. When he left, the ward felt too quiet. Harry lay there, staring at his hands. They looked normal, thin, pale, fingernails clean. He lifted one and watched it, waiting for it to shift. It did not yet. He knew it would. He knew his bones would itch again. His skin would crawl. His magic would press. But for the first time since he could remember, he knew one more thing. His power was not just the blast that had hurt him. It was the hands that had burned the man who wanted to use him. It was the arms that had clung to a troll. It was the legs that had carried him through traps. It was the face that had refused to stay in a mirror. He did not love it. He did not forgive it. But he did not hate it quite as much as before. When Ron and Hermione rushed in later, talking too fast and arguing over who had cried more, Harry let them see his real face without pulling at it. Hermione scolded him till her voice broke, then gripped his hand so tight his fingers tingled. Ron called him an idiot and a hero in the same breath. Harry listened to them, felt their hands on his arms, saw the worry and relief on their normal, fixed faces. He breathed. His own face held. For now that was enough. Summer came back with the same old heat and the same old street. Privet Drive still looked neat and smug. The hedges were trimmed. The windows were clean. The Dursleys were louder than ever about normal things. Harry was not normal. He lay on his back on the narrow bed, staring at the cracks in the ceiling. The fan on the dresser pushed warm air around the room. Sweat stuck his shirt to his skin. His body hummed. It had not stopped since the night in the chamber under Hogwarts. Quirrell's skin burning under his hands. That screaming voice in his scar. The way his bones had tried to jump out of his own face. Sometimes he woke up at the Dursleys with his fingers longer than they should be. Sometimes his jaw hurt as if it had been a different shape in his sleep. Once he had looked in the mirror and seen his eyes a deeper green than usual, almost glowing. He had fixed it fast, heart hammering. Hold steady. Most days he managed. He sat up and swung his legs down. The floorboards were warm from the sun. His scar prickled the way it always did now when he thought too hard about that room, about the red eyes on the back of Quirrell's head. He heard Petunia bang a cupboard in the kitchen. Vernon grumbled about a neighbor. Dudley laughed at something on the television. Harry flexed his hands. He could feel the magic sitting just under the skin, like a tide pressing against a thin wall. Tonks had written once since term ended. The letter was hidden under a loose floorboard along with everything else that mattered. He pulled the board up and slid the envelope out. Her handwriting sloped all over the page. Harry, Dumbledore says I should tell you to rest. I think that is stupid advice for someone whose magic does not know how to nap. So here is my version. No big changes while you are stuck with people who hate magic. No full faces. No full limbs if you can help it. Tiny stuff only. Fingertips, toes, eyebrows. Practice like you are stretching before a real run. Also, if your scar hurts more than usual, let Dumbledore know through Hedwig. That means something worse than usual rubbish is going on. I will not write it all out because he would glare at me if he found out. Try to stay in one piece. Tonks, he stared at the last line. Try to stay in one piece. He understood why she said it. He still hated that she needed to. He set the letter aside and held up his right hand. Just the fingers. He focused on that much and no more. Stretch. The bones lengthened, a little extra beyond normal. His hand looked wrong. Too long, too thin. Stop. He pulled it back. He did that 5 times, then stopped when his skin started to itch. Sweating in this room was normal. Sweating because his bones were trying to reshuffle was not. He lay back and stared at the ceiling again. He could feel the Dursleys' house pressing on him. Walls, rules, old shouted words about freakishness that had never really stopped ringing. Change in here and they will see. For now, practice had to stay small. Second year at Hogwarts started with a warning. Not from Dumbledore. From a creature that, by all laws of common sense, should not have been able to get into his bedroom at all. Harry had just finished hiding his Hogwarts things again when something with big eyes and a pillowcase climbed onto his bed and told him not to go back. He had not known what to do with that. He still went. Between Dobby the house elf, the locked bars on his window, the flying car, and the howler that later screamed at Ron in front of the whole great hall, Harry had enough to think about before even reaching his first lesson. His magic buzzed through all of it, shifting between fear and excitement. By the time classes settled in, his body felt a bit like the castle itself, full of hidden doors, unexpected turns, and the occasional ghost. The difference was that his doors had bones and his turns had skin. Tonks met him once in the first week, called in on some business with the headmaster that she insisted was very boring. She cornered him in a quiet side corridor and poked him in the shoulder. "You are still alive," she said. "Good. Nice jumper." It was another Weasley jumper. This one green. Harry tugged at it. "Mrs. Weasley sent it for my birthday as well," he said. "I do not think I will ever run out of jumpers again." "Better than running out of skin," Tonks said. "How is the magic?" "Loud," he said. "But I can make it do tiny things." He stretched his left eyebrow up and held it there, then let it snap back. Tonks nodded, impressed. "Fine control," she said. "Nice. Save the big work for times when you are not in class or about to be murdered, all right?" "That is a very specific rule," he said. "Experience," she said cheerfully. He laughed. Her visits stayed short. Her instructions stayed the same. Small moves. Save the big ones. The longer he spent back at Hogwarts, the less small moves felt like enough. It started with his hair. In the common room one night, after Ron had fallen asleep snoring and Hermione sat surrounded by books, Ginny sat on the floor near the fire with a quill in her hand. She kept sneaking glances at him. Harry sat in the armchair nearest the fire, his Transfiguration book open on his knee. He was not really reading. He could feel his own hair on his neck. Heavy, messy, stubborn. He remembered the mirror, the calm face that had not flickered. He swallowed. He lifted a strand between two fingers. Ginny noticed. "What are you doing?" she asked. He shrugged. "Thinking about cutting it," he said. She looked at his hair. "Please do not," she said at once. "I mean, it suits you. It makes you look like you took on a dragon and won." He smiled faintly. "Feels like I took on a troll and forgot to duck," he said. Ginny hesitated. "Is it the, she asked softly. She wiggled her fingers to mean his shifting. Harry glanced at Hermione. She was absorbed in an essay. He looked back at Ginny. "Yeah," he said quietly. "Sometimes I feel every hair. Like it is another piece my magic might move without asking." Ginny chewed on his answer for a moment. "Can you show me?" she asked. His stomach clenched. "Here," he said. "Yes," she said. "You told us some things last year. I saw you at the end. In the hall. You looked like you were about to fall apart and then you did not. I keep thinking about that." Harry looked at the fire. The heat washed over his face. "I do not want to scare you," he said. "You will not," she said. Her voice was steady, but he saw her hands tremble a little as she gripped her quill. He took a slow breath. "Just hair," he said. "Nothing else." He closed his eyes. He pictured Tonks. Not her face. Her hair, changing from color to color with a grin. He reached for his own. The magic was eager. It jumped, happy to have something to do. His hair lightened at the front, strands going from black to a warm chestnut. Then back. Then he pushed it further and it went bright red. Ginny gasped. "Merlin," she breathed. "You look like my brother." He opened his eyes. A fringe of Weasley red dropped into them. He reached up and pushed it back. Hermione looked up at that moment and froze. "Oh," she said. Harry's scalp tingled. "Just hair," he said quickly. I can change it back. Ginny shook her head. Keep it for a bit, she said. Let me see. She stood and stepped closer, eyes wide. Her fingers hovered near his head. Can I? She asked. He shrugged. Go on, he said. She touched a strand. Felt normal. Real. Does it hurt? She asked. Not really, he said. Itches sometimes. Like when you grow too fast. Hermione got up and came nearer as well, curiosity burning in her eyes. Can you make it shorter? She asked. Or longer? Or curl it? Harry focused. Shorter. His hair drew in slightly, the ends lifting away from his neck. Longer. Fell past his ears. Curl. Waves appeared. He let it drop back to normal. Ginny laughed in delight. This is amazing, she said. You could walk right past Filch and he would not know it was you. Hermione smiled, but there was a tightness to it. Harry, she said, you know this is dangerous. If you can change like this, you can hide. You can lie. People are going to get scared. I am already scared, he said quietly. All the time. This at least means I am not scared and helpless. Ginny nodded at that. Feels like you are taking the thing that hurt you and making it listen, she said. He blinked at her. That is one way to put it, he said. He let the red fade back to black. His scalp ached a little. Hermione sat back down, his hair still on her mind. I want to make a list, she said suddenly. Harry groaned. Of course you do, he said. Not for you, she said. For me. So I can understand this. There is a difference between knowing you can change and seeing it right in front of me. I need to write it down or my head will explode. Fine, he said. Make a list. She reached for parchment at once. Ginny stayed near the fire and looked at Harry. Do you ever want to be someone else? She asked in a low voice. He thought of the mirror, the calm boy, the parents in the background. He thought of Tonks pulling faces and laughing. He thought of Petunia telling him he was nothing. Yes, he said. Sometimes. Ginny nodded slowly. Me too, she said. Not in the same way. I just get tired of being the youngest. The girl. The one who has to wait. The one people protect. Not the one who fights. Their eyes met. You did fly a car to school, he said. That was Ron and the twins' idea, she said. I just screamed at him after. He smiled. Her cheeks went a bit pink, but she did not look away. Harry, she said, if you ever want to show me more, I will not run. She paused. And if you ever want to be a girl and not have anyone laugh about it, I will not laugh. His throat tightened. He had not even realized that thought had been sitting there until she said it. I would not know where to start, he admitted. Ginny shrugged. We can work it out, she said. Just, not when my brothers are awake. They would faint. He snorted. That might be worth it, he said. She grinned. Later then, she said. The chance came sooner than he expected. A week after the first message appeared on the wall. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air beware. Filch howling over his cat. Students whispering in corners. The word Parseltongue hanging over Harry's head like a curse of its own. You can talk to snakes. You must be the heir. He had not asked for any of that. The day after a dueling club meeting went wrong and a snake had slid out of Malfoy's wand, chock full of spite, Harry found himself standing in the corridor with people backing away from him. He had opened his mouth to tell the snake to calm down, not to bite the boy on the floor. The words had come out in a strange, rolling sound. Everyone had heard. Now they could not unhear. Dinner that night was quiet at their end of the table. Ron stabbed sausages with more force than needed. Hermione pushed peas around her plate. Ginny shoved food around without eating. Harry stared at his drink. The sound of the snake's speech still crawled in his throat. When they finally went back to the common room, the murmur of talk swelled then dropped whenever he walked past. He kept his eyes on the stairs. Later, when most students had drifted off to bed and the fire had burned low, Ginny came to sit near him again. Hermione was gone to bed. Ron was pretending to nap in a chair but kept peeking. Harry sat on the floor this time, his back against the couch. His hands shook. Ginny sat next to him, leaving a little space. You are not evil, she said at once. He let out a weak laugh. You are the only one who sounds sure, he said. Ron knows too, she said. He just is awful at saying serious things. Hermione will decide you are not evil after she makes 4 charts. That leaves me. She bumped her shoulder against his arm. Hi, she said. It is me. The part of your support group that knows how to talk about feelings without writing an essay. He huffed. That is a big job, he said. She considered him. Can you do it now? She asked. The snake speech. His stomach rolled. I do not like it, he said. That is why we should look at it, she said gently. You do not like your other magic either. But when you and Tonks worked on it, it got less scary. Maybe this will too. He swallowed. You really do not run away from anything, do you? He said. Plenty of things, she said. Mostly garden gnomes. They bite toes. But not you. He looked around. The room was empty except for them and Ron. Fine, he said. Just a little. He focused on the fire. He pictured the snake from the dueling platform. Then he changed one thing. He pictured his own tongue, the way it had moved when he spoke to it. He reached for his shifting magic and wrapped it around that. For a second he felt his mouth change. The muscles under his tongue, the shape of the inside of his cheeks, the way his jaw sat. He let the hissing language creep up. Say something, Ginny whispered. What should I say? He asked in snake speech. Felt like sliding his voice through a different track. Ginny shivered. That sounded awful, she said. I did not understand a word, but it sounded like something from the chicken shed at night. He pulled the magic back at once. His mouth snapped back into its usual shape. He spat on the flagstones to get the taste out. Bleh, he said. Hate that. Could you stop yourself next time? Ginny asked. If you heard a snake and wanted to talk but knew everyone was watching. He thought about it. If I hold my face still, he said slowly. If I keep my mouth shape normal, maybe. The snake speech needs the tongue shape. The throat too. I could lock it. Ginny nodded. Then it is not just evil blood or fate or anything, she said. It is a choice. A hard one. But still yours. He stared at his hands. I do not want to be the heir of anyone, he said. I am tired of things inside me that do not belong to me deciding who I am. Ginny pressed her lips together. She looked like she wanted to say something else. Something bigger. Her fingers twisted in the hem of her jumper. In the end, she just reached over and took his hand. Her palm was warm. His magic jumped at the contact, then calmed. You changed your hair for me, she said quietly. Maybe one day you will change your face for you. He squeezed her hand back. Maybe, he said. Everything broke months later. It happened too fast and too slowly at the same time. The attacks continued. Justin and nearly headless Nick. Colin, Penelope and Hermione. Harry felt like the castle itself held its breath. Then Ginny disappeared. The words on the wall said she had been taken into the chamber. Harry felt something inside him snap. He did not remember most of what McGonagall said when she gathered the students. He did not remember going back to the common room. He remembered Ron's pale face. He remembered the way Percy looked like he might faint. He remembered Mrs. Weasley on the hearth in the fire, screaming when McGonagall told her. He remembered the silence afterward. Ron grabbed his sleeve and dragged him into an empty classroom. We are going, Ron said at once. Of course we are, Harry said. He could feel his bones already shifting for a fight. Lockhart tried to stop them later, in his usual useless way. That ended with him getting his wand taken away and pushed ahead of them down into the dark. He hardly mattered. What mattered was the tunnel, the slime on the walls, the stink of old things, Ron's scared breathing beside him, and the chamber itself. Harry stepped onto the wet floor and felt his magic react to the place at once. The air was thick, heavy, old. The huge statue loomed over them. Ginny lay on the ground, still. Tom Riddle stood nearby, pale and unreal. Harry had seen him before, in the diary, in neat words that had felt too kind. Now his ink body was almost solid. His eyes were cold and bright. You came, Riddle said. Of course he did, Ron snapped. Riddle looked at Ron as if he were an interesting insect, then back at Harry. Quiet, he said. Ron tried to speak again. Harry lifted a hand without looking at him. Ron, he said, get Ginny if you can. I will deal with him. Riddle smiled. So confident, he said. You really think you can deal with me? Harry's scar throbbed. You are just a memory, Harry said. A diary that went bad. Riddle tilted his head. I am more than that, he said. I am Tom Marvolo Riddle. He waved his wand. The letters of his name burned in the air. Then they split and slid around, spelling something else. I am Lord Voldemort. Harry's stomach clenched. His magic shuddered. So that is you, he said. Riddle watched his face. You knew, he said. Of course you did. The thing on your scar told you. Harry took a step forward. His legs prickled, trying to lengthen for a fight. He kept them steady. What are you doing to her? Harry asked. He nodded at Ginny. Riddle's smile grew. Feeding, he said. She poured her soul into me all year. Her fears, her secrets, her trust. I gave her a friendly ear. In return, I took her warmth. Soon she will be empty and I will be fully alive again. Harry's hands curled into fists. His fingernails dug crescent marks into his palms. Let her go, he said. Riddle laughed. No, he said. He studied Harry, eyes tracing his face. You are interesting, he said. Not just for the scar. Though that is a fine piece of work. There is something loose in you. Something half-finished. Harry's magic recoiled. You feel like me, Riddle continued. Like something that was torn and put back in a hurry. I wonder what happens if I pull on that. He lifted his wand. Harry tightened his jaw. His bones stirred under his skin. He had already decided something on the way down here. He was done letting other people shape his face. He had spent a year learning to control the shifts. Hair, fingers, tongue, small pieces. Now he might need more, but he would decide how far. Riddle gestured. You talk to a snake, Riddle said. You can talk to me. We share more than you know. The chamber echoed with his voice. Harry's scar flared. He felt something cold slide along the inside of his mind. Searching. The same sensation as in the room with Quirrell, but sharper. Pressed against his shifting magic, trying to grab. Harry gritted his teeth. Get out, he said. Riddle smiled. You do not understand, he said. The night I tried to kill you, our magics crashed together. Your body cracked. Your soul bent. Your little gift woke in that blast. You are my work as much as your parents. He stepped closer. I can show you, Riddle said. I can pull your shape into something perfect. No more flickering. No more fear. One true form. Mine. Harry fought the urge to step back. Why would I want that? He asked. Riddle's eyes glittered. Because you are tired, he said. Because people look at you and see a freak. Because your headmaster sees a weapon he can point. Because the potions master sees her face in yours and hates you for it. Because that girl on the ground trusts you to save her, and you are terrified you will fail. Every word dug into something raw. Harry could feel his magic shaking like an animal in a trap. I can make it easy, Riddle said softly. Give in. Let me fix you. I will use your gift properly. I will wear every useful face and never wobble. We can be the same. Harry breathed in through his nose. He thought of Ginny telling him she would not run. He thought of Tonks laughing as she tripped over her own changing feet. He thought of Ron throwing a wand at a troll's nose without aiming. He thought of Hermione throwing herself between him and danger with more brains than sense. He thought of his mother burning herself into his skin so that a monster could not touch him. He bared his teeth. No, he said. Riddle's smile fell away. You do not get to say no, Riddle snapped. The air seemed to twist. Harry felt a grab at his magic. Not at his scar this time. At everything. His face, his arms, his chest. His skin crawled. He cried out as his bones lurched without his permission. His body started to stretch. His hands thinned, fingers going long and pale. His hair shifted shade. His cheekbones sharpened. Riddle laughed. There, he said. Look, you can be me. You are already part of me. I will just take the rest. Harry fought to hold on to something. He tried to picture his own face. It slipped. A different one snapped into place. A woman with green eyes, long dark red hair, a familiar nose. Riddle's laugh grew harder. Oh, that is delicious, he said. Lily. Harry's shoulders shook. The tears that burned behind his eyes were not from pain this time. He felt his body forced into his mother's shape. Soft where he was not soft. Taller in different ways. Hair heavy down his back. Hands that looked like the ones he saw in the mirror on Christmas. Riddle walked around him in a slow circle. Severus would weep, he said. The old man would call this mercy. They both want this face on you. How sad. Harry's breath came fast. He felt trapped under his own skin. Riddle flicked his fingers. The magic tugged again. The shape wrenched and shifted once more. Broad shoulders. Messy dark hair. Glasses on his nose that his eyes did not need. A grin he had never practiced himself. His father, James Potter. Harry stood in the middle of the chamber wearing his parents' faces in turns while someone else played with the strings. It made his stomach heave. Riddle frowned. This is not enough, he said. You have too many pieces. You could be anything. We will cut some away. He closed his hand in the air. The pull intensified. Harry bit his tongue so hard he tasted blood. He dug his fingernails into his palms and tried to reach his magic before Riddle did. The fight for control felt like holding onto a rope that someone else tried to yank from the other end. Images spun through him. Tonks as a boy with spiky hair. The Ravenclaw prefect. Molly Weasley with flour on her face. Dudley, fat and pink and small in a cupboard door. Professor McGonagall with stern eyes. Dumbledore with sad ones. Snape furious. Ginny, fists clenched, refusing to back away from him even when everyone else did. He clung to that last image. Ginny, small but fierce. Ginny, who had said she would stand by him if he wanted to change. Ginny, who lay cold on the stone behind Riddle, losing herself because his magic had been used to write words she did not understand. Not his work, not his fault, but he could do something now. He closed his eyes. He took one breath. He let every forced shape slide off. Mother's face, father's frame, Riddle's thin smile. He let the magic run, not in panic, but because he told it to. Flow, he thought. Change. Be mine. His body blurred. Not into one fixed form but into many traits at once. He pulled length into his legs for speed, strength into his arms, thickened skin where he might be hit, sharpened his eyes for the dark. The end result did not look like anyone else. It looked wrong in a new way, some in between of boy and man, of his own lines and others. He did not care. Riddle snarled. You stubborn little freak, he spat. You will break. Maybe, Harry said. But if I break, you are coming with me. He lifted his wand. Expelliarmus, he yelled. Riddle jerked back, wand flying from his hand in a red flash. It was not enough. The diary sat on the floor near Ginny, still open. Riddle smiled again, more strained. You forget, he said. I do not need a wand yet. He threw his arm out. The statue mouth opened. The basilisk poured out. The world narrowed to movement and fear. The snake was huge. Scales scraped stone. Fangs dripped venom. Harry's heart slammed against his ribs. His shifted legs moved before his brain caught up. He dove to the side as the basilisk struck. His head smashed into the pillar, stone cracking. He could hear Ron shouting from the tunnel entrance, but the sound was distant. Everything focused on the snake. Do not look in its eyes. He remembered that from the book Hermione had pressed into his hands weeks before she was petrified. He kept his gaze on its body. He ran. His longer legs ate the distance. The basilisk lunged again. His tail whipped. He felt it graze his ribs, even through his hardened skin. Pain flared. He rolled, gasping. His magic flared in response, trying to shift away the injury. He forced it to hold. Not yet. He needed every piece of extra strength he had. The basilisk swung its head, searching. Riddle laughed. This is your power at work, Riddle called. You look like a monster fighting a monster. Perfect. Harry ignored him. He needed a weapon. He had a wand. Spells. He raised it. Serpensortia, he shouted on impulse, sending a smaller snake out from his wand tip. It was stupid. The spell was meant as a distraction, not a real attack. The little snake hit the floor and hissed. Confused, Harry hissed back. Get out! He told it in Parseltongue. Hide! It slithered away at once. Riddle laughed again. Talking to snakes while you fight one, Riddle said. Impressive and foolish. The basilisk lunged again. Harry Dove felt air move past where his head had been. He heard a cry, a familiar cry. Fox. The phoenix dropped out of nowhere. A burst of bright feathers and song. He streaked at the basilisk and drove his beak into its face. Harry heard the wet pop of eyes bursting. The basilisk screamed, a horrible sound that shook his bones. Riddle swore. Harry did not question the help. He grabbed it. Blind, the basilisk thrashed wildly, smashing into pillars, its tail tearing deep lines in the stone. Harry ran straight for the statue. He did not know why. He only knew he needed something. His free hand scraped stone. Metal glinted in the snake's mouth. He grabbed the hilt and pulled. A sword slid free. Long silver. Heavy. The sorting hat lay at his feet, as if it had been the thing pressing against his hand. He did not have time to think about that. He ran at the basilisk. His body moved with that strange, stretched strength. He leaped higher than he should have been able to. He landed on the snake's back and ran along it, slipping on slime, fighting for balance. At the last moment he pushed off. The basilisk reared. He drove the sword down. It pierced the roof of the snake's mouth and went up into its brain. The snake screamed one last time and collapsed. As it fell, one fang sliced through Harry's arm. White pain shot through him. He hit the floor hard. Poison burned into his veins at once. His magic reacted like a struck nerve. It tried to shift the wound away, to push the venom out, to change the very flesh it was touching. He saw his arm blur, the skin around the bite swelling, then thinning, then trying to seal. The venom moved faster. He gasped. His vision fuzzed. His scar burned again. Riddle laughed, delighted and furious all at once. "Look at that," he said. "Your own gift will not save you. You are poisoned. You are mine." Harry felt cold creeping up his chest. He pressed his hand over the wound. His fingers shifted without him asking, trying to become something else. Something harder. Something that could claw the poison out. His bones ached. He shook. Then a warm weight landed on his arm. "Fox," the phoenix cried. Tears fell onto the wound. They burned. Then the burn turned into something soft. The pain eased. Harry watched in a daze as his skin smoothed, the torn flesh knitting. His magic calmed under the phoenix warmth. It stopped flailing and simply held, as if singing along with the bird. Riddle snarled. "Enough!" he shouted. "You should be dead." Harry rolled onto his knees. His muscles screamed, but they held. He picked up the sword again. His arm was steady. He looked at the diary. Riddle followed his gaze. "Do not you dare," Riddle hissed. Harry stumbled toward the book. Every step hurt. His body flickered, not in new forms, just with tiredness. His legs wanted to buckle. His arms shook. He held on. He raised the sword. He thought of all the times something inside him had tried to decide for him. He brought the blade down. The sword pierced the diary. Ink sprayed. Riddle screamed. The memory body thrashed, then tore apart like smoke in a wind. Harry felt something rip inside his scar, a string pulling free. He stumbled back, the sword clattering to the floor. The chamber suddenly seemed larger and emptier without that cold presence. Ginny gasped. Harry dropped to his knees beside her. Her skin was pale. Her eyes fluttered. "Ginny," he said. His voice cracked. Her lashes trembled. She blinked up at him. "Harry," she whispered. He laughed then, a raw sound. "You are alive," he said. She tried to sit. He helped her, careful with his own shaking arms. Her hand clutched at his jumper. "I am sorry," she said in a rush. "I did not mean to." He said he would listen. He said he understood. "I just wanted someone to talk to, and then I woke up here and I thought you were dead." "Slow down," he said. "It is all right." "It is not," she said, voice shaking. "I wrote awful things. About you. About everyone. He made me. I could not stop. I kept trying to tell him no, and he kept pushing, and my head felt like your stories about your face, and I could not hold it together, and I am so sorry." He swallowed. Her words hit something deep. "You know that feeling," he said quietly. She nodded, tears spilling. "Yes," she said. "Like someone else has hold of the strings and you are just watching." He reached up and cupped her cheek. His hands still trembled. "You are here," he said. "He is not. That is what matters." She stared at him. "Your face," she whispered. He frowned. "What about it?" he asked. "It keeps trying to move," she said. His stomach clenched. He had not even noticed. His magic had been strained to the limit. Now that the fight was done, it tried to settle and could not decide where. He dragged in a breath and reached for that small, stubborn picture in his head. Just him. No one else. Not a calm mirror boy. Not his mother. Not his father. Not the monster. Not any of them. Just Harry. Scar. Messy hair. Too big jumper. Tired eyes. He forced his body to match it. His features flickered once, then steadied. Ginny watched, eyes wide. "You did that," she said softly. "You did not let him do it." "Not this time," he said. He pressed his forehead to hers for a second. They both breathed. Warm breath. Damp stone. The faint smell of ink and blood. "You saved me," she whispered. "You saved me too," he said. "That is not true," she said at once. "You helped me work out how to say no," he said. "You did that months ago, and you did not even know." A flush crept up her neck. Her eyes flicked down to his mouth and back up again. "Quick." "Harry," she said. "Yeah," he said. His heart hammered for a different reason now. He liked Ginny. He liked that she did not run. He liked that she knew what it felt like to be pulled by something inside and still push back. He also liked that she was alive and close and warm, and that his body, for once, was shifting for something other than fear. He leaned in. The kiss was clumsy. Their noses bumped. Their mouths met in a quick, soft press. It felt like falling and landing at the same time. He pulled back at once, ears burning. "Sorry," he said. She shook her head fast. "Do not you dare apologize," she said in a rush. "I wanted to do that before the whole snake thing. I just thought I would faint." He let out a breath that might be a laugh. "Next time I will find a less deadly place," he said. Her hand found his again. "Next time," she said. By the time they got back up to the school with Ron's help, Lockhart useless and memory gone, Harry was beyond tired. He could barely feel his legs. His magic buzzed under his skin like a hive. He let other people talk. Lucius Malfoy in the office, furious. Dobby snapping his fingers in shock at being freed. The headmaster smiling that soft smile that never quite hid all the worry. At one point, in Dumbledore's office, Harry felt his body do that flicker again. Snape was there, standing stiff in a corner. Lucius was yelling about disgrace and safety. Ginny stood between her parents, eyes wide and wet. Harry's skin prickled with all the eyes. His magic, raw and worn out, flinched. His face shifted for a second. Not much. A blurring of the jawline. A bit of Lily. A bit of James. Snape saw. His black eyes went sharp and focused. For a second, Harry saw something that was not hate. It looked like grief. Then it shuddered into anger. Snape took a step forward. "What did you do to him?" Snape demanded of Dumbledore, voice low but fierce. "What did you let happen in that chamber?" Dumbledore glanced at Harry, then at Snape. "Not now," Dumbledore said. Snape made a harsh sound. He looked at Harry again, at the way Harry's features still tried to settle. He caught a glimpse of Lily hanging on Harry's face. He flinched as if struck. He turned on his heel and left without another word. Harry watched him go, confused and a little sick. He did not have the energy to sort any of that out. Dumbledore dismissed everyone else at last. Harry found himself alone in the office with the headmaster. Fawkes sat on his perch, watching. The walls were lined with quiet portraits. Harry sat in the chair in front of the desk. His bones felt like damp wood. Dumbledore steepled his fingers. "You did very well," Dumbledore said. Harry laughed once. Flat. "I nearly broke," Harry said. "Again." "You did break," Dumbledore said. "You just put yourself back together faster than most." He paused. "Tom told you things," Dumbledore said quietly. Harry stared at the desk. "He said my magic woke when you left me with people who hated it," Harry said. "He said the killing curse tore me open and left bits of him in me. He said my gift is his work." He looked up. "Is he right?" Harry asked. Dumbledore did not look surprised. "I had hoped to tell you this later," Dumbledore said. When you were older. When you had a steadier grip on your power. Harry's jaw clenched. So he is right, Harry said. Not fully, Dumbledore said. Your gift comes from your bloodline. There were stories in your mother's family. Metamorphs that did not quite fit the usual pattern. Someone in the past carried something rare. The night Voldemort attacked, that gift woke with sudden force. His curse did not create it. It ripped off the covers. Harry felt cold. You knew, he said. You knew and you did not tell me. Dumbledore sighed. I suspected, he said. I had my first true evidence when you were about 4. There was an incident. A neighbor wrote to an old contact of mine about a boy whose face would not stay still. I traced it back to Privet Drive. I saw you once through the kitchen window. Your aunt had her back to you. You were at the table. Your face shifted between several shapes in a few heartbeats. Harry's stomach turned. You watched, he said. And you did nothing. I set extra wards, Dumbledore said. At the time, I believed the safest thing was to keep you where no one would use you. The Dursleys hated magic. They would not try to train you. Their dislike kept outside forces away. It was not kind. It was not happy. It was safe. Harry stared at him. Safe for who? He asked quietly. Me. Or everyone else. Dumbledore did not answer at once. For both, he said after a moment. I was afraid of what others would do with a child who could change his form and carried a piece of dark magic in his scar. I was afraid of what that magic might do if pushed too hard too soon. So you did nothing, Harry said. I watched, Dumbledore said. I planned. I made sure someone like Miss Tonks would be nearby when you came to Hogwarts. I set the mirror to test your heart. I placed the stone where your desire could be measured. I tried to learn who you were before I told you who you might be. Harry laughed. Came out rough. You call that guidance, he said. Feels more like I was a test you set and then forgot to mark properly. Dumbledore's eyes tightened. You are not a test, he said. You are a boy. I am an old man who has too often trusted his own judgment over honest talk. That is not an excuse. It is an explanation. Harry leaned forward. Tom tried to fix me, he said. He tried to lock me into my mother's face, my father's, his. He said you wanted me in one piece too. A neat piece you could carry around and point. Dumbledore winced. Those were his words, Dumbledore said. He would twist any truth to hurt you. Were they wrong? Harry asked. Dumbledore looked at him for a long time. In the past year, Dumbledore said slowly, I have realized that I have been thinking about you like something I need to keep from breaking instead of someone who might decide how he wants to bend. I have been afraid. That fear made me hide things from you that you had a right to know. He opened a drawer and took out a small book. The leather was worn. The cover had lily flowers pressed into it. He set it on the desk. Harry stared. What is that? He asked. Your mother's journal, Dumbledore said. She wrote in it during her 7th year. There is a section you need to read. Harry reached for it with shaking hands. He flipped through pages filled with neat writing. Dumbledore pointed to one that was marked with a faded ribbon. Harry read, Lately I have been thinking about magic that changes the body. Animagus work. Metamorphs. There is a rumor of something deeper. Some wild version that the ministry shut away. Auntie wrote once about a cousin who could not hold her face. They called it the forbidden gift. The old stories said those who carried it were too easy to use, too easy to fear, so they tried to lock it. I think the real danger is not the magic. It is the people who see it and want to turn it into a tool. We need rules, yes, but we also need to trust that someone born with a thing like that could choose who they want to be. Harry's throat closed. He shut the book. You had this the whole time, he said. You knew she thought that. And you still left me in a place where I was never allowed to be anything. Dumbledore looked old again. Yes, he said. I did. Harry stared at him. This feels like betrayal, he said quietly. Not the same as Tom. Not as cruel. But still, Dumbledore bowed his head. I will not argue, he said. Silence stretched. Fawkes shifted on his perch and let out a soft note. Harry listened to it. His magic stirred. It was tired. So was he. He stood. I will keep the journal, he said. Dumbledore nodded. That is your right, he said. Harry picked it up. He turned to go, then stopped at the door. One more thing, he said without looking back. Yes, Dumbledore said. Stop treating me like a secret, Harry said. If my ability is dangerous, help me learn it. Do not hide me until something worse shows up and then hope I react the way you want. Dumbledore let out a long breath. Agreed, he said. No more secrets if I can help it. No more tests without your knowledge. I cannot promise I will never make mistakes. I can promise to make fewer of them with you as a partner instead of a piece on a board. Harry nodded once. We will see, he said. He left the office before his legs gave out. Back in the hospital wing later, with Ginny asleep in the next bed and Ron drooling on himself in a chair, Hermione sat on the mattress at Harry's feet. Madame Pomfrey had fussed and scolded and made them drink things that tasted like boiled socks. Then she had gone to tell Professor McGonagall that at least this time no one had actual bones missing. The ward was quiet now. Hermione watched Harry's face. You look different, she said. I got stabbed by a giant snake and yelled at by the headmaster, he said. I feel different. She rolled her eyes. Not that, she said. Your face. It is not wobbling as much. He blinked. It is not, he asked. She shook her head. When you were out, she said quietly. It kept trying to change. I could see bits of other people. Madame Pomfrey said it was your magic reacting to the poison. It settled when Fawkes cried on you. Now it looks like you decided something. Did you? He looked at the journal on his lap. I decided I am done letting everyone else decide who I should look like, he said. Tom, Dumbledore, Snape, they can keep their ideas. I will work it out with people who actually care whether I am happy. Hermione nodded, eyes soft. That sounds healthy, she said. He snorted. Since when do I do healthy things, he said. Since you started listening to Ginny, she said. He glanced at the sleeping girl. Her hair fanned out on the pillow. Her face was still drawn, but there was color in her cheeks now. He reached out and brushed a strand of hair away from her eyes. His hand stayed his own shape. Since all of you decided not to run, he said. Hermione scooted closer and leaned her shoulder against his. You are not a liar, she said. Even when you change, he swallowed. I feel like one, he said. Every time my face moves. You told me once that it feels like your body betrays you, she said. I think that is wrong. Your body is trying to keep up with a magic that everyone else keeps poking. You are allowed to make it answer to you instead. He leaned his head back against the headboard. You sound like Lily, he said. Hermione blinked. You met her? She asked. In a mirror, he said. And in this, he tapped the journal. She said something similar. Hermione smiled a little. Then I will take the comparison, she said. He let his eyes close for a moment. His muscles twitched. Not as much, not as wild. He could still feel the pull of shapes. His mother's face, his father's, Riddle's, anyone he had ever seen. But the strongest picture now sat solid in his mind. His own. Not fixed forever. Not perfect. Just chosen. Every time the magic tried to drag him into someone else, he pushed back toward that. Not because Dumbledore wanted him steady. Not because Snape wanted to see Lily. Not because Riddle wanted a neat vessel. Because he was tired of people telling him what his true form should be. Ginny made a soft sound in her sleep and shifted closer. Her hand found his arm in her dreams, fingers curling around his wrist. He turned his hand and laced their fingers together. Hermione watched, then looked away with a small smile. Ron snored louder. Harry breathed. The castle was still dangerous. Dumbledore still kept too many plans in his desk. Snape still glared from shadows. The thing that had once called itself Tom Riddle was somewhere out there without a body, angry and patient. Nothing was fixed. Maybe that was the point. For the first time, Harry felt that his forbidden ability might not only be a curse or a weapon. It might be a way to stay himself in a world that kept trying to choose for him. He squeezed Ginny's hand and let his magic settle. Just for tonight, his face stayed exactly the way he wanted. Summer at Privet Drive had never felt so small. The houses still matched. The flower beds still lined up. The sky was clear and flat and bright. The whole street felt like a photograph that never changed. Harry had changed. He sat on the low garden wall outside number 4 with his arms folded, pretending to watch a bird hop across the pavement. In reality, he was watching his own hand. The skin on the back of it kept trying to pull. Brown for a second, paler the next. A faint dusting of freckles that were not his and then gone again. He breathed out through his teeth and forced his fingers to stay the same. Hold. The magic grumbled under his skin like a restless animal. He shoved it down. His scar prickled in answer, a familiar warning. Harry, he did not jump. He had known someone was watching from the corner of his eye. The air had shifted behind the hedge a few breaths before. He turned his head a fraction. The woman on the pavement looked like any normal young neighbor. Faded jeans. Dark hair pulled back. A plain face that you could forget as soon as you walked away. Her eyes were not normal. They watched him with focus that said she saw every twitch. Hey, Tonks, Harry said quietly. She relaxed at the name. Her nose shortened. Her cheekbones sharpened. For a moment she let her face slide toward the one he knew, then smoothed it into something half-borrowed again. Careful, she murmured. I am meant to be boring right now. Harry snorted. You are not very good at boring, he said. She grinned. Rude, she said. Then her expression sobered. How loud is it? He did not ask what she meant. They both knew. Louder since last week, he admitted. Since that report on the telly, the report about the escaped wizard. Sirius Black. Shone like a mugshot but wrong in every way. Gaunt face. Wild eyes. Matted hair. Every time that face appeared on the screen, Harry felt his own bones try to answer. Not into that shape. Never into that shape. But into something. It was like his magic smelled danger and braced. Tonks leaned on the wall beside him, facing the street so anyone watching would just see two people chatting. Tell me, she said. Harry touched his thumb to each finger in turn. When the newsreader said his name, he said, my jaw tried to move. I did not even know what it wanted to turn into. I just knew it was not my face. Tonks nodded slowly. The first time I saw my mum cry, she said. My hair went white and would not go back for a week. Sometimes bad news hits the shift first. You think he is after me? Harry asked. Everyone keeps going quiet when the name comes up. Like when people say you know who instead of Voldemort. Tonks made a face at the second name. Dumbledore thinks Sirius is after you, she said. Fudge thinks it too. The guards at the wizard prison heard him muttering about you in his sleep. That is all I know. Harry stared at the pavement. The guards, he said quietly. You mean those things on the train platform? The ones that made the air go cold. Tonks shivered. Dementors, she said. Do not say that out loud if you can help it. Dad used to tell me stories just to make me stay in bed at night. How do they feel to you? Harry asked. Tonks rubbed her arms. Like someone emptied all the light out of the room, she said. Like being locked in a cupboard that has no door. Harry swallowed. He knew what that felt like without needing monsters. Harry, Tonks said. He looked up. Her eyes were serious now. There is more of you to grab, she said. Those things go for happy thoughts and warm things. But they sniff out magic too. Your magic sticks out in all directions. When you see one of them, your body might try to shrink or stretch to get away. You have to decide what stays yours before that happens. How am I meant to decide anything when I cannot breathe? He asked. You practice now, she said. When it is only your uncle yelling or your aunt slamming a cupboard. Tiny shifts that you start and stop on purpose. So when the big fear comes, your magic already knows you are the one in charge. He kicked at a crack in the path. I thought we just finished one nightmare, he muttered. Now there is an escaped murderer and soul-sucking prison guards. Tonks gave a short laugh. Welcome to Wizarding Britain, she said. Here, have some trauma with your school books. He smiled in spite of himself. So, she said, bumping his shoulder with hers. Homework. Show me your smallest change. He pushed his focus down into his right hand again. Nails, he said. Just a little bit. The nails on his fingers extended by a few grain widths, then snapped back. He did it again. Then again, each time stopping at the same point. After the fifth, he let them rest. The itch under his skin eased slightly. Tonks nodded, pleased. That is control, she said. Not the big war form. Not the faces. Just this. Remember that feeling. It is the same feeling you will need when some giant floating cloak tries to rip all the happy memories out of your head. Comforting, Harry said dryly. You will be fine, Tonks said. You have more practice at telling the world to shove it than most grown wizards. He thought of the basilisk, of Tom Riddle trying to drag him into other faces, of saying no and feeling his magic answer. Maybe, he said. Tonks straightened. All right, she said. My boring cover has to go water some plants or people will get suspicious. She looked at him, more serious again. Right if it gets worse, she added. Really worse, Harry. I am on call for this one whether Dumbledore likes it or not. He nodded. Got it, he said. She walked away down the street as if she lived 3 houses over. By the time she turned the corner, her hair had changed twice. Everything went wrong with Aunt Marge. It started with a promise. Harry would behave himself at dinner and pretend he was going to some ghastly stone-cutting school. In return, Uncle Vernon would sign his Hogsmeade form. Harry had almost laughed. After everything, some ink on a page was the prize. He tried. He sat at the table in the stiff shirt Aunt Petunia picked. He kept his face blank. He kept his hands under the table so his fingers could dig into his knees instead of doing anything strange. Marge drank and talked. Each new insult came like a tap at the wall holding his magic in place. His parents, his father, a drunken wastrel, his mother, a freak, filthy blood. Harry's jaw clenched. His hand moved without thinking. The skin on his knuckles darkened. His nails thickened. For one heartbeat, they looked like someone else's hand. Broad, with ink stains. He dragged it back with a hiss. The room swam. Marge took another swallow and leaned across the table. If there is something wrong with the bitch, she said, there will be something wrong with the pup. It is all in the breeding. Harry stood up. His chair scraped. Shut up, he said. The words came out sharper than he meant. Vernon puffed up. Now see here, boy, he growled. Marge waved a hand, bored. No, no, she said. Let him talk. It is good for them to bark so you can see the bite. Harry breathed hard. His vision narrowed. The wallpaper blurred. His hands shook. He could feel his face trying to slip. Not into his own parents this time. Into a stranger whose features he had seen only on a flickering screen. Dark hair. Ruined eyes, serious black, some deep part of his magic, skittish and angry, wanted that shape the way a tongue worries a broken tooth. No, he forced it back down. I said shut up, he repeated. Marge took another swallow. You will not tell me what to do, boy, she said. You are a nasty little creature, and the sooner they knock it out of you the better. Something broke. The magic that had been pressing against his skin every time she opened her mouth finally surged. Harry did not grab it fast enough. Marge started to swell. Her face puffed. Her fingers ballooned. Her body lifted off the chair and drifted toward the ceiling like some horrible angry balloon. Petunia screamed. Vernon roared. Harry stood in the middle of it all, heart pounding. The air around him buzzing with power he did not remember pushing. His own face wobbled. For a second he saw Lily in every reflective surface. Then James. Then a thin stranger who looked back with hollow eyes. He squeezed his eyes shut and spun away. Run. He grabbed his trunk, Hedwig his wand. By the time Uncle Vernon managed to grab his ankle at the front door, Harry's nerves were shredded. Vernon hauled him back inside. You are not going anywhere, Vernon snarled. You apologize now and maybe we will not call that old fool of yours. Harry twisted free. He felt his bones shift for speed. His hand that pushed Vernon away was not quite his own. The fingers were longer, the palm broader. Vernon lost his grip. Harry stumbled backward out the door, trunk banging against his leg. You cannot keep me here, Harry said. You never could. He did not wait for an answer. He ran. The night bus, when it arrived, felt like the stupidest possible answer to his situation. Harry stood in the night with his trunk at his feet and his owl cage on the pavement. His anger had drained into sick fear. He had used wild magic in front of muggles. Big magic. The kind you could not explain away. They would expel him. Dumbledore would decide he was too dangerous after all. He sat on the curb and wrapped his arms around his knees. His face kept trying to settle into something that would keep him safe. Someone harmless. Someone else. He clenched his jaw and held the line. Lights appeared in the darkness and rushed toward him. A moment later, he was on the floor of a violently purple triple-decker bus, and a boy with spots was staring at him. "Welcome to the night bus," the boy said, reciting a script. "Emergency transport for the stranded witch or wizard. Just stick out your wand hand and bang, it picks you up." Harry blinked. His wand was still in his back pocket. He must have held his hand out without thinking. He pushed himself upright. "Harry Potter," he said. He regretted it at once. The boy gaped. Heads poked down from the upper bunks. Whispers crackled through the bus. Harry felt his face twitch under the attention. He forced his features flat. "All right," he said quickly. "I need to get to the Leaky Cauldron." The conductor stammered and nodded and took his money and told him he would be there in a few stops. Harry flopped on the nearest bed. The bus lurched forward. Furniture slammed from one end to the other as they sped down the road in sharp jumps. Henry from Charing Cross passed through something solid. Harry grabbed the bedpost to keep from flying free. His grip slipped. The skin of his hand tried to adhere. It thickened for a second with panic, fingers clinging harder than they should. He yanked it back, heart racing. "You all right?" the boy asked. Harry swallowed. "Fine," he lied. The rest of the ride blurred. He heard people murmur his name. He heard one witch whisper about Sirius Black. He heard someone mention Dementors. Each word hit the raw edges inside him. By the time he stepped off in front of the Leaky Cauldron, his head buzzed with fear and his magic was so tight it hurt. The Leaky Cauldron had always felt warm and crowded and safe. Tonight, the low ceiling and crowded tables felt like another kind of box. Harry sat at a small table near the wall as the Minister for Magic fussed at him. Cornelius Fudge was round, pink, and sweating. He kept dabbing at his forehead with a handkerchief. "My dear boy," Fudge said for the third time, "we are not going to punish you for a bit of accidental magic. Under the circumstances, it would be very unreasonable." Harry stared at him. "So I will not get expelled," he said. "Certainly not," Fudge said. "Blowing up your aunt was a mistake. I am sure you did not mean to." Harry winced at the word. Blowing up. His magic twitched. He folded his hands under the table. "I lost control," Harry said quietly. "Quite understandable," Fudge said. He did not know about the other loss of control. The one where Harry's face slid toward someone it had no right to resemble. Fudge leaned closer. "Now," Fudge said, "we must talk about your safety. There is a man on the loose and he is very dangerous." "Sirius Black," Harry said. The name tasted sour. Fudge flinched. "You should not say his name so casually," Fudge said. "He is not a figure from stories, Harry. He is a murderer. He killed 13 people with a single curse. He was one of you-know-who's most loyal followers." Harry's magic stirred at the mention of the old dark name. His scar prickled. "He was shouting in his sleep," Fudge continued, lowering his voice. "They heard him in Azkaban. Your name. Over and over. You see why we are concerned." Harry did see. It made him feel as if he were standing in a spotlight he had not stepped into. "What am I supposed to do about it?" he asked. "Do?" Fudge echoed, looking flustered. "Well, nothing. You must do nothing. Stay inside Diagon Alley for the rest of the holiday. Stay inside the castle once term starts. Do not go looking for him." Harry gave a humorless smile. "That does not sound like me," he said. Fudge tried to laugh, but it came out thin. "Professor Dumbledore will be here later," Fudge said. "You can talk to him about all this if you like. For now, relax. Tom will get you a room." Harry nodded. He tried to relax. It was hard when every word about Sirius Black felt like a hand tugging at the loose threads of his magic. Hogwarts Express. Third year. Ron and Hermione sat across from him, feet bumping his knees every time the train rocked. Ron had his new rat on his lap. Scabbers looked fatter and lazier than ever. Ron was poking him with his wand to make him move. "Dad says Sirius broke out to go after you," Ron said, scowling. "He heard it at work. Everyone is going mad over it. They have guards all over the place." Hermione hugged her knees. They cannot just set dementors around the school, she said. That is completely irresponsible. They affect everyone. They are after Black, not us, Ron said. They do not care who they hurt, Hermione snapped. They suck all the happy feelings out of you. That is not something you just put on the school gate. Harry listened. His palms were damp. You saw them on the platform, he said quietly. Both of them looked at him. Yeah, Ron said. I thought Mum was going to hex someone. They had them near the barrier. Your features were flickering, Hermione said softly. Just for a second. When you saw them, he looked at her, startled. You saw that? He asked. I always look at you, she said. Then went a bit pink. I mean, because you tend to get into trouble. And I like to know where you are. Ron made a face at her. She ignored him. Your eyes changed, she said to Harry. Like you were looking through someone else's for a second. Harry stared at his reflection in the window. The glass showed his own face looking back. Scar, messy hair, green eyes. He remembered that instant on the platform. The way the world had gone cold. The way his body had tried to shrink and stretch at the same time. I felt smaller, he said slowly. Like I was in the cupboard again. But my bones wanted to get bigger so I could smash my way out. It was like being pulled both ways. Hermione frowned. That is awful, she said. Probably looked cool, Ron said, trying for humor. You should have seen you in the chamber, mate. Your arm went all weird when the snake bit you. Thanks for that mental picture, Hermione muttered. Harry tried to smile. The door slid open. A tall figure in worn robes stood there, carrying a battered case. Everywhere is full, he said, sounding apologetic. Do you mind if I sit here? Hermione straightened at once. Of course not, Professor Lupin, she said. Ron blinked. How do you know his name? He asked. It is on the case, she whispered. Harry looked more closely. Remus Lupin, written in faded letters. Nice to meet you, Lupin said, eyes crinkling as he Saturday. You must be Neville Longbottom. Harry choked. Lupin smiled. Kidding, he said. I know who you are. He looked tired, with lines around his eyes that did not come from laughter. But there was a softness there too that made Harry relax in spite of himself. Get some rest, Lupin said. Long journey, they tried. Harry dozed, head against the window, until the train jolted and squealed. Everything went dark. The lights went out. The air chilled. Harry jerked awake. Hermione grabbed his arm. What is happening? She whispered. Outside the window, shapes slid past. The train shuddered. Ron peered out, nose pressed to the glass. Something is out there, he said. Lupin stood. Stay in your seats, he said calmly. He opened the compartment door. Shadow filled the doorway. The thing in the hall was tall and cloaked and wrong. Air bent around it. The light seemed to vanish just by touching its edges. Harry's breath hitched. Cold rushed through him. Not winter cold. Cupboard cold. No light. No sound but his own breathing. No way out. He felt himself shrink in his mind. His magic reacted with raw panic. His bones tried to change to get away from the feeling. His legs wanted to lengthen so he could run. His arms wanted to thicken to push. His face slid toward smaller, more childlike lines without his consent, as if hiding in younger skin would protect him. He tasted something metallic. A scream echoed in his head. Not his. A woman shouting his name. The sound tore through him. He slipped. His body swayed. He heard Lupin shout something. Light flashed. A bright animal shape burst out of his wand. But Harry could not focus on it. The cold swallowed him. He fell into it. When he came back, he was lying on the compartment floor with his head in Hermione's lap and a chocolate bar halfway to his mouth. Eat that, Lupin said. Harry obeyed. His teeth chattered around the first bite. The chocolate melted thick and sweet on his tongue. Warmth crept back into his hands. His face still felt wrong. He lifted his hand to touch it. His fingers met cheekbones that were not quite in the right place. For a second he felt his mother's nose. Then his father's jaw. He jerked his hand away. Your features are shifting, Lupin said quietly. Harry looked up at him. You can see it, Harry said. Lupin nodded. I have seen something similar before, he said. How? Harry demanded. No one sees it unless they already know. Lupin sat back down on the seat. His eyes were thoughtful. I knew your mother, he said. And I know a young Auror who can trip over her own feet when her hair changes color. You are not the first metamorph I have met. Harry stared. I am not a full metamorph, he said. Tonks says I have something older. Stranger. Lupin smiled faintly. Sounds like her, he said. Whatever the name. The way you are breathing right now tells me the Dementor scared your magic as much as it scared your mind. Harry swallowed. It felt like being dragged back into the cupboard, he admitted. But worse. I do not want that inside my head again. Lupin's face gentled. No one does, he said. They make you hear the worst memories you have. For you, that is saying something. Harry flinched. Hermione tightened her grip on his shoulder. Lupin continued. You cannot stop them from being awful, he said. But you can decide what you hold on to while they are near. The Patronus charm is one way. Your gift is another. How? Harry asked. When fear hits, Lupin said. Your body grabbed the closest safe shapes it could find. Smaller for hiding, bigger for fighting. Faces you associate with protection. That is natural. What you need is to give it something deliberate instead. Like what? Harry asked. Lupin paused. Something that is yours, he said. Not your parents'. Not anyone else's idea of who you should be. A form you decide is your anchor. You practice sliding there from a calm place. Then, when fear comes, you drag yourself toward that picture instead of letting the fear choose for you. Harry thought of the lodger in his chest that everyone else seemed to see. The boy who lived. The one Dumbledore weighed like a tool. The thin boy in the mirror who had looked calm with the stone in his pocket. He did not want that one as an anchor. He thought of the face he had held in the hospital wing. Just him. Scar. Messy hair. Tired eyes. Nothing heroic. Nothing neat. That one felt more honest. I will try, he said. Good, Lupin said. We will talk later. For now, eat the chocolate. Your friends look like they are about to tie you down and force-feed you if you do not. Ron and Hermione nodded at the same time. Harry took another bite. He let the warmth spread. He imagined his own face in the train window, not anyone else's. Slowly, his skin stopped crawling. The year unspooled in a mix of ordinary lessons and extraordinary fear. Dementors at the gates. Whispers in the corridors. Sirius Black, escaped killer somewhere out there. Harry felt watched even when he was alone. He practiced with Lupin whenever he could. Patronus work in the empty classroom. Shivers of silver animal shapes that never quite held. Metamorph work in odd corners. Shifting his hands into stronger shapes and back. Shortening his height to duck spells. Tightening his skin when the wind from the pitch cut cold through his robes. Ginny watched him sometimes from the stands, head tilted. The first time she caught him stretching his fingers into something almost clawed to hang onto his broom in a hard turn. She cornered him afterward in the corridor outside the changing room. The corridor was empty. The walls were damp from rain blown in through a high window. Harry stood with his broom against the stone, hair still dripping. Ginny marched up and poked his chest. That was not normal flying, she said. He shrugged. I needed grip, he said. The wind was awful. She folded her arms. You changed your hands, she said. They were not human hands. They were, I do not know, something else. He looked away. I am trying to use it on purpose, he said. Lupin thinks using it in small ways during games will help with control. Ginny frowned. Do you trust him? She asked. Yes, Harry said at once. He is the only teacher who talks to me like I am not a live bomb. She rolled that answer around. Good, she said, because you need someone besides Tonks and us. Just remember what we said in the common room. This is your body, not Dumbledore's, not Lupin's, not anyone's. He smiled crookedly. Always straight to the point, he said. Someone has to be... She shot back. She hesitated. Did you hear about the fat lady? She asked then. He nodded. Black tried to get in, he said. Or someone using his picture did. Ginny chewed her lip. Do you think he really is after you? She asked. Harry thought of the way his magic had tried to grab the face from the television screen. the way it still tugged whenever he heard the name. "I do not know," he said. "I just know I am tired of people wanting to use something inside my head." Her expression softened. She stepped closer and rested her forehead briefly against his chest, the way she had in the hospital wing when she thought he was asleep. His heart sped up. "You are not a thing to use," she said quietly. "You are Harry. If he comes near you, you remember that first." He rested his chin lightly on her hair for a second. "Bossy," he murmured. "Accurate," she answered. He dropped a quick kiss on the top of her head before she pulled away. It steadied him more than he expected. The truth slammed into him in the shrieking shack. The path, there was a blur of flailing branches and howling wind. Ron on the floor with a broken leg and fear in his eyes. Hermione pale and furious. A dog that was not a dog dragging him through a tunnel. And then a man. Gaunt. Haggard. Wild. He stood in the dusty room with his wand trained on Harry, and all the stories about Sirius Black spun through Harry's head. 13 dead. Loyal servant of Voldemort. Escaped killer. His magic reacted before his brain. His bones tried to stretch toward something stronger. Not Sirius. Never Sirius. But his jaw tightened into a sharper line. His shoulders broadened. His stance shifted. The man blinked. "You look like James," he muttered, sounding like it hurt. Harry's stomach flipped. "So you knew my father," Harry said. "Before you killed him." He heard his own voice and how steady it was. How angry. Sirius laughed once, harsh. "I would never have hurt James," he said. "I loved him. He was my brother." "Could have fooled me," Harry snapped. The door burst open. Lupin appeared, wand ready. "Expelliarmus!" Lupin shouted. Sirius's wand flew across the room. He staggered. Lupin strode forward. For a second, Harry thought he was going to arrest him. Instead, Lupin grabbed Sirius by the shoulders and pulled him into a rough embrace. Harry stared. "What are you doing?" Harry demanded. Lupin let go and turned. His face was shaken and hopeful and full of guilt. "It is him," Lupin said. "He is innocent." Harry felt like the floor had just tilted. They talked. They argued. Names were flung in the air. Peter Pettigrew. Dead. No, not dead. Alive. Hiding. Right here. Ron yelped as Lupin pointed at Scabbers. In the chaos that followed, Harry barely had time to think. Lupin and Sirius forced Ron to hand over the rat. Their wands moved in unison. The rat twisted and grew, bones cracking. A man appeared where the animal had been. Pale. Small. With thinning hair and eyes that darted everywhere. Peter Pettigrew. The man everyone thought had died a hero. The man Sirius had been blamed for killing. The man who had sold out his parents. Harry's magic roared at the sight of him. His skin felt hot. His face tried to slide. Not into Sirius or James this time. Into something sharp and cruel and narrow. Riddle. He yanked it away at once. Shaking. "No, not him. Never him." Pettigrew babbled and begged and crawled. Lupin and Sirius told the story. Betrayal. Secret keeper. One man's choice handing a family to death. It all fell into place with sickening clarity. Harry looked at Pettigrew on the dusty floor and saw the man who had pointed at his house. The man whose whisper had called the snake. The man whose cowardice had created the scar on his forehead. Every part of him wanted to hurt this man. His magic seethed under his skin. He could feel shapes flicker at the edges of his vision. His mother's face, shouting in defiance. His father's laughing at danger. Snape's, twisted by hate. All of them were tied to this little man shaking on the boards. He stepped closer. "Harry," Hermione said sharply. "Careful." He ignored her. He crouched in front of Pettigrew. The boards creaked. Pettigrew's eyes rolled up to meet his. "You were their friend," Harry said quietly. "You could have stayed. You could have died with them. Instead you ran." Pettigrew sobbed. "You do not understand," Pettigrew whined. "He was too powerful. We had no choice. You are just a boy. You do not know what he was." Harry's magic snapped. His face shifted. His cheekbones pulled. His eyes darkened. For a heartbeat, Pettigrew looked into the face of the man he had betrayed them to. The thin nose, red glint in the eyes. The shape was not perfect. Harry did not know all the details. It did not matter. Pettigrew screamed. "Oh no!" Pettigrew shrieked. "Please, please, my lord, forgive me." Harry felt sick. He was not Voldemort. He was not any lord. He let the shape drop at once, panting. His features slid back toward his own. Behind him, Lupin swore under his breath. "Harry," Lupin said, "what did you just do?" Harry did not answer. He stared at Pettigrew. He realized something in that moment. He could be the last face this man ever saw. He could become his worst fear and end him. He could slip claws onto his hands and tear the coward apart. He could make his body something sharp and lethal and give Pettigrew the same mercy he had given his parents. One clean cut, one choice. His magic curled around that thought like a fist. His fingers tingled as if they wanted to lengthen into blades. He thought of the basilisk, the sword, the diary. He had ended something evil in one stroke there. This would be the same. Would it? Or would it be the first time he let his gift become a tool of execution instead of a shield? He felt Ginny's hand in his mind, gripping his wrist in the hospital wing. "You are not a thing to use." He felt Tonks's palm on his shoulder on the garden wall. "You decide how far it goes." He remembered Lily's words in the journal. The real danger is not the magic. It is the people who see it and want to turn it into a tool. Right now, the person trying to turn it into a tool was not Dumbledore. Not Voldemort. It was him, Harry Potter. He swallowed hard. His fingers stopped tingling. He straightened slowly. Lupin watched him. Sirius watched him. Hermione's eyes were wet. Ron looked green. They were all waiting. "You are going to kill me," Pettigrew sobbed. "Please, do it fast." Harry's stomach turned. "I want to," Harry said honestly. The adults flinched at the rawness in his voice. Pettigrew moaned. "But if I do," Harry continued, "I am not better than you. I would be using the one thing that is finally mine as a knife for someone else's war." He turned his head toward Lupin and Sirius. "Did you plan to kill him?" Harry asked. "Yes," Sirius said at once, voice hard. Lupin nodded stiffly. "We thought it was justice," Lupin said. Harry looked back at Pettigrew. The man was pathetic. That did not lessen his guilt. It just made him smaller. "Then do not make me do it for you," Harry said. "Take him back. Prove what he did. Let the world see that you were innocent and he was not." Sirius stared at him. "He will escape," Sirius said after a moment. "You know he will. Men like him always find cracks to slip through." Harry's jaw clenched. "Maybe," Harry said. "But if we kill him here, it is just a story. If we drag him back kicking and screaming, everyone sees. Everyone has to choose what to do with the truth. I am tired of things coming from shadows and diaries and secret chambers. I want it out in the light." His magic settled a little. He could feel it testing the line. He did not shift into any other face. He stayed himself. It hurt in a strange way. Holding this shape cost more effort than slipping into anyone else's. But it felt right. Hermione stepped up beside him. She laid her hand on his arm. "I agree," she said. Ron swallowed and nodded too. "If we kill him now," Ron said, "Dad will never forgive us. He works at the ministry. He believes in trials and that rubbish." Sirius stared at Harry for a long beat. His eyes were dark and tired and full of something sharp and aching. "You sound like James," Sirius said quietly. Harry flinched. "Then he would probably agree with me," Harry said. Sirius gave a rough laugh. "Yeah," he said. "He would." He turned back to Pettigrew and raised his wand. Pettigrew squealed. "Thank you, Harry," Sirius said without looking away from his former friend, "for stopping me from doing something that would have broken me." He bound Pettigrew instead. Ropes snapped into existence, wrapping tight. Lupin added his own spell. Hermione exhaled. Ron sagged. Harry kept his magic wrapped around his own face like a bandage. Not Voldemort, not Lily, not James, just Harry. The choice pressed on his chest like a weight. He had turned away from the easy path. He did not know yet what it would cost. The night did not care about his choice. The moon rose. Lupin transformed. Dementors came. The plan to drag Pettigrew back shattered in cold and panic and screaming. In the chaos by the lake, as dozens of cloaked figures glided toward him and Sirius and his own future, Harry felt his magic claw at him again. They were going to die. He knew it. He could feel the despair creeping over his skin. He could feel his bones ready to twist, his body ready to swell into something huge and monstrous so he could smash these things aside. He could also feel the echo of Pettigrew's terror at the fake Voldemort face he had shown earlier. He could do that here. He could turn into every nightmare he could imagine and hope it scared the Dementors away. Something in him rejected that idea. He did not want the last thing Sirius saw to be him wearing someone else's horror. He thought instead of a memory. Ginny, laughing on the edge of the common room sofa as she told him that if he ever wanted to be a girl in private she would not run. Ron and Hermione bickering over homework, faces red, voices fond. Sirius, for one brief moment in the shack, smiling like a young man instead of a prisoner. Remus, steady and tired and kind. He held those up inside his head. He reached for his wand. He did not let his body change shape this time. He did not hand control to the gift. He told it to stay with him. Expecto Patronum, he shouted. The light burst out, brighter than before, stronger. For a moment the figure it formed around him did not have a clear shape. It flickered between forms the same way his face flickered when he was scared. Then it steadied. A stag, antlers flung high. It charged the Dementors. They scattered. The cold lifted. Harry staggered and fell. He did not remember hitting the ground. Later, by the lake again with Hermione and the time-turner, he saw himself on the other side of the water. Saw the Dementors closing in. Saw Sirius's life being sucked away. Hermione gripped his sleeve. "Harry, you cannot," she said. "You said it yourself. It is your dad. You have already done it. We are just here to make sure nothing goes wrong." He stared at his double. He watched the boy by the lake raise his wand. He saw the light stutter and fail. He saw Sirius fall. His double slumped. "No," Harry said. He tore his arm free. "Harry," Hermione hissed. He stepped out from behind the trees. His heart pounded. The Dementors swarmed. From this side he felt the edge of their cold through the trees. He also saw his own face in the distance. Small, determined, scared. "It was not my dad," he said softly. "It was me. It was always me." He lifted his wand. He did not let his features change. He did not let his bones stretch. He did not reach for any other face. He reached for the idea he had decided in the hospital wing. Harry Potter. No more. No less. He held that picture steady. "Expecto Patronum," he said. The stag burst out again. Glorious and bright. It looked more real this time. More solid. It knew where to go. It charged the Dementors and drove them away from his other self and from Sirius. Harry watched it and felt something inside him lock into place. His gift was still there. He could still feel the temptation to pull on other shapes when he was afraid. But in this moment he had chosen not to. He had saved someone with his own face on. Hermione touched his shoulder. "Nicely done," she whispered. He let out a breath that felt like it had been caught in his chest since the cupboard. Sirius flew away on the back of a hippogriff. Harry watched from the tower window. The night wind tugged at his hair. His hand pressed against the stone ledge. His magic was quiet, not gone, just resting. "He is still a fugitive," Harry said after a while. Remus stood beside him, hands tucked into his sleeves. "So are you," Remus said. "In a way." Harry frowned. "What is that supposed to mean?" he asked. Remus smiled sadly. "You are on the run from what everyone wants you to be," he said. Dumbledore's weapon. Snape's reminder. The public's hero. Now Sirius's second chance. It is no wonder your skin keeps trying to find a shape it can stand. Harry looked out at the sky. "Do you think I did the right thing?" he asked. "With Pettigrew?" Remus was quiet for a moment. "Yes," he said at last. "I hate it. I wish you had never had to make that choice. But yes, you did not let your gift become a blade for someone else to swing. You decided what you could live with." "He will come back," Harry said. "Pettigrew, Voldemort, all of it." Remus nodded. "Probably," he said. "But when they do, you will not be a boy whose face breaks every time someone looks at him. You will be someone who knows where he begins and where they end." Harry snorted. "You make it sound neat," he said. "It does not feel neat." It feels like I am stitched together with string. Remus looked at him. That is what being human is, he said softly. We are all held together by choices that could have gone another way. Harry ran his thumb along the scar on his forehead. It still hurts, he said. I know, Remus said. Harry turned to go. Professor, he said, pausing at the door. Yes, Remus said. If I had killed Pettigrew, Harry said. What would you have done? Remus answered without hesitation. I would have stayed, he said. I would have held your hands while you shook and made sure you did not think that one choice defined you forever. Harry swallowed. Thank you, he said. For what? Remus asked. For staying now, Harry said. He left the tower. In the common room, Ginny waited. She sat by the fire with her knees up, arms around them, chin on her legs. The room was empty except for her. Everyone else was in bed. Harry stopped in the doorway. How did you know I would come here? He asked. She shrugged. You always end up near trouble or near the fire, she said. Trouble is asleep. That leaves the fire. He walked over and sat beside her. He did not say anything at first. She did not push. After a while he said, I nearly killed someone tonight. Her head turned. Pettigrew, she said. He jerked. How did you know? He asked. Fred and George have ears everywhere, she said. Mum nearly had a fit when she heard bits of the story. She thinks it was all Lupin and Sirius. I heard your name in the middle of it. I guessed. He looked at his hands. I showed him Riddle's face, Harry said in a low voice. Just for a moment. He thought Voldemort was back in the room. He begged. Ginny's fingers tightened on her knees. And, she asked, I realized I could use my gift to be whatever people fear most, Harry said. I could be the last thing they see. I could end them and never have to admit it was me inside that skin. He laughed once, short and bitter. That is what Riddle always wanted, he said. A mask he could hide in forever while he hurt people. I almost gave it to myself. Ginny shifted closer. Almost, she said. That word matters. He breathed. I chose not to, he said. But part of me still wants to know what it would have felt like. She nodded. That is normal, she said. You are angry. You have every right to be. Pretending you do not want revenge does not make you good. It just makes you dishonest. He looked at her. How do you do that? He asked. Do what? She asked. Say horrible things in a way that makes them feel less heavy, he said. She smiled a little. Big family, she said. Plenty of practice. He huffed. I decided something, he said. She waited. If I ever use this gift to hurt someone, he said, it is going to be to stop them hurting someone else, not to satisfy my own anger. And I am not going to let anyone else decide when that line gets crossed. Not Dumbledore. Not the Ministry. Not even you. Good, Ginny said at once. He blinked. Good, he echoed. Yes, she said. Because if you promised me you would never hurt anyone, even to save someone, I would call you an idiot. You are allowed to defend yourself. You are allowed to defend us. I just do not want you turning into a ghost who only exists in other people's stories. He felt something warm loosen in his chest. Ghost, he repeated with a faint smile. Would that make me the Phantom of Gryffindor? She groaned. That is awful, she said. Never say that out loud near Seamus, or he will put it on a shirt. He laughed properly then. The sound surprised him. Ginny watched his face. Her gaze was steady. You look like you, she said. He touched his cheek with his fingertips. I tried to hold it, he said, even when everything else was falling apart. You did, she said. I can tell. He swallowed. He leaned in. She met him halfway. The kiss was a little less clumsy than the one in the chamber. Their noses still bumped. Their teeth clicked once. They both laughed into it. When they broke apart, they stayed close, foreheads touching. I am glad you did not kill him, she said quietly. Me too, he said. Most of me, anyway. The part that is not, she said. We can work on that. He nodded. They sat there until the fire burned low. Harry's magic sat under his skin, quiet and watchful, like something tamed but not broken. Outside, somewhere in the dark, a rat scurried toward a future Harry could not yet see. Inside, Harry Potter chose again to stay in his own shape. The weight of that choice settled on his shoulders. He did not shrug it off. He held it. The dragon smelled of ash and old fear. Harry stood in the champion tent and tried not to stare at the canvas wall that shook every time the horntail roared. The noise rolled through his bones, low and angry, like thunder stuck in its throat. He could feel the crowd outside, a living pressure, their voices a blur of noise that never settled on one word long enough to make sense. His skin wanted to crawl. Literally. He watched his own hand as he flexed his fingers. The knuckles thickened a fraction, tendons sharpening, skin roughening as if he had worked a lifetime with tools. A small test, a reminder. The power was there, waiting, and if he let fear take over it would run wild. Stop glaring at the wall and breathe. Tonks lounged on a folding chair near the tent flap. Her hair was a calm, steady brown for once, cut short and neat. That alone told him how serious she was taking this. No neon colors, no duck bills, no jokes. "I am breathing," Harry muttered. His voice sounded rough. "Properly," she said. "Not that little pant you do when you think no one is watching." He shot her a look. "Everyone is watching." "Not right now," she said. "Right now it is just you, me, and the mad eye outside mumbling about constant vigilance." So, she stood and stepped closer, eyes flicking over his face. "Check in, head to toe. What is shifting?" Harry closed his eyes for a moment. The inside of his body felt like a crowded corridor at Hogwarts, everyone jostling for space. His jaw wanted to thin, his cheekbones to sharpen, his spine to lengthen. Old instincts, old masks. Boy who lived, faceless student, Rose Lily, James Copy, Lily Copy. He forced them all still. "Nothing big yet," he said. "Just tension." "Good. Hold it." Tonks set her hands on his shoulders and squeezed. "Remember the plan. You do not need to turn into a dragon. You do not need extra limbs. You already have everything you need if you use it right. Bone density, muscle density, heat resistance," Harry recited quietly. "And balance," Tonks added. "Move your center of gravity when you fly. You are not trying to look impressive. You are trying not to die." Outside, another roar shook dust from the seams of the tent roof. Someone in the stands screamed in a way that was not playful. Harry felt his heart kick hard in his chest. For a second his eyes burned, and he knew without looking that they had flashed bright, inhuman green. He felt a smaller hand slip into his. Ginny had been sitting almost silent on the spare cot behind him, short legs swinging, fingers picking at a loose thread on the blanket. Now she stood at his side as if she had always been there. "You are not going to die," she said in a voice that belonged at the burrow kitchen table, not in a tent beside a dragon. "You are going to make a giant lizard look stupid. Get the egg. And then you are going to let me yell at you for scaring me." Harry huffed out a laugh that came out more like a shaky breath. "That the plan. That is the minimum," she said firmly. "Anything less and I am telling Mum." Tonks snorted. Terrifying. Ginny squeezed his hand once more, then tipped her head, studying his face. "You are holding, right?" He knew what she meant. Not just the polite Hogwarts mask. The deeper thing. The effort that kept his features settled in the form most people thought of as Harry Potter. "Yeah," he said. "I have it." "Good." She rose on her toes and brushed her lips against his cheek. It was quick and warm and steady. "Keep it until you need to let go." The tent flap opened. Ludo Bagman poked his head in, smile too bright, eyes too eager. "Potter, you are up." Harry swallowed. His hand tightened around Ginny's for a heartbeat, then slipped free. "See you after," he told her. "You had better," she said, eyes hard. He stepped past Tonks. She ruffled his hair, fingers brushing his scalp in a silent reminder of control, then let him go. The light outside stabbed at his eyes at first. The stadium rose around him in a ring of packed earth and stone, every seat full. Red and gold banners, Beauxbatons blue, Durmstrang darker colors, all blurring into a single mass of movement. The horntail crouched across from him, chained to rock, its black scales catching the sun. Smoke curled from its nostrils, and its yellow eyes fixed on him with the single focused interest of a predator that has been given a target. Harry's stomach flipped. His skin tingled. He walked forward until he reached the marked start point. His trainers sank a little into the soil. He rolled his shoulders once, wand in his right hand, left hand hanging loose. Breathe. The crowd dimmed at the edges of his awareness. The dragon sharpened. Every ridge, every scar along its side, every crack in the stone under its claws. He felt its heat on his face even at this distance. He imagined that heat pressing against his skin more directly and sent his focus inward. Thicken. His skin responded. The layer just under the surface drew tighter and denser, like someone was layering protective cloth under his normal one. It itched, then settled. Bones. His legs felt heavier as he redirected mass downward, thickening his shin bones, his spine. The change pulled at his muscles. He let them adjust, more fiber threading in, tightening like ropes. He did not change shape. From the stands he still looked like the same skinny boy with messy hair and a school robe. But inside, things were not the same at all. "Ready, Mr. Potter?" Bagman's voice boomed across the field. No, Harry thought. "Yes," he said out loud. "Then begin." The horntail lunged almost at once, huge body swinging, chain rattling as one clawed front leg lashed out. The tail came with it, a massive whip of muscle and spikes. Harry shouted the summoning charm he had practiced until his throat ached. Accio Firebolt. His wand vibrated. Somewhere far above the castle grounds, locked away in the tower, wood and metal tore free and sped toward him. He felt the connection like a thin line tugging at his chest. The dragon did not care about his broom, cared about the small warm thing in front of its nest. It inhaled. Heat built in its throat. Harry screamed, "Protego," and at the same time shifted. He dragged mass from his shoulders, chest, and arms, pushing it down, making his legs denser, anchoring himself to the ground. His feet dug into the earth as if it were soft clay. When the dragon's breath burst forward, a wall of flame slammed into the shield. It roared in his ears, but the shield held, and the denser bones in his arms absorbed the kickback of his own magic. His hands shook, but he did not stumble. The firebolt hit his palm like a living thing. He swung one leg over and kicked off, releasing the extra weight in his legs enough to leave the ground without tearing muscles. For a second he felt light, too light, and adjusted, adding a fraction of mass to his torso to give him better balance on the broom. Then he was in the air. The dragon turned its head, tracking him. Harry rose fast, arrowing up above the horntail's reach. Wind tore at his hair and robe. The crowd roared again as he banked sharply left. His inner ear wanted to lag behind. He shifted, moving a sliver of bone density toward the side he turned into, letting gravity slide along a new line. The broom obeyed with sudden precision, carving a tighter curve than it had any right to manage. The horntail lunged upward. The chain snapped taut, jerking it back. His tail whipped up in fury. A spike ripped past Harry's boot, close enough that he felt the rush of displaced air. He forced his ankle thinner for a heartbeat, just enough that the spike missed by a hair, then let it return. His heart slammed against his ribs so hard it hurt. "Do not pull anything stupid," he muttered to himself. "Do not become the dragon. Do not try to grow wings. You are not an animagus. You are you." The golden egg sat glittering behind the dragon, nestled among real eggs. That was the target. He dropped. The shift was almost automatic now. He pulled some mass from his chest and shoulders, pushing it into his thighs, giving himself more drive downward. The world blurred. Wind screamed in his ears. The dragon swung its head. Too slow. Heat washed over him again as it tried another burst of fire. Harry squinted against the glare. The thickened skin over his face prickled but did not blister. He tucked himself closer to the broom, making his frame slightly narrower, slipping through the edge of the flame. He saw the egg up close now. He saw the horntail's eye as he flashed past its head. In that instant his METAMORPHMAGUSS sense screamed. The dragon was natural. Huge, dangerous, but natural. Meat and scale and bone that matched itself. No wrongness. No twisted soul. Nothing like the thing that had ridden the back of Coral's skull. The thought steadied him more than any cheering could. He knew what true monstrosity felt like now. This was just an animal forced into a task. "I will be fast," he told it under his breath. He rolled sideways, fingers reaching. For a heartbeat he shifted his arm, letting bones lengthen just a touch, joints stretching, fingers pressing that little bit farther than they should. His hand closed around the heavy egg. The horntail screamed. Its tail slashed across the ground, ripping furrows. The chain rattled madly. Harry did not try to rise in a straight line. He flung himself sideways, pouring mass into one shoulder and rib as he turned, using it as a counterweight to swing the broom into a harsh arc. His stomach lurched. His vision dimmed at the edges. He heard the faint chop of spikes tearing through the air right behind him. Then he was clear. He climbed raggedly, lungs burning. The stands were a blur of color again. The roaring shifted, picking up in pitch. It took him a second to realize they were cheering. He did not trust his voice. He simply raised the shining egg once as he flew back toward the safe zone. His legs shook when he landed. The bones he had thickened hummed with a dull ache. The skin across his forearms felt as if he had leaned too close to a campfire. Madame Pomfrey bustled toward him at once, wand already out. "Potter, you foolish boy." "Hi," he said, because he could not think of anything smarter. She scanned his arms, muttering under her breath, and spread a cooling cream that made his skin sigh. She flicked her wand again, and the ache in his legs eased as the extra density eased back into a more normal balance. "You will sit," she ordered. "You will drink." She thrust a goblet at him that smelled like bitter herbs. Harry sat on the narrow bench in the champion's rest area. He drank. His stomach rolled but did not reject it. Fleur walked past, pale but composed, hair damp with sweat. Crumb gave him a short nod. Cedric grinned, tired and genuine. "Nice flying, Harry." "Thanks," Harry said. He did not add, "You have no idea how much of that was cheating." The tent flap rustled again. Ron pushed through, ears bright red, eyes wide. Hermione was right behind him, cheeks flushed, hair wilder than usual. Ginny slipped in last, face set. "Harry," Ron started, voice cracking between excitement and outrage. "You were mental out there. Absolutely mental. Did you see that tail? It nearly took your foot off." "I noticed," Harry said dryly. Hermione smacked Ron's arm. "That is what you lead with. Really." She turned to Harry and grabbed his hand. "You were brilliant. I mean it. The way you moved the broom, that turn at the end, that was not just luck." Harry squeezed her fingers back. "It helped that I could move my center of gravity." Ron frowned. "You did the bone thing, did you not?" "Yeah," Harry admitted. Ginny stepped closer. She looked him over slowly, as if checking for missing pieces. Her gaze snagged on a spot where Madame Pomfrey had not yet fully healed a red patch along his neck. She reached out and touched it lightly. Harry felt his skin try to shift under her fingers, the instinctive flinch of power responding to pain and contact. He held it still by sheer stubbornness. "Idiot," she whispered, but her voice shook. "Brilliant idiot." He tipped his head toward her. "You said make the lizard look stupid." Ginny's mouth twitched. "You did." It looked very annoyed. Hermione let go of his hand to wipe at her eyes. "Do not ever do that again. He has 2 more tasks," Ron pointed out. "Ron, what?" "I am just saying, if this is him taking 1 dragon, I do not want to know what the lake is going to get." Harry's stomach flipped again. "About that," he looked at Ginny. She understood without him explaining. The unknown of the second task had been gnawing at him for days. The egg in his lap hummed faintly. Whatever secret it held would decide what he had to adapt for next. But for the first time since his name had come out of the goblet, he felt a thin thread of something like confidence. Not arrogance, just the knowledge that his body was not a curse anymore. It was a tool he could shape on purpose, and he was not doing it alone. Weeks earlier, the night his name had come out of the goblet, he had not felt that way at all. The memory rose whether he wanted it or not. The great hall. The flames in the enchanted ceiling flickering, as if stirred by a storm only they could feel. The blue of the goblet's fire shifting to red, then white, then spitting out a burnt scrap. Harry Potter. The words had hung in the air like a spell. Every head had turned. The power inside him had flared in an instant, panicked and wild. For a moment his face had blurred. He felt his jawline twist, hair spike then flatten, eyes flash green gold, then back again. He had frozen it by force, staring straight ahead. He wanted to say there had been a mistake. The goblet did not make mistakes. That was what everyone kept saying. Ron had stared at him, expression blank. Hermione had whispered something that sounded like his name, but he could not be sure over the rush in his ears. Harry, Dumbledore had said, calm and cool from the staff table. If you would. So he had walked. Every step had felt like it might be his last as Harry Potter. Any second he expected someone to shout, to accuse, to drag him back and demand to know which face he had worn when he slipped his name into the goblet. Because that was what they would think. In the little side chamber after, with the other champions staring, that fear had settled into something solid and ugly. You are too young, Fleur had said, frowning. This is not a joke. I did not put my name in, Harry had said, throat dry. Crumb had shrugged, unreadable. Cedric had looked confused, then wary. But someone did. Then the professors had burst in. Dumbledore's hand had landed on his shoulder hard enough to sting. Did you put your name in the goblet, Harry? Harry had met his eyes and tried not to think about scar tissue and old lies. No. Did you ask an older student to do it for you? No. His voice had stayed steady. His features had stayed fixed. He had made sure of it. No shifting jaw, no eyes flickering, no hair changing length. He had poured everything into stillness. Barty Crouch had talked about contracts. Bagman had babbled about once in a lifetime. Snape had stood in the corner, black eyes sharp, lip curled as if he could already smell trouble. McGonagall had been the only one who had looked at him with clear, simple worry. Albus, she had said quietly. He is 14. The goblet has spoken, Dumbledore had answered. Later, in the common room, the shouting had started. Ron had not shouted. That was almost worse. He had stood near the fire, face set, hands jammed in his pockets, listening to Seamus and Dean and others argue about whether Harry had cheated. Come on, Seamus had said. If I could change my face, I would have found a way to get past the age line as well. He could have walked right through looking like a 7th year. Harry had winced. He said he did not. Hermione had snapped. Why would he lie? Seamus had just raised his brows. The answer hung in the air. Fame. Glory. Tension. Ron had not said anything. When the crowd thinned and finally went up to bed, Harry had followed, heavy with dread. Ron had climbed into his own bed without looking at him. The hangings between them had never felt so solid. Ron, silence. Did you think I did it? Harry asked. His voice came out small, the way it had when he was 8 and asking Petunia if he could have another slice of toast. There was a long pause. Springs creaked as Ron turned on his mattress. I think, Ron had said slow and tight, that if I had what you have, it would be pretty easy to sneak past a bit of age magic. Harry's chest hurt. So yes, I think there is always something you are not telling us, Ron said. First year, second year, all of it. You could look like anyone. How am I supposed to know you do not use it? I do not, Harry had said. The words felt useless. Maybe you do not mean to, Ron had muttered. But every time something mad happens, it is you in the middle. Harry had felt his face start to slip, features wanting to flatten into something not worth looking at. He forced them back, staring at the closed hangings. Right, he had said quietly. Got it. Sleep had been a long time coming that night. When it finally arrived, it had been full of fire and faces and his body pulling apart into 1,000 different shapes. In the morning, Ginny had cornered him in the entrance hall before breakfast. So, she had said without preamble, arms folded. Did you cheat? No. He had snapped, tired and raw. Good. She nodded once. Because if you had, I would have hexed you myself. He stared at her. You are the third person to say something about hexing me. Who else? Ron, sort of. Fred and George. Ginny rolled her eyes. Boys are idiots. I am including my brothers in that. Come on, Potter. She reached up and caught his chin in her hand, turning his face toward hers. Look at me, he did. Her brown eyes were sharp and very, very clear. Who are you right now? Harry, he said. Which one? He almost laughed. The usual. The one that matches the photos in the Prophet. Not Rose. Not some random faceless kid. Not my brother. You, yeah. She studied him for a moment more, then let go. Fine. I believe you, just like that. Yes. Why? Because you are a rubbish liar, she said. And because if you had actually decided to cheat, you would have told me so I could help. His mouth fell open. Ginny, what? You are not the only one who thinks things would be easier if people stopped treating you like a symbol and started treating you like a person who might want to survive. Something in his chest loosened at that. It did not fix anything with Ron. It did not change Dumbledore's cool acceptance. But it was a small, solid thing to hold. That was the first time he had thought of her as more than Ron's little sister and his occasional co-conspirator. Back in the present, after the dragon, that memory felt like part of a path. Confusion, anger, then this raw, shaking relief. He glanced at Ginny now, standing in the crowded champion's tent. She caught his eye and raised a brow. You alive? He nodded once. Barely. Oi! Ron said suddenly. There is going to be a ball. They all looked at him. What? Harry blinked. Ron waved a hand toward the exit. They announced it while you were helping Madame Pomfrey not have a heart attack. Christmas. Yule Ball. Proper event. Dress robes. Dancing. Harry groaned. Fantastic. Dragons and dancing. My favorite combination. Ginny grinned. You do realize you are going to be expected to actually enjoy at least one of those. Maybe the dragon was the easy part, Hermione mused. Do not say that, Harry begged. Hermione squeezed his shoulder. You will figure it out. Ginny did not say anything more at the time. She just looked thoughtful. The weeks between the first task and Christmas passed in a blur of homework, stares, and constant checks on the egg. When he finally worked out that it needed to be opened underwater, he had trudged back up to the common room with wet hair and a scowl, already planning what he needed to change in himself to survive the lake. Tonks agreed to help him practice in the shallows during early mornings. She watched as he stood waist-deep in the water, shivering as November wind cut through his clothes. All right, she said. Start with lungs. Think of them like bellows. Not bigger forever, just more flexible. You want to draw more air and use it slowly. Harry closed his eyes and focused. He felt the muscles around his ribs twitch. The bone there softened and stretched just a fraction, giving his chest a little more give. His breath slid in deeper and slower. Cold bit at his skin. He pushed some density into the outer layer, thickening it just enough to dull the worst of the bite. Good, Tonks said. Now try sinking without flailing. Encouraging, Harry muttered. He stepped forward until the water closed over his head. Under the surface, the world went quiet. His extra lung capacity helped, but not enough. His chest burned sooner than he wanted. He spread his arms, letting his hands flatten slightly, fingers lengthening a touch to catch more water. He pulled, kicked, tried to move the way he had on a broom, using his body as much as his tool. He lasted longer each day. He learned to shift the density in his legs, making them heavier when he wanted to push off the bottom, lighter when he wanted to float. He never tried to grow gills. Some part of him knew that was a step toward something too far from human. For now, he would stretch what he had. In the middle of all that came the Yule Ball. Harry had tried to ignore it, hoping it might go away if he did not look directly at the notice. That had not worked. He had been cornered by McGonagall, reminded that champions were expected to open the dancing. He had thought of asking Cho. He had thought of several people. Every time he imagined it, he saw himself slipping mid-dance, features changing in front of 100 watching eyes. The idea made his stomach twist. In the end, the choice had been simpler than all that. He had found Ginny in the common room one evening, curled up on an armchair with a book, feet tucked under her. The fire painted her hair copper and gold. Ginny, she looked up. Yeah, he swallowed. Do you have a date for the ball? Her brows rose a little. That is a bit last minute. I know. I was being a coward. At least you admit it, she said. Her mouth twitched, but there was something sharper in her eyes. I told Neville I would go with him if he did not find anyone else, and he actually asked early. So, oh, Harry said, stomach dropping. Right? Of course. That is great. Neville is great. You will have fun. I will just, ask. He trailed off. He had no idea who. Ginny watched him flounder for a moment, then closed her book. He found someone. Hannah from Hufflepuff. Asked her yesterday. I talked him into it. Harry blinked. So you are free. Yes. You did that on purpose. Yes, she said again, calm. He stared at her. You knew I would chicken out and ask late. I knew you, she said quietly. And I knew you would overthink it until you tied yourself in knots about whether you were asking as Harry or as some version you thought people wanted to see. His mouth opened, then closed. So what did you expect me to do? Exactly what you just did. He let out a weak laugh. Will you come with me to the ball? Her expression softened. Yes, Harry. I will. Something warm and light spread through his chest. Then panic crashed over it. What if I shift? He blurted. Ginny tilted her head. In what way? What if we are dancing and my face flickers? Or my height? Or my eyes? Or all of it? In front of everyone. Then they get a free show, she said. And I hex anyone who laughs. That is not reassuring. Harry. She stood and stepped closer, lowering her voice. Do you know what I see when I look at you? A disaster, he said. Yeah, she said, smiling. But you are my disaster. You are not the boy who lived when you forget to dry your hair and drip water all over your homework. You are not a shapeshifter when you fall asleep on a common room chair with your glasses crooked. You are just Harry. His throat grew tight. Dance with me as that, she said. If anything else happens, we will handle it. Together, he said. Together, she agreed. The ball itself was a blur of color and music and nerves. His dress robes itched. He had spent almost half an hour in front of the mirror before coming down, staring at his reflection until his own face started to feel strange. For a moment, his features had softened into a blend of others. A bit of James, a bit of Lily, something of Rose. He had forced it back, breathing slowly until the boy in the mirror was the one he had worn since first year. He had walked down the stairs and seen Ginny waiting. Her robes were a deep green that made her hair brighter. She had done something with it that made it fall in softer waves around her shoulders. She looked like Ginny dressed up, not someone else, and somehow that made his chest hurt more than any attempt at glamour. She had looked him over the same way she had in the tent. You look good. You look? He started, then stalled, because every word that came to mind sounded wrong or cheesy. You look like you. Lucky for you, she said lightly, though her cheeks colored. They had danced. He had not tripped much. The first song had been stiff, his hands too aware of where they were supposed to go, his feet counting beats. His skin had prickled under his collar. Each time another couple moved close, he had felt his features twitch, as if they wanted to blur under the pressure of so many eyes. Whenever that happened, he had focused on the feeling of Ginny's hand in his. Warm, small, calloused from Quidditch. She laughed when he turned the wrong way, not unkindly. Relax, she murmured. You faced a dragon. You can survive a waltz. Not sure, he muttered. Stop thinking about how you look, she said. Think about moving. Think about the music. He tried. Slowly, the noise of the hall shifted from a wall of sound to something clearer. Violins, a steady beat, the rustle of fabric, the murmur of voices. He let his body move without checking his reflection every second. At one point, when he spun her under his arm, he felt his height shift half an inch. His view of the room dipped and rose. His heart jumped. Ginny did not flinch. Her eyes never left his. Still you, she said. He swallowed and let the shape settle where it wanted. A fraction taller than usual, shoulders slightly broader. It felt strange and wrong only for a heartbeat. Then it felt like possibility. They ended the night tired and sore and full of cake. Ginny stole an extra plate for him, handing it over with a grin behind McGonagall's back. Later, when they slipped out to the courtyard for air, snow dusted the stone. The sky above was clear. Their breath clouded in front of them. Harry leaned on the railing and flexed his fingers, watching skin change color as blood returned. You did not flicker once during the final dance, Ginny said quietly. Not that I noticed, he said. That is my point, she said. You were not watching yourself. You were just there. He considered that in silence. Thank you, he said after a moment. For what? For coming with me. For not freaking out when I nearly changed on the floor. She bumped her shoulder against his. Get used to it. I am not going anywhere. The second task had been cold and slow and surprisingly peaceful. He had walked down to the lake with the others, heart hammering. The stands had been packed again, though fewer students were actually cheering. The idea of watching people disappear underwater did not lend itself to loud excitement. He had taken one last deep breath of air that tasted of frost and nervous sweat, then stepped into the water. The change started at his chest. He stretched his lungs again, more than he had in practice, ribs bending and flexing to make room. His heart beat a little slower, pushing blood through in heavier, more efficient bursts. His skin thickened against the water, smoothing, the tiny hairs lying flat. He reduced a bit of density in his legs and arms, letting himself float more easily, while keeping enough weight to kick downward when needed. When he dove, the cold hit like a slap. For a moment his whole body wanted to curl in. He forced his mind to stay sharp, counting his heartbeats, rationing his air. The world under the surface was green and murky. Light from above filtered down in shafts. He could hear the dull thump of his own pulse in his ears, the distant rumble of something large moving far away. He pulled with his arms, pushed with his legs, fingers and toes slightly webbed as he stretched them for more surface area. He did not think about how odd that would look if anyone saw. Down here, survival mattered more than appearances. The song from the egg played in his head, lines about what he would sorely miss. He knew who it would be. He found them among the anchors at the bottom. For figures floated, bound by magic, faces calm in enchanted sleep. Ron, Hermione, Jo, and Ginny. The sight of her hit him harder than the cold. Her hair floated around her like red smoke. Her face was pale, freckles muted in the strange light. Her hand was lax at her side. For a moment his control wavered. His pulse spiked. Focus. He added a touch more density to his hands and snapped the cords around Ron with a sharp pull. Then he weighed choices that felt impossible in the space of a few heartbeats. He was only supposed to take one. That was the rule. He wrapped an arm around Ron and kicked upward, dragging his friend toward the surface. He stopped halfway. The idea of leaving Ginny there, even trusting magic to keep her safe, made his chest seize. He knew what it was to be left. He knew what it was to be the one too many. He pushed more power into his muscles, forcing them to take the strain. He kicked back down and grabbed Ginny as well, hooking his hand under her arm. His lungs screamed now. The pressure in his chest edged toward pain. He stretched them again, dangerously close to the limit of what his body liked. The surface seemed twice as far. The water pressed against him from all sides. His arms shook, his fingers numbed. Then something nudged his back. A merperson swam alongside, spear in hand, eyes narrow but not hostile. It jabbed the spear forward and made a sharp gesture, urging him on. Harry did not have air to argue. He pushed. He broke the surface with a gasp that tasted like fire and air and life. Ron spluttered beside him, coughing. Ginny hung limp for a moment, then jerked and started choking as well as Madame Pomfrey and several others hauled them to the platform. Are you insane? Ron wheezed between coughs. Harry laughed, which hurt. Probably. Ginny coughed up water, hair plastered to her face. She blinked up at him. You could have taken someone easier to drag, she rasped. Thought about it, he said. Decided I would miss you more. Her eyes widened, then softened. Idiot, he grinned. His lungs burned, but they were adjusting back to normal size, ribs aching as bone shifted. Madame Pomfrey muttered about reckless boys and applied more warming charms than strictly necessary. Judges argued. Dumbledore spoke. In the end, Harry got extra points for moral fiber or something similar. He barely listened. He watched Ginny instead, watched the way she shivered under her blanket, watched the way she watched him. That night, long after the rest of the tower had gone quiet, he found her in the common room. The fire was low, embers glowing. She sat on the floor with her back against the couch, knees drawn up, blanket around her shoulders. "You should be asleep," he said softly. "So should you," she answered. He walked over and sank down beside her, leaving a small space between them. His muscles still ached deep in the bone, a reminder of how far he had pushed. "Thank you for not leaving me," she said. He frowned at her. "I could not." "You could have," she said. "You were supposed to. That was the task. Take your person and leave the others." "They gave me what I would miss most," he said quietly. "That did not mean I had to play by their rules." She smiled, tired and small. "You always change the rules." He hesitated, then leaned back until his head rested against the front of the couch. "It would have been easier if I did not care," he admitted. "If I treated this like a game. Fly, swim, win, smile for the profit. But you were there, and I kept thinking about the cupboard and the lake and all the times I wished someone would come back for me." Ginny's hand slid out from under the blanket and found his. She squeezed it hard. "I am not going to be the boy who walks away," he said. "No matter what Dumbledore or anyone else thinks is neat for the story." "Good," she said. "Because I am not going to be the girl who lets you drown in other people's expectations." He huffed a weak laugh. "That was very dramatic." "I have older brothers," she said. "Drama is a survival skill." They sat like that for a while, fingers tangled, listening to the fire crackle. The third task loomed after that, all hedges and whispers and mounting dread. Barty Moody drilled him on curses and shields and how to recognize when something was not what it seemed. Harry listened, mind half on the maze and half on the growing sense that the tournament was not just a game. His scar burned more often now. His metamorphmagus sense picked up wrongness in small ways. A professor's gaze lingering too long, a student's face a fraction too still, a rat in a corner that did not move quite right. The night before the task, he found Ginny again in a quiet corridor near the tapestry of dancing trolls. He had not planned to. His feet had taken him there on their own. She leaned against the wall, arms folded, as if she had been waiting. "You do that on purpose now," she said. "Do what?" "Your face." He frowned. "What about it?" "When you are nervous, you clamp down so hard you might crack something," she said. "When you are angry, you start to smooth out, like you are trying to become a blank wall. When you are with Ron and Hermione, you shift toward them without realizing. When you are with me," he felt his cheeks grow warm. "What do I do with you?" "You stop trying so hard," she said simply. "That hit harder than any insult." He swallowed. "That is why I need to show you something. Now, he said. He stepped back, putting a little distance between them. His heart pounded. This felt more dangerous than the dragon, more frightening than diving toward the lake bottom. "I need you to stay," he said. "Whatever happens." She straightened. "I am not going anywhere." He nodded once, then let go. Not of the whole thing. He was not stupid. There were lines he would not cross. But he loosened the tight grip he kept on his default form and allowed all the pulled threads inside him to uncoil. His hair lengthened, darkening in waves that brushed his shoulders, then shortened, brightening in a flash of red before settling somewhere between. His jaw narrowed, then widened. His nose shifted, freckle pattern changing as skin smoothed into something softer for a few breaths, then roughened again. His height wavered, the world tilting as his viewpoint rose and fell. Shoulders slimmed, then broadened. Hips adjusted. Hands changed size in front of his eyes. It was not a smooth transformation. It was messy and real, his body cycling through half-remembered versions of himself and imagined ones. The girl he had been as Rose during that one stolen weekend snuck in, then faded. Younger, shorter versions of himself flickered past like photographs. For a moment he looked like James in a Quidditch photo. Another heartbeat and Lily's eyes stared out of a different frame. Through it all, his scar stayed. It burned, protesting every attempt to blur it, and he let it because removing it never felt right. He did not hide this time. He did not freeze it into something presentable. He let it churn. Ginny watched. He expected her to flinch. He expected her to step back, to look away, to say something about how unsettling it was. Instead, she stepped closer. Her hand came up, fingers brushing his cheek as it changed under her touch. For a second, her thumb rested on Lily's cheekbone, then on Rose's, then on someone new. "Does it hurt?" she asked softly. "Sometimes," he said. His voice slid through registers, higher, lower, before settling. "Right now, a bit," he admitted. "Mostly I am scared." "Of me?" she asked. "Of what you will see," he said. "Of what you will decide I am." She made a quiet sound, half laugh, half something else. "Harry, I decided that a long time ago." He swallowed. "And you are the boy who dragged me out of a lake when he barely had enough air for himself," she said. "You are the idiot who tried to give up the Quidditch final so everyone else would not feel bad. You are the one who still apologizes to the castle walls when you bump them. You are the one who thinks he has to earn the right to exist every day." His eyes stung. They were green at the moment, then brown, then hazel. "I am not looking at your face," she said. "I am looking at you, and I am not leaving." He let out a breath he had not realized he was holding. The shift frenzy slowed. His form cycled once more through a few subtle changes, then began to settle. Not because he forced it, but because something solid had landed in the center of him. Her. Ginny stepped even closer, so that very little air was left between them. "Can I test something too?" she asked. His voice was rough. "What? This?" She slid her hand to the back of his neck and pulled him down. The first brush of her mouth against his was clumsy. Their noses bumped. His teeth clicked against hers. They both laughed a little into it. Then she adjusted the angle and his brain stopped doing anything useful for a while. Heat flared that had nothing to do with dragons. His hands hovered for a second, unsure where to go, then settled lightly at her waist. She tasted faintly of mint and treacle tart. For one wild second he felt his body want to change again, old habit responding to intense emotion with random shifts. He felt his hair try to lengthen, shoulder widen, then narrow. Ginny's fingers tightened in his hair. Her other hand slid to his jaw, holding his face as if she were catching all the versions at once. She did not pull away. If anything, she kissed him harder. Something inside him, that restless, shifting core, leaned into that grip. Instead of scattering, the power curled around the point of contact like a vine around a stake. It did not vanish. It did not freeze. It found a place to rest. When they finally broke apart, both breathing hard, Ginny rested her forehead against his. "Still you?" she whispered. He laughed, a little shaky. "Which one?" "All of them," she said. "And the one you are about to choose." He pulled back enough to look at her. "Choose." "You heard me," she said. "You cannot live your whole life like a reflection trying not to ripple. At some point you need to decide what feels right and hold it because you want to, not because everyone else needs you to look familiar." He thought about that. About James, Lily, Rose, the nameless faces he had worn. About Tonks and her casual shifts. About Dumbledore and his strategic lies. About Voldemort and the parasitic wrongness in the back of Quirrell's head. About Ginny who had just kissed him through all of it. "I do not know the final form yet," he said slowly. "But I know one thing." "What?" He reached up and cupped her cheek, thumb brushing a freckle. "Whatever I choose, it will be built around this. Around you, not to look like you, to stay with you." She smiled, and the word anchor settled in his mind without him meaning to think it. Not like a chain, like something that kept a ship from drifting too far in a storm. He felt his features settle again. The changes smoothed out. His height stopped flickering. His hair stayed messy and dark with a faint red glint at the edges, as if it had caught a bit of her color and refused to let go. His eyes stayed green. His scar burned, then quieted. The effort to hold it did not feel like desperation anymore. Felt like choice. Inside, the power that had always felt like a wild tide relaxed. It was still there, ready to surge on command, but it no longer pressed at him from every direction. It waited. Ginny stepped back a tiny bit and looked him up and down. "There he is," she said softly. "Harry Potter," he said, trying to keep his voice light. "Harry," she corrected. "My Harry." He flushed, That is a bit much. Get used to it, she said. He carried that steadiness into the maze. The hedges towered over him, dark and tall, whispering with unseen wind. The entrance swallowed each champion one by one. When his turn came, the noise of the crowd faded behind him, replaced by rustling leaves and the distant crackle of spells. His wand felt right in his hand. His body felt ready. He moved carefully, senses stretched. His metamorphmagus awareness picked up tensions in the hedge walls, places where the leaves were not quite aligned, where magic hummed thicker. He shifted the density in his legs and feet, making himself lighter when he needed quick, silent steps, heavier when he braced to cast. A blast-ended Skrut charged him at one junction, all armor and fire. He thickened the bones in his forearms and crossed them as he cast a shield, letting both magic and altered body take the impact. The force jarred his shoulder, but held. A stunner dropped the creature. He stepped around it, shoulder aching but intact. A boggart tried to catch him in another corridor, shaping itself into a blur of faces he had worn and discarded, all staring back at him with accusation. He laughed at it, shifted his features on purpose, and cast the charm. The boggart burst into glittering smoke. Each time he used his power now, it felt like opening and closing his hand rather than fighting to keep a flood behind a thin door. When he finally reached the cup, his shirt was torn. There was a cut along his cheek, and his legs ached from constant adjustment. Cedric lay nearby, stunned from a cursed vine he had just freed him from. "Take it," Cedric panted. "Together," Harry said. "They wanted Hogwarts unity. Let them have it." They gripped the handles at the same time. The tug behind his navel was expected. The speed was not. The world spun and snapped dark. He landed hard in a graveyard that smelled of damp earth and old stone. The cup clattered away. Cedric hit the ground beside him with a grunt. At once, the wrongness hit. This was not just a place. It was a trap. He felt the air before he saw anything. Thick and heavy and laced with magic that clung to his skin like oil. The hairs on his arms rose. The scar on his forehead flared, searing hot. A high voice cut through the night. "Kill the spare." The curse that hit Cedric was fast and bright and final. There was no time to move, no chance to block. One moment Cedric was pushing himself up. The next he was still in a way that made Harry's stomach drop through the earth. The power inside him lurched, wanting to twist him into something monstrous. He had felt death before. This was different. This was cold intent made visible. Figures moved in the shadows. Robes, masks, wands. A small, twisted creature was carried to a cauldron that steamed and smoked. Harry was dragged forward, bound against a headstone. The rope bit into his wrists. His scar burned so fiercely he felt sick. He watched, Metamorphmagus sense screaming as the ritual began. Bone of the father, flesh of the servant, blood of the enemy. He did not need anyone to explain what was happening. He felt it. The body forming in the cauldron was wrong. Every shift of tissue and bone was a violation. This was not transformation in the way his magic understood it. This was forced shape, a soul tearing itself into the world by clinging to whatever it could steal. When Voldemort rose from the steam, pale and thin and snake-eyed, Harry tasted bile. The metamorphmagus in him recoiled. This was what happened when change was twisted into obsession, when immortality mattered more than integrity of self. This was a form held together by sheer malice and fear, not by choice. He breathed through the pain in his scar and held on to two things. Ginny's hand on his cheek. Ginny's voice saying, "Still you." The duel itself began as a show. Voldemort wanted spectacle, wanted to prove himself. He cast curses that smashed tombstones, laughed when Harry dodged. Harry did not try to meet power with power. He used every piece of tactical fluidity he had learned. When a curse came low, he shifted weight to his heels, making his legs denser so he could push off the ground in a sudden side leap without losing balance. When a jet of green light slashed toward his face, he narrowed his shoulders and dropped, feeling it pass so close it made his hair stir. When a cutting curse grazed his arm, he thickened the outer layer of skin and muscle there instinctively, turning what might have been a deep slash into a shallow cut. Pain flared, but the limb still answered when he told it to move. He kept his wand arm slightly longer, just enough to give his spells a touch more reach without drawing obvious attention. He altered his center of gravity with each step, making his movements hard to predict. Voldemort snarled in mounting irritation. He had expected a scared child. He had not expected an enemy who refused to stay in one fixed place even inside his own skin. "You are nothing," Voldemort hissed. "A child playing at power." Harry's breath came in rough pulls. Sweat ran into his eyes. Says the man who had to steal himself a body. The wand cores connected in a burst of gold. The world narrowed to a tunnel of light between them. His scar screamed. His arm shook. He thought he would break. Then he thought of the cupboard, of the dragon, of the lake, of Ginny's fingers in his hair as she kissed him through chaos. He did not try to hold every part of himself still. He channeled the urge to shift into his grip on the wand, letting his hand thicken, bones reinforcing, muscles locking around the wood like iron. "Not this time," he muttered. The golden thread between wands thickened. Figures emerged from the light. Cedric, a man and a woman he knew from photos. Others. They spoke, urged. The magic between wands strained. When the connection finally broke, Harry moved before Voldemort did. Using every ounce of density shift he had left to shove himself sideways and sprint towards Cedric's body and the cup. His legs felt like lead from the sudden change. He added a burst of lightness at the last second, throwing himself over the body and slamming his hand onto the cup. The yank behind his navel returned, harsher this time. The last thing he heard in that graveyard was Voldemort's scream of rage. He hit Hogwarts ground on his back with Cedric still beside him. The noise of the crowd crashed over him. People shouted. Hands grabbed. Dumbledore loomed. Moody appeared. Harry clung to the cup and the body, refusing to let anyone pull them apart. "He is dead," he heard himself say in a voice that did not sound like his own. "Cedric is dead. Voldemort is back." The Ministry men argued. Dumbledore's eyes went hard. Moody's hands tightened on his shoulders in a way that felt wrong. The events after blurred again. The office. The reveal. Crouch in disguise. Pensive truths. Through all of it, Harry's body sat in a strange, calm, steady state. He did not flicker. He did not shudder. Even when memories pulled at him, his features stayed fixed. The anchor held. Later, in the hospital wing, when the noise had finally died down and the white curtains around his bed kept most of the world out, the control slipped in small ways. Not in his form. In his voice. Ginny was there. The others had been forced to leave for a few hours. Mrs. Weasley had cried over him. Ron had hovered, guilty and pale. Hermione had asked questions until Madame Pomfrey had gently sent them out. Ginny had stayed. Someone had decided she was small and quiet enough not to count as a disturbance. She sat on the edge of his bed now, fingers tracing the pattern on the blanket. "How much did they tell you?" he asked quietly. "Enough," she said. "Dumbledore told Mum some of it, and she told me more than she meant to. Then I bullied the rest out of Bill through letters." He blinked. "You wrote to Bill." "I wanted an adult who would actually say the word death without flinching," she said. "And someone who would not treat you like you were made of glass. He understands curses. He knows what it means when someone says he is back." Harry stared at the ceiling. "Cedric looked surprised," he said. "Just for a second. Then he was gone." Ginny's hand found his under the blanket. "I keep thinking," Harry went on, voice low, "that if I had shifted faster, if I had moved, if I had dragged him, if I had done anything differently." "You could not have," Ginny said firmly. "He ordered it the second you arrived. You know that. You felt it. This is not your fault." "I brought him to the cup," Harry said. "You brought him back," she answered. "You did not leave him there. That counts for something." His throat clenched. "It does not feel like enough." "It never will," she said. "That is the problem with people like you. You will always think you should have done more, changed more, been more. But you are not a god, Harry. You are a boy with a body that refuses to obey the normal rules and a heart that insists on caring anyway." He turned his head to look at her. "You make me sound noble." "You are an idiot," she said. A noble idiot. There is a difference. He snorted a half-laugh that hurt his chest. My body feels wrong and right at the same time, he admitted. Every time I think about that graveyard, I feel like I should change, like I should become something harder, sharper, less breakable. But when I try, it feels like I am moving away from you. And I do not want that. Ginny's grip on his hand tightened. Do you remember what we said in the corridor? She asked. About you not leaving, he said. About you choosing, she corrected. You already made one choice. You chose not to let fear pick your form. You chose not to become the monster you fight. That matters. I was so scared, he said. I know, she said. I would worry if you were not. He swallowed. I did not flicker there. Not once. Even with him there. Even with that body he stole. It was like everything inside me focused on one thing. Living, she said. Living and getting back to you, he admitted. Her eyes shone. She leaned down and pressed a gentle kiss to his forehead, just beside the scar. Twinged, then settled. You did, she said. You came back. Whatever else happens, whatever war is coming, start with that. You came back. He shut his eyes. For the first time since the graveyard, his muscles loosened. The ache in his bones did not vanish, but it dulled. The power inside him curled around the memory of her touch instead of around fire and screams. I am tired, he whispered. Sleep, she said. I will be here when you wake up. You cannot stay all night, he mumbled. Watch me, she said softly. He felt her hand in his until sleep pulled him under. When Harry dreamed that night, he did not see his body tearing itself apart into endless shapes. He saw a dragon that was only an animal. A lake that was cold but survivable, a graveyard that was real and awful, and a girl with red hair and fierce brown eyes holding on to him through all of it, refusing to let go. He woke knowing two things with absolute clarity. Voldemort was back, and his Metamorphmagus power was no longer a curse waiting to explode. It was a weapon and a shield, bound to something stronger than fear. For the first time, he felt ready to decide who he would be. Not for Dumbledore, not for the prophet, not even for the prophecy he had not yet heard in full. For himself, and for the girl who had kissed every version of him and called them all Harry. Sources: Grimmauld Place always smelled of dust and old anger. Harry sat at the long kitchen table with a mug of tea that had gone cold in his hands. The rest of the house muttered around him. Portraits whispered upstairs. Doors groaned. Somewhere on the first floor, Sirius and Mrs. Weasley argued in low voices they thought no one could hear. The order meeting had ended half an hour ago. Most of the adults had gone, some to work, some to sleep in the few bedrooms that felt safe. Only the people who had dragged Harry out of bed for extra training remained. Alastor Moody thumped down into the chair across from him. His wooden leg scraped on the flagstones. His normal eye watched Harry. His magical one spun toward the door, then the ceiling, then back again. Nymphadora Tonks slid into the seat to Harry's right, almost knocking her elbow on her tea. Her hair was a dull brown, pulled back in a short tail. That alone said this was serious. Ginny leaned against the counter, arms folded, ankles crossed. She wore an old jumper that had once belonged to Bill. Her wand tucked behind her ear looked more natural on her than on her father. Moody rapped his fingers on the table. He had a list of names and times in front of him. The ink glowed faintly where the protective charms lay over the parchment. All right, he said. We have reached the point where running drills in this kitchen does not give us much more. We need to talk about what you actually are for this war, Potter. Harry bristled at the word what. I am a person, he said. Moody snorted. Never said you were not. You are also something else. The Order does not get many gifts like this. We have to use them properly or we waste you and maybe get you killed on top of that. Tonks gave Harry a sideways look. Translation, she said. He is saying you are the Order weapon. He is just too grumpy to say it nicely. I do not like being called a weapon, Harry said. His fingers tightened around the mug. The cold ceramic pressed into his skin. You do not like being a symbol either, Ginny pointed out from the counter. But here we are. Harry shot her a quick look. There was no mockery in her voice, Just tired honesty. Moody leaned in. Listen. The Dark Lord recruits with fear and pressure. We have people inside the ministry, but their faces are known. They are watched. If they gossip with the wrong person, they get caught. You are different. You can be anyone we need. You can walk into a nest of Death Eater sympathizers and sit at their table. Harry swallowed. His skin prickled. He thought of the graveyard, of the way Voldemort had shaped his stolen body. You know how wrong this can go, he said quietly. And Moody said, that is why we do not throw you in without plan or support. Tonks. Tonks flicked her wand at the table. A small badge appeared in front of Harry. It looked simple. A flat disc of dull metal with a faint swirl engraved at the center. What is that supposed to be? Harry asked. Your mark, Tonks said. Not the creepy kind. She tapped the disc. The engraving glowed for a second. Only a few people know this pattern is tied to you. Me, Moody, Kingsley, Remus, and Ginny. When you are under a face that someone might hex first and ask questions later, this is our sign that it is you. Ginny pushed off the counter and came over to look. Where does it go? She asked. Wherever you want, Tonks said. We tried pins, but they snag on fabric and get pulled off. We tried rings and bracelets. Too easy to lose. We landed on this. She held up the disc between finger and thumb. A charm that bonds to skin. Harry frowned. I am not letting you brand me. Tonks rolled her eyes. It is not a brand. It is a charm, and it sits under the skin, not on top. You can shift over it all you like. It will move with you. Moody grunted. Think of it as a last chance. If you run into one of us when you are wearing someone else, you touch this. It flares for us. We call off any spells meant for the enemy, and we do not blow your head off by mistake. Ginny looked at Harry. That part one like, she said. Harry stared at the little disc. His scar tingled from old pain, as if it wanted to remind him of what happened when other people decided what marks should sit in his skin. So that is how you stop friendly fire, he said. What about me turning into a monster because I have worn too many of them? Tonks went quiet. Moody did not. You do not have to enjoy it, Moody said. You do have to be honest about the toll. I will not send you into any place you cannot handle. If we see you slipping, we pull you out. That is part of the deal. Ginny touched his shoulder. Her fingers pressed through his jumper. You will not be in there alone, she said. You come back to us. That is the rule. Harry looked at her. Her gaze was steady. He forced himself to look back at the disc. Fine, he said at last. Where do you want it? Tonks held out her hand. Give me your wrist. Harry pushed his sleeve up. His skin was pale where the sun had not reached. Faint scars from the cupboard days and from new training crossed his forearm. Tonks set the disc on the inside of his wrist. This will sting, she warned. Everything stings, Harry muttered. A spark of light flashed. Heat bit into his skin, sharp and brief. He hissed and bit the inside of his cheek. When he looked again, the disc was gone. In its place, under the skin, a faint swirl of darker color showed for a second, then faded. Tonks tapped his wrist gently. The charm is tied to your core now, she said. No one else can use it by mistake. When you press 2 fingers here and think home, it will flare for us. Only for us. Harry rubbed the spot. It still tingled. Home, he repeated. Ginny heard the word and reached for his hand again. He let her take it. Moody pushed the parchment toward him. Our plan, he said, has 3 parts. First, we test you in a place where the risk is low but the stakes are real. Second, we move you into the ministry for a proper run. Third, we decide how often we can do this without breaking you. Low risk, Harry echoed. What counts as low risk in this war? A pub on the far side of Nocturne, Moody said. A regular meeting spot for minor Death Eaters and sympathizers. We have some faces on record. Tonks will show you. You go in with her. She plays one of them. You play another. You listen. You do not start a fight unless you have to. Ginny grit her teeth. You are taking him into a Death Eater den for practice. Moody met her glare without flinching. The Dark Lord already tried to kill him. He will try again. The question is whether Harry walks into the next trap blind or with some idea of how these people move and talk. I will not lie to you. It is dangerous. It is also necessary. Harry squeezed Ginny's fingers. I do not want to be wrapped in blankets while other people get hurt because I stayed out of it, he said. If I can do this, I should. Ginny gave him a look that was a mix of anger and pride. You are not a blanket person anyway, she muttered. Tonks straightened. The bigger plan is this, she said. Right now, the Order is a loose collection of people reacting to the Dark Lord. What Moody and I have been sketching is a proper unit. Not just you. Not yet, but later. People trained to move unseen. People who understand deception and shape. Phantom work. Phantom, Harry repeated. Phantom Corps, Moody said, and the name seemed to sit in the air for a moment. Not yet. For now you are the only one in that file. But if we live long enough, if this war ends and we are still on our feet, we will train more. Shapeshifters, animagi, illusionists. People who can move between worlds and faces. Harry thought of the graveyard again, of Voldemort dragging a body out of stolen magic. We do it right, he said quietly. We do not turn into him. That is exactly why you lead it instead of some ministry fool, Moody said. Ginny huffed. Can you not lay a whole future department on him tonight? She asked. He is still in school. Moody shrugged. War does not respect timetables. Harry took a breath. The house felt smaller than before, but the pressure inside his chest had also shifted. Fear and purpose mixed in there. He was tired of being marched from crisis to crisis with no say. This at least felt like a choice he was making. All right, he said. Show me who I need to be. The pub smelled worse than Grimmauld Place. A week later, Harry stood in a shadowed corner near the back door of a low, leaning building off Nocturne Alley. The sign outside had no name, just a scratched symbol that everyone around here seemed to know. Inside, the air was heavy with stale ale, smoke, and the sharp tang of potions fumes from the cloak corners where quick trades happened. Harry wore a face that was not his. Tonks had spent 2 hours drilling him on it. The man was a real person, a minor clerk from the improper use of magic office who came here once a month to complain about his job and, more important, to pass messages to the wrong sort of people. The real clerk was now deep in a sleeping charm in a safe room at Grimmauld, watched by Remus and Kingsley. Harry was under his skin now. His hair was thinner and fading. His jaw sagged a little. A mole sat near his left ear. His body held extra weight around the middle. What unsettled him most was not the shape. It was the posture. The way the man slumped. The way his shoulders curled in, as if he was always waiting for someone to shout at him. The way his eyes darted to the floor whenever someone with more power walked past. Harry had practiced that. Slump, shuffle, avoid eye contact. It made his back ache. Tonks stood beside him in the form of a sharp-faced woman with narrow eyes and a strict bun. Her robes were trimmed in green. She carried herself like someone used to giving orders and having them followed. Remember his name? She murmured out of the side of her mouth. Harry made himself think Harry is gone and answered in a low, wheezy voice. Albert Rowe. Good, she said. And me. Marina Caro, he said. Then grimaced. You sure no one is going to think you are related to the real ones? Tonks smiled without humor. That is the point. They trust their own. Now stay close and let me talk first. They moved deeper into the pub. The floorboards creaked under their feet. Every table held at least one cloaked figure. Some wore hoods. Some did not bother. A man with rough hands and a broken nose lifted his mug as they passed. Rowe, he called. You get the files I asked for. Harry's heart jumped. For a second he thought he had messed up something in the walk. Then he remembered the script. Bloody mountains of them, he muttered in Albert's voice. He let his shoulders droop further. My eyes are still hurting. You owe me 2 rounds for that one, Grant. Grant snorted. Only if you tell me something good. Marina, Tonks, cut in. He tells you what you pay him for and not a word more, she said. Her tone was cool. You know the terms. Grant rolled his eyes but subsided. Fine, fine. Have it your way. You coming to the back or you want to bleed out here where every drunk can hear you? Back, Tonks said. Some of us value our jobs. They followed Grant through a narrow doorway into a smaller room. The ceiling drooped low. There was 1 table and 3 mismatched chairs. A lantern hung from a hook, its light steady and yellow. Harry scanned the space. Only 1 door. 1 small window half blocked by grime. No other people. He took note without staring. His metamorphmagus sense picked up nothing warped. No hidden curses. Just bad taste in paint and worse in furniture. Grant dropped into a chair, scraped another one out with his foot, and jerked his chin. Well then, what did our ministry mouse bring us? Tonks sat. Harry took the third chair. The wood bit into his back. You asked about new security patterns around the prophecy storerooms, Tonks said. Harry kept his face blank and Albert-like, but the words made his heart lurch. That was Dumbledore's secret, the one he had been hinting at all term. The prophecy. The weapon. Grant leaned forward. His eyes were small and sharp. And, more guards, Tonks said, as if it bored her. Rotations increased. New cursed locks. Very old magic. Nothing you want to prod from the outside unless you fancy losing a hand. Grant grunted. Any change in who can access the files? Senior Ors. A few high-level officials. Tonks shrugged. The Dark Lord would need someone very high up to walk in and grab something. He knows that. Maybe he already has them, Grant said. Harry let out a low, nervous laugh before he could stop himself. It worked for Albert. You lot talk like he is sitting in every broom cupboard in the place, he wheezed. You think he is hiding under my desk too? Grant rolled his eyes. You are just lucky he does not care what you write. Still, you keep your ears open. The more nervous the top gets, the more sloppily they talk. You hear a name twice, you bring it to me. Tonks shifted in her seat. And you pay properly, she said. Grant flicked a pouch onto the table. The coins inside clinked. Harry saw a flash of gold through the slit. We keep our end, Grant said. You just keep yours, Marina. And tell your little toy there not to grow a conscience. Harry had to fight the urge to straighten his shoulders and punch him. Albert Rowe would not do that. Albert would swallow the insult and nod. So he did. They stayed for another half hour, talking circles around things Tonks had allowed them to know. Nothing too big. Small shifts in policy. Hints of who had been promoted. Each detail was worth a few coins to these men. By the time they left, Harry's throat hurt from the wheeze. His back ached from the slump. His skin crawled. The second they stepped into the alley, Tonks grabbed his sleeve and tugged him into a narrow passage between two buildings. It was darker there. The noise from the pub muffled. Drop it, she said. Now. Harry let the shape go. Felt like peeling off a wet cloak. His body snapped back into his chosen form. The sudden height change made him sway. His shoulders rolled back so fast they cracked. His skin felt too tight and too loose at the same time. He gagged and bent over, bracing his hands on his knees. Easy, Tonks said. She rested a hand on his back. Breathe. Harry pulled air in through his nose and let it out through his mouth. The smell of the alley cut through the leftover stink of the bar. That man, he said after a moment. He sells out his job for cups of rubbish and a bit of gold. Tonks sighed. People like that keep the Dark Lord in business. He does not need everyone to swear loyalty. He just needs enough people who will look away or hand over a file for a bit of coin. Harry straightened slowly. His spine still felt wrong. I hated being him. Good, Tonks said. You are supposed to. If you start enjoying it, we have a problem. Ginny stepped out of the shadows near the corner. She had been under a disillusionment charm, her hair and eyes matching the alley wall until she dropped it. Harry jumped. You were there the whole time. Moody wanted an extra set of eyes, she said. And I wanted to see exactly what this job looks like. She scanned his face, then his shoulders. You are shaking, she said quietly. Give him a minute, Tonks said. I do not want to turn into them, Harry said. The words tore out of him low and harsh. I do not want to get used to that kind of talk. To listen to someone say he is back as if it is just gossip you trade over drinks. Ginny stepped closer and put her hand over his wrist where the charm sat under the skin. Then you remember why you are there, she said. You go in, you see what they are doing, and you come back to us. You do not stay there in your head. He looked at her. Her eyes were very clear in the dim light. He thought about the lake and the graveyard and the way she had held his face when he had let his form slip. All right, he said. His voice steadied. All right. Tonks checked the alley mouth again. We did well tonight, she said. We confirmed that they are watching the prophecy stores. We confirmed there is a leak in that office. We passed that name to Kingsley. He will clean it up on his end. Now we move on to the next stage. Harry grimaced. The ministry proper. Tonks nodded. No straight Death Eater meeting this time. Just you walking through the corridors in someone else's skin and listening. Ginny made a face. I hate this. Good, Moody said from the far end of the passage. Harry had not realized he was there. Of course he was. He stumped forward, cloak pulling shadows with it. You should hate it. That means you will not get sloppy. Harry squared his shoulders. They belonged to him again. He was not Albert Rowe. He was Harry. That mattered. Tell me what I need to know about the man I am going to be, he said. The ministry was bright and polished and pretended to be safe. Harry stood near the fountain in the entrance hall and fought the urge to stare. He had seen this place once before during his hearing. Then he had been Harry Potter, scared and angry and ready to shout at Fudge. Now he wore the body of another man. This one was high enough to walk past most guards without question. A mid-level clerk in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. A pure blood with a long history, quietly resentful of Muggle-born progress. Not openly marked. The real man was asleep in another safe room, watched by 2 Order members who would jolt him awake at the slightest sign of tampering. Harry's hair was shorter now, slicked back from a narrow forehead. His nose was long. His robes were deep blue. His shoulders were straighter than Albert's but carried a different weight. The smug heaviness of someone who thought the world owed him respect. He had practiced this walk too. Chin lifted just enough. As half bored. A tiny sniff when he passed someone he considered lesser. He did not like it. That was the point again. Tonks was not with him this time. That was the hardest part. She had walked with him to the edge of the safe entry point, a dead corridor near an old records room. From there he had stepped out alone. Moody watched through a mirror link from Grimald. Ginny sat with him, fists clenched. Harry took comfort in that thought and moved. He joined the flow of people toward the lifts. The golden gates slid open and shut, swallowing and spitting out witches and wizards with piles of parchment. The smell of ink and parchment and strong tea hung in the air. Voices overlapped. Morning. He looked left. A witch with sharp eyes and a mouth set in a worried line nodded to him. She wore the badge of a fellow clerk. Morning, he answered in the man's voice he had practiced. Felt strange in his throat, rounder and lower. She rolled her eyes toward a group near the fountain. A man from the Daily Prophet perched on the edge with a notebook. Guess who is here again, she muttered, looking for more rubbish to print about the boy. The word boy made Harry flinch. He forced the reaction into his hands, adjusting the grip on his folder instead of shifting his shoulders. I suppose they need something to fill the front page now that the Dementors are not interesting news, he said, repeating a line from the man's memory. The lift gate clanged shut. The box dropped. They watched the golden words on the wall slide past. When we get through this, the witch said quietly, I hope the boy has the sense to run away somewhere far from all this. Harry did not trust himself to answer, even in another man's voice. He nodded once. The lift opened on the familiar corridor. The last time he had walked here, his own steps had echoed. Now the place was busier. Oars came and went. Clerks rushed past with arms full of files. Harry let his METAMORPHMAGUSS sense stretch. It did not feel like magic reaching out. It felt like listening with his skin. He noted which faces looked around too often. Which ones moved with the careful, controlled gait of someone hiding something. He headed toward the office where he knew some of the most sensitive conversations happened. Not the OR main room. An outer corridor near the record section where people thought walls did not have ears. He did not linger. That would stand out. He walked at a steady pace, folder held against his chest, eyes half on the path and half on the people. He picked up scraps. Meeting at the manor, can you believe? Fudge will never admit he was wrong. Not even if. He has the mark. I saw it when he reached for the quill. Each fragment slid into his memory. Later he would sort them with Moody and Tonks and Kingsley. For now he just collected. He reached the junction near the OR office. Kingsley Shacklebolt stepped out, tall and calm. His eyes flicked over Harry. For one instant Harry thought he had been seen through. His wrist tingled. The charm pulsed. Kingsley's gaze dropped to that spot and then away again. He nodded, just a fraction, then turned to talk to a junior oarer, voice steady. Harry let out a breath he had not known he was holding. The charm worked. They knew him even when his face did not. He moved on. The danger came 2 floors down. He had almost finished the loop Moody had marked on his mental map. 1 more corridor, then back to the lift and out through the flue point to Grimmauld. Then he heard the name he had been waiting for, spoken in a slow drawl that made his shoulders stiffen. Potter. In his own head, the name meant him. Here it was spoken like gossip again. He paused near a doorway. Inside, 2 men in dark robes stood with their backs half turned. One he recognized at once. Lucius Malfoy, pale, cold, hair tied back, cane in hand. The other he did not know well, a tired-looking official who wrung his hands. I assure you, the official was saying, we have every eye on the boy. Umbridge has him contained at school. The minister does not believe him, and that is enough for now. Lucius tilted his head. You rely rather heavily on a woman who cannot control a classroom, he said. The Dark Lord does not enjoy surprises. Nor do I. Harry's skin crawled. He made himself shuffle his feet as if he had just happened to pause there. The official flinched. Undersecretary Umbridge holds the ear of the minister, he said. She can do what we cannot. She has already set up groups to watch him, to note who supports him. We will have that list soon. See that you do, Lucius said. He turned his head slightly, and his eyes flicked toward the door. Harry's heart leaped. For a second he was sure those pale eyes met his. He forced Albert posture back onto his bones. He hunched a little, muttered an apology under his breath, and shuffled past as if desperate to escape trouble. No one called after him. He did not breathe properly until he was back in the lift. His palms were damp. He could feel his face wanting to snap back to his own. Not yet. Not here. By the time he reached the safe exit point and slipped into the old records room, his whole body felt wrong. He closed the door and leaned against it. Now, Moody said from the mirror on the table. Drop it. Harry did. The change rushed over him like heat. His hair sprang back into its usual messy state. His scar prickled. His limbs lengthened and thinned to his chosen form. He sucked in a breath. Ginny appeared beside Moody in the mirror. You all right? She asked. Harry nodded, though his hands still shook. Umbridge is feeding them names, he said. She is building a list of everyone who believes me. Moody swore under his breath. We thought as much. Now we know. Good work. It did not feel like work, Harry said. It felt like walking around the world as someone I hate. Ginny watched him closely. You did not lose yourself, she said. You are here. You are you. Harry pressed his fingers to his wrist. The charm there warmed under his touch. Oh, I am here, he said. For now. He did not go back to Grimmauld straight away. There was one person who would find out what he was doing whether Harry liked it or not. Better to control that than let Snape smell it out in some random corridor. He went to the dungeons. The air there was cool and damp. Stone walls drank sound. Most of the students were in their common rooms or the library. Detention hours had not started yet. That left one man in his classroom, marking essays and waiting for the next chance to ruin someone's evening. Harry knocked on the door of the potions room and stepped in when he heard a curt sound that counted as permission. Snape looked up from his desk. His black eyes narrowed at once. You are late for your useless occlumency session, he said. Again. Harry closed the door behind him. I was busy. Yes, Snape said dryly. I heard. The headmaster seems to think you have discovered a new way to get killed. Come here. Harry walked to the middle of the room. The desks around him were empty. Bottles lined the walls. The familiar smell of herbs and fumes did nothing to calm him. Legilimens, Snape said without warning. The spell hit straight in the face. For a second, the graveyard flashed in front of Harry's eyes. Cedric on the ground. Voldemort rising. He shoved it away and let another memory rise in front of it. Ginny on the sofa at Grimmauld, yelling at Fred for stealing the last biscuit. Snape pushed. Harry pushed back. They had done this dance for months now. Harry had learned enough to keep the worst memories behind thicker walls. At last, Snape broke the connection. Harry staggered a little. Blood hummed in his ears. You are still pitiful, Snape said, mouth thin, but less so than last month. Thanks, Harry muttered. Snape set his wand down and steepled his fingers. He studied Harry's face. You are tired, he said. More than usual. Your posture is wrong. Your body is holding two shapes at once. Harry shivered. He had not noticed that. His shoulders did feel uneven, as if one wanted to slope and the other wanted to square. I went into the ministry, he said, in someone else's skin. Snape did not look surprised. Of course you did. Harry frowned. What does that mean? It means I knew Albus would not be able to resist, Snape said. You are the perfect piece on the board. Too valuable to leave unused. Too dangerous to let sit idle. Harry's stomach turned. I chose this, he said. Snape's gaze flicked to his wrist. Did you, he asked, or did they wrap your choice in enough guilt and duty that you never stood a chance? I decided, Harry snapped. I am not some doll they shuffle around. No, Snape agreed quietly. You are not. That is partly why we are having this conversation. He rose from his chair and came closer. His robes whispered along the floor. Up close, the lines on his face looked deeper. Do you know why I pressed the lily form on you during these sessions? He asked. Harry's jaw clenched. Because you like seeing her face, he said. Because you are obsessed. Snape flinched just a fraction. There is that, he said. I will not insult you by pretending otherwise. But it is not the only reason. Harry crossed his arms. Then what? Snape studied him for a long moment. When he spoke again, his voice was lower. When you first arrived at this school, he said, your control over your changes was almost non-existent. Your face shifted without conscious thought. In crowded rooms, you would become blurred at the edges. In empty ones, you would vanish into somebody else. I watched you walk through the halls as if you were afraid to settle. Harry said before he could stop himself. Yes, Snape said. Because you had learned that any mark of difference invited pain. The Dursleys made sure of that. Harry looked away. The air in the room felt thick. I saw bruises, Snape said. The summer after your first year, when you thought no one was looking in the Great Hall. Your sleeves rode up. The skin on your arms was mottled. Old injuries. Not from school. Harry's face burned. That is none of your business. It is everyone's business who claims to fight for you, Snape snapped. And it is mine because I saw something else. When you learned that you could erase a bruise, you did. When you learned that you could erase the place where a hand had held you down, you did. When you grew angry at yourself, you shifted your own face into something you found easier to hate and then punched it in the mirror. Harry's throat closed. He remembered that evening in the second-year dorm, when everyone had stared at him as if he was a monster. He had gone to the bathroom, let his face slip into the version of himself that looked most like the boy from the cupboard, and hid it until his knuckles split. Then he had smoothed the skin again before anyone could see. How do you know that? He whispered. Snape's mouth twisted. Because I saw the blood in the sink, he said. And because I recognize self-harm when it walks past me in a school corridor. Harry stared at him. Snape looked away, toward the cupboard where he kept some of his more dangerous potions. Your mother hated herself too, he said very quietly. Not for the same reasons. Not in the same way. But I watched her drive herself into the ground trying to be worth the gifts she had. I watched her throw herself between other people and danger again and again. I watched her stand in the middle of a war and decide that her life was the least important thing in the room. Harry swallowed hard. He had never imagined anyone talking about Lily Evans like this. I failed her, Snape said. In more ways than you will ever know. I could not stop her from making the sacrifice that ended her life. I could not stop the curse that rebounded into your scar. I could not stop this. He gestured at Harry's body, at his face, at the way his shoulders still wanted to hold two different shapes. But I can stop one thing. What? Harry asked. I can stop you from dissolving into 1,000 faces until there is nothing left of the boy she died for. Snape said. Silence sat between them. That is why I press her face. Snape went on, voice rough. Not because I want you to become her. Because I need you to remember that there is a fixed point in all this. That you are not just a tide of skin and bone. When you hold that form with me, your power stops clawing at your own mind. It focuses. It stops you from tearing yourself apart. Harry blinked. His eyes stung. You never said any of that, he muttered. Snape's mouth curled. You barely listen when I call you a dunderhead, he said. What makes you think you would listen to this? Harry snorted. Half laugh, half sob. Fair. Snape watched him. You went into the ministry as someone else today, he said. That means you can do it. It also means the risk I have been warning the headmaster about is now real, not theoretical. Every time you live as another man, some part of you will want to stay. You will pick up their habits, their hates, their excuses. If you run from your own face after that, if you decide you are nothing but a mob of borrowed masks, you will break. Harry rubbed his wrist again. The spot where the charm sat throbbed in time with his pulse. What do you want me to do? He asked. I want you to choose, Snape said simply. Choose a form that is you. Not Lily. Not James. Not the girl you play in the corridor. You. Then use the others for work and come back to that one each time. I did, Harry said softly. Before the graveyard. Before the lake. Before all of this. Ginny helped me. Snape's eyes narrowed at the name. The Weasley girl. She was the one who stayed, Harry said. She was the one who held my face and called it mine when it was sliding all over the place. She kissed me and the shifts stopped fighting me for a while. Snape made a face as if he had bitten a lemon. I do not need to know that. Harry shrugged. You asked who I am. That is part of it. Snape sighed. Of course Potter would find a way to attach romance to a war plan. It works, Harry said. Snape waved a hand. Keep that anchor, he said. You will need it, because the headmaster is going to pull at you from the other side. Harry looked up sharply. What do you mean? Albus asked me to bring you to him after this session, Snape said. He has questions about your new role. He will wrap them in concern and grandfatherly charm. You need to decide now how much you will give him. Harry's stomach nodded. How much do you think I should give him? Snape hesitated. For once he did not mask it. Enough that he can plan, he said at last. Not enough that he can own you. Harry stared. You are telling me not to trust Albus Dumbledore. I am telling you to trust yourself more, Snape said. You are the one who bleeds when these plans go wrong. Remember that. Harry nodded slowly. Come with me, he said. Snape's brows rose. To the headmaster. You are the one who knows what to say to him, Harry said. And anyway, if I walk into his office alone after sneaking into the ministry, he will see the gap and fill it with whatever story he wants. Snape studied him for a long moment, then gave a short nod. Fine, he said. Let us both go disappoint a legend. Dumbledore's office was full of whirring things that clicked and spun. Harry stood on the circular staircase as it rose. Snape stood behind him, robes brushing the steps. Inside, Fawkes sat on his perch, head tucked under one wing. The portraits of former headmasters pretended to sleep. Dumbledore himself sat behind his desk, hands folded. His blue eyes looked tired. His beard was more tangled than usual. Harry, he said, with a smile that did not quite reach his eyes. Severus, thank you for coming. Snape closed the door and moved to stand near the wall, half behind Harry's shoulder. Not at Dumbledore's side. Harry noticed that. You wanted to talk about my latest terrible idea, Harry said. Dumbledore's smile faded a little. I wanted to talk about your safety, he said. I have heard reports from Alastair that you have been participating in field work. Field work, Harry repeated. You make it sound like a gardening club. This is not a joke, Dumbledore said gently. You are still a student. I am also the one Tom wants, Harry said. We all know that. If I sit here and pretend nothing is happening, he does not stop. He just chooses different victims. Dumbledore folded his hands. I understand your desire to act, he said. More than you know. But there are plans in motion that you are not yet aware of. There is a prophecy, Harry. There is always a prophecy, Harry said. You keep mentioning it. You never tell me what it is. It is dangerous knowledge, Dumbledore said. If Tom gains the full wording, he will use it to justify greater violence. For now, it is enough that he knows you are his opposite in this war. Harry's jaw tightened. So he gets a clear goal and I get half a story. Dumbledore winced. It is not that simple. It feels that simple from this side, Harry said. His voice stayed calm. That surprised him. You want me to trust you. You want me to walk into danger when you ask. But when I go with the order to gather information that might keep people alive, you call me a child and tell me to stop. I never said stop, Dumbledore said. I am asking for caution. The more faces you wear, the more Tom will look for you in every crowd. Your ability makes you both valuable and vulnerable. Snape already gave me that speech, Harry said. He did it without talking in riddles. Snape made a soft sound behind him that might have been a snort. Dumbledore frowned at him. Severus, I trust you to keep a measure of control in these lessons, he said. I did not ask you to poison my relationship with Harry. You did not need my help for that, Snape said quietly. The air in the room went tight. Harry stepped forward. You are worried because you cannot see me when I move, he said. That is it not? You cannot track me through your usual spells. You do not know what I am saying to people when I wear their faces. Dumbledore's eyes flashed. For a second, the old power behind them showed clear. I have spent many years trying to keep you alive, he said. I do not know what Tom will do for this power if he realizes its full scope. I do not know what others will do either. There are people on our side who would see you as an asset first and a boy second. Like you, Harry asked, calm as ice. Pain flickered across Dumbledore's face. I will not pretend I have never seen you as a piece in a larger plan, he said. That would be a lie. I am trying now to see the boy in front of me as well. Harry took that in. The honesty helped and hurt at the same time. Then treat me like one, he said. Tell me the truth. How much of what I did today did you approve? Did you try to stop Moody? Did you tell him I was forbidden from going? Dumbledore hesitated. That was an answer in itself. I told him I was uneasy, he said at last. I did not forbid it. He convinced me that a control test would be safer than the real thing finding you while you were unprepared. So he went to bat for me, Harry said. You let him walk me into it and then decided to drag me in here and let me know how guilty you feel. Harry, Dumbledore said. You know I care for you. Do I? Harry asked. His voice shook now, but he did not raise it. Because from where I stand, you care for what I represent. The prophecy. The symbol. The boy who must face Tom. You send other people to comfort me. You send letters. You send Snape to yell at me. But you never sit down and tell me what you are afraid of. Silence fell. Dumbledore looked down at his hands. When he lifted his head again, some of the clouded distance was gone. A tired old man sat behind the desk. Not a legend. I am afraid, he said softly, that I have made you into something you cannot escape. From the moment I left you on that doorstep, I bound you to a life you never asked for. I am afraid that every choice I make adds weight to that chain. I am afraid that by the time this war ends, there will be nothing left of Harry, only the hollow of what the world wanted him to be. Harry's throat tightened. He had not expected that. I am also afraid, Dumbledore continued, that if I tell you everything, you will run at the enemy twice as fast and die twice as young. News for you, Harry said. I am already running. Keeping me blind does not slow my feet. It just makes me trip more. Snape shifted at the wall. His eyes flicked between them, sharp and assessing. Dumbledore rubbed his temples. What do you want from me, Harry? He asked. Harry took a breath. I want you to stop trying to own my choices, he said. I will work with the order. I will use my power where it makes sense. I will listen when Snape or Moody or anyone else tells me the risks. But I will not hand you every detail so you can move me like a chess piece. Not anymore. Dumbledore stared at him. You would keep secrets from me. You have kept them from me for years, Harry said. I am only returning the favor. The words hung in the air between them. I am not saying I will never tell you anything, Harry added. If sharing something keeps people safe, I will share it. But I decide. Not you. Dumbledore closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them again, they looked older. I cannot stop you, he said. You have grown in ways I did not plan. That may be for the best. Harry nodded. It is. Snape stepped away from the wall. You asked me to bring him here, he said to Dumbledore. You have heard him. Do not expect a different answer next week. Dumbledore gave a small, sad smile. I never thought I would see the day when you two stood in agreement against me, he said. Enjoy it while it lasts, Snape said. Harry turned toward the door. If you ever decide to tell me the full prophecy, he said over his shoulder, I would prefer to hear it from you, not from some Death Eater in a corridor. Dumbledore winced. I understand. Harry left the office. Snape walked beside him. The door closed behind them with a soft click. On the staircase, away from the portraits, Harry sagged against the wall for a moment. That went better than expected, Snape said. Did it? Harry asked. You did not shout, Snape said. You did not throw anything. You did not agree to become his puppet again. I call that progress. Harry snorted. Your standards are strange. Survival is a strange art, Snape said. Harry pushed himself upright. Do you think he hates me now? He asked. No, Snape said. He fears losing control. That is not the same thing as hate. He will adapt. Or he will not. You cannot live your life around his comfort. Harry nodded. Right. He walked down the moving stairs, back toward the shadows of the castle. His wrist still tingled where the charm lay. His face felt solid. His power sat quieter under his skin. He had worn other men. He had stepped into their shoes and listened to their secrets. He had seen how easily a person could slide into betrayal for nothing more than coins and a sense of importance. He had also seen who still stood with him. Moody, scarred and blunt. Tonks, tired and stubborn. Snape, twisted and more honest than Harry had expected. And Ginny, always Ginny. She waited for him in the common room that night. The fire was low. Most of the house was asleep. Ron and Hermione had given up on waiting after the second hour and gone up to their dorms, grumbling but trusting him enough to handle it. Ginny sat on the sofa closest to the fire, legs tucked under her, a blanket over her knees. She had a book open in her lap, but her eyes were on the portrait hole. When Harry climbed through, her shoulders dropped in relief. She set the book aside and stood. You look awful, she said. Thanks, he said. So do you. She rolled her eyes and crossed the room. How bad was it? He dropped onto the sofa. She sat beside him close enough that their shoulders touched. Moody and Tonks want to turn me into a ghost that walks through enemy rooms, he said. Snape wants me to pick a face and hold it so I do not fall apart. Dumbledore wants to keep me alive and in his pocket and is finally admitting that those two things do not go together. Ginny blinked. That is a lot for one evening. Tell me about it, he said. She reached for his hand. He let her take it. I went into the ministry as a man who sells out his country for money and pride, he said quietly. I sat in a pub with people who talk about Voldemort like he is just another partner. I listened to them talk about me as if I am a name on a list, a problem to be handled. I could feel the way that body wanted to think. The way it excused things. It scared me. Ginny squeezed his fingers. But you are not him, she said. I could be, Harry said. If I stop choosing. If I let the faces decide who I am. Then do not, she said simply. You are Harry. You decided that. You can go out in all those other skins, but you come back to this one. You come back to me. He looked at her. Her hair glowed in the firelight. Her eyes were steady. I told Snape that, he said. She made a face. You told Snape about us. Not in detail, Harry said, flushing. I just told him you helped fix me when I was falling apart. I think it confused him. Good, Ginny said. He deserves to be confused once in a while. Harry laughed quietly. The sound washed some of the tightness out of his chest. Ginny watched him for a moment, then reached up and touched his cheek. You are holding steady, she said. No flicker. I noticed, he said. Show me, she said. He blinked. Show you what? The other faces, she said. Not all of them. Just a few. The ones you use for work. Then come back to this one so I can see the difference. He hesitated. Because I want to know, she said. If I am standing on the edge of this war with you, I want to see what you see in the mirror when you get home. He swallowed. All right. He closed his eyes for a moment and let the nearest borrowed shape rise. Albert slumped in his muscles. His shoulders rounded. His hair thinned. His face sagged. Felt like wearing a wet sack. Ginny watched, eyes narrowed. I hate him already, she said. Harry let Albert go and took on the ministry clerk. His spine straightened. His jaw changed. His nose lengthened. His eyes took on a bored, cold cast. He felt the disgust creep in at the edges. Ginny made a face. He smells like parchment and arrogance even from here, she said. Harry snorted. He let that face fall away. His features slid through a few half-formed shapes, then settled. Messy dark hair, green eyes, scar. The small trace of red he had started carrying in his hair ever since that night in the corridor. Ginny smiled. There he is, she said. You're Harry, he said softly. Mine, she said. The word warmed the room. She leaned in and kissed him. It was not a frantic kiss. It was slow and steady. Her hand rested on his jaw. She held his face as if she knew his power wanted to move and refused to let it. He did not feel the urge to shift. For once, his body did not try to flee his own skin when someone touched him. It rested. When they broke apart, they stayed close. Foreheads touching. Whatever Moody and Tonks build, she murmured, whatever this phantom core becomes, remember this. Started here. Not with a plan on a table. With you deciding you do not belong to anyone who wants to use you. And with you refusing to let me dissolve, he said. That too, she said, lips brushing his. He held her hand until the fire burned low and the room cooled. At last, when yawns took over more than sentences, they pulled apart and went to their dorms. In his bed, staring up at the hangings, Harry felt his body hum with quiet energy. The faces he had worn that day floated at the edge of sleep. Albert, the clerk, a boy who had once punched his own face. They did not pull at him as strongly as before. They were there, tools on a wall. Useful, dangerous, but not him. He placed his anchor in the center of his mind. A girl with red hair and brown eyes who had watched all his forms and called them all by the same name. Harry. The Order would use him. The Dark Lord would hunt him. Dumbledore would worry and plan and hold back words. Snape would scold and, in his own twisted way, protect. Through all of it, Harry would walk into rooms with faces that were not his, listen to enemies speak, and come back out carrying their secrets. He knew now that there was a cost. Every mask left a mark. Each borrowed posture tried to settle into his bones. But he also knew something else. He had the right to choose which mark stayed. The seeds of something new settled in his chest that night. Not just a spy, not just a weapon, a future unit that would do what he did without losing themselves. A core of phantoms who remembered they were people first. It began with one boy in a cold bedroom at school, holding on to his own face by sheer stubbornness and the memory of a girl's hand on his skin. The fire in the common room had burned low, coals glowing a dull orange as the castle settled into the kind of silence that felt wrong. Harry stared into the embers until they blurred. His hands were braced on his knees. The skin over his knuckles was too smooth, too perfect, and his brain kept insisting it should not look like that. It should be bruised. It should be split. It should show something. The portrait hole thumped shut somewhere behind him. Harry! Hermione's voice was soft, carefully soft. She did not come closer yet. He could hear her paws on the rug, could feel her eyes on the back of his neck. Everyone else has gone up. You should sleep. Sleep meant closing his eyes. Closing his eyes meant the tower. Dumbledore's body falling. The sick white flare of spell light and a green flash overlaid on it. Like the memories were getting tangled. His stomach lurched. He swallowed against it. Harry, Ron said from Hermione's right. He sounded as if he had tried to speak earlier and stopped himself. Mate, come on. You have not moved in hours. Harry blinked. His reflection in the glass of the window to his left was wrong. He watched his own eyes in the dark pane. A moment ago they had been green. They should have stayed green. They did not. The color deepened, darkened, until the irises were a hard metallic shine. He sucked in a breath. Harry! Hermione again, sharper now. I am fine, he answered, and his voice did not sound like his voice. Came out lower, edged like broken glass. The sound scraped along his throat. I said I am fine. He felt it before either of them could answer. The familiar buzz beneath his skin that meant he needed to move, to change, to be anything else. It rushed up too fast. His control slipped. His hair shifted first. He saw it in the glass. The mess of black lifted, every strand standing on end in sharp, spiked points. The color bled out in an instant, black draining to a deep, unnatural blue, then to a flat iron gray that did not catch the firelight at all. His jaw clenched. the muscles under his skin bunched and locked, face going rigid. He tried to breathe and felt the shape of his own nose change, sharpening as if some invisible hand pressed in. Harry. This time Hermione did not say his name like a question. She said it like a warning. He turned his head toward her. Ron flinched. Harry saw it. His best friend, the bloke who had fought at his side in the Department of Mysteries, actually flinched. Ron's freckles seemed to stand out against skin that had gone a strange washed-out color. Hermione's hand had gone to her wand. She did not point it at him. She held it ready, fingers white around the handle. "What?" Harry demanded. His lips hardly moved. His voice did not sound like the right shape to fit in his own throat. "What is it now?" "Your eyes," Hermione whispered. "Harry, your eyes." He looked back at the window. For a moment the reflection was not even close to human. The pupils were slitted, vertical and narrow, a deep orange ring burning around them. The bones of his face sat wrong. Cheekbones punched higher, mouth too narrow, teeth pressed into something that wanted to be a snarl. The magic rolled under his skin, hot and frantic. Normally he could ride it, guide it, breathe and pick a shape and make it obey. Now it refused to listen. A bitter laugh tore out of him. "There you go. The monster. Dumbledore would be pleased. The weapon finally looks like one." "Do not," Hermione said sharply. "Do not call yourself that." "Why not?" His shoulders were rising and falling too fast. He pushed up from the chair. The movement was not entirely human either. His joints did not seem to know how to bend like Harry Potter anymore. For one horrible second his elbows locked backwards, arms too long, fingers stretching. Nails hardened, tips darkening like claws. He heard Ron swear under his breath. "Harry," Ron said, words tripping. "Mate, you need to calm down. You are doing the thing. The full weird." "Hermione, do something." "Do what, exactly?" Hermione snapped without looking away from Harry. "Stupefy him in the common room? In front of anyone who might come back down the stairs?" "No one is coming down," Harry said. The words came out like a growl. His teeth felt too big now. His tongue did not know where to sit. Every second was another slip. He was not even choosing forms anymore. They were choosing themselves. Lily's chin, James's jaw, Tom Riddle's two smooth cheekbones. Names ran through his head without his consent. A flash of Snape's hooked nose. Sirius's bright grin warped into something else. All of them trying to fit on one skull. "I am so tired," he said. His knees shook. He grabbed the back of the chair and felt his fingers threaten to sink through the wood as the bones in his hand compacted and then stretched again. "I am tired of being whatever everyone else wants me to be." "We want you to be alive," Hermione said. The common room door creaked open again. "Honestly," Ginny muttered from the doorway, "I leave you three alone for one evening, and you decide to have a nervous break in front of the fire." Ron spun around. "Ginny, do not come down." "Move," she said. She brushed past him before he could argue, bare feet slapping softly on the rug. She was wearing a faded t-shirt and pajama bottoms, hair pulled up in a rough knot at the back of her head. Her gaze went straight to Harry. Her eyes widened. For a heartbeat they showed the same flash of fear he had seen in Ron. It hit him like a physical blow. He tried to pull the magic back, tried to drag himself into something more familiar. His skin rippled. The claws withdrew halfway. His hair fizzled from sharp iron to messy black, then to the pale ginger she used to joke about stealing from him, then to something in between. "Do not," he forced out. "Jin, do not look at me." She ignored that. "Ron," she said quietly, eyes still on Harry. "Hermione." "Couch." "What?" Ron said. "Couch. Now." There was no give in her voice. Hermione understood first. She grabbed Ron by the sleeve and tugged him backward, out of the circle of flickering light by the fire. They moved to the far sofa, still within reach if anything went wrong, but no longer between Ginny and Harry. Ginny stepped closer to him. "Stop there," Harry said. He could feel his upper lip twitch, fighting the urge to curl. "I mean it. I do not trust myself. I already killed Dumbledore." "No, you did not," Ginny said. Her tone was flat, firm. "I went after him. I followed orders. He walked up that tower alone because he thought he could control everything, and now he is gone. Harry could hear his own breathing, ragged and rough. He spent years turning me into something he could aim, a fixed picture that fit his plan. Then he died before I could even decide if I wanted to be that. Ginny's jaw set. Walked is a strong word for what happened on that tower, and you know it. He flinched. The image slammed in behind his eyes without warning. Spell light and cold wind. The way Snape's face had looked when he had raised his wand. His spine bowed. The magic surged. For a second his entire body stiffened. Bone density shifted. His skin took on a dark, stone-like sheen that made every line of him look carved. His vision tinted red. "Harry," Ginny said, and there was a wobble now. "Look at me." "No, look at me." He dragged his eyes to her. She took the last 2 steps between them and pressed her hand flat against the center of his chest. Her palm was small and warm and real. It grounded him more than anything else had all day. "You are scaring Ron," she said bluntly. "You are scaring Hermione. You are scaring me. Not because you look wrong. Because you are letting what Dumbledore did to you win." "I am not letting him win," Harry spat. The word tore at his throat. "He is dead. And that is the problem," Ginny said. "You cannot shout at him anymore. So you are shouting at yourself instead. Which is not helpful. Or attractive, by the way." He barked out a laugh that tasted like blood. It was a thin, ragged sound, but it was still a laugh. His shoulders sagged a fraction. "That is better," Ginny said. She slid her hand up, fingers curling against the side of his neck. "Come back to me, Harry." Her thumb brushed the line of his jaw. The contact was gentle, the sort of touch that did not demand anything except that he exist. His hair flickered. The spikes relaxed, softening back into their usual tangle. The unnatural color bled away, strands returning to messy black. The stone-like sheen on his skin faded, leaving freckles and old scars in its place. His eyes changed last, the molten metal shifting, washing out until he was looking at her through tired green. He sagged. Ginny caught him as his knees gave. Together they sank back into the chair. She perched on the arm, still supporting his shoulders. "Better," she murmured. Hermione let out a breath he had not noticed her holding. Ron scrubbed his hands over his face. "Warn a bloke next time," Ron muttered. "That was like watching you do Parseltongue without words." Harry swallowed. His throat hurt. "Sorry." Hermione stood and came closer, moving slowly like she would approach a spooked hippogriff. "You do not have to apologize for losing control after everything that has happened." "I do, actually," Harry said. His voice had gone flat. "Because if I have an episode like that in the wrong place, people die." Ginny's fingers tightened at his neck. "No, they do not," she said quietly. "You will not let that happen." "How do you know?" he asked. He heard the rawness in his own voice and hated it. "Gin, I could not even decide what face to wear while Dumbledore was falling. I was halfway between being his perfect weapon and turning into something that could take Snape's head clean off. I froze. If you had not dragged me off that tower, I might have thrown myself after him, either as me or as something else. But I did drag you off that tower," she said. "And you did not kill anyone. You got us out. You moved. So the picture in your head of yourself as a mindless thing does not match what you actually did." Hermione made a small approving sound. "She has a point." "Of course she has a point," Ron muttered. "She is Ginny." Ginny rolled her eyes without looking away from Harry. "I am not saying you are fine. You are clearly not fine. I am saying you are not the worst-case version of yourself that your brain keeps trying to sell you." Harry stared at the fire. The embers had died down to a faint glow. They reminded him of something. A mark on a wall in Godric's Hollow. A shape, burned into stone. "Dumbledore lied to me," he said. "About the prophecy. About why he pinned me into one face. He called it protection. It was control. He put a damper on this magic so I would stay simple. Predictable." "I know," Hermione said quietly. "We know. You told us. We believed you." Ron nodded, jaw clenched. "And then he died before he could fix it," Harry said. "Or explain everything. So now I have a power he was scared of and no instruction manual, and the people who keep asking me to pretend to be my parents when I am emotional. Ginny's mouth pressed into a line. You are not your parents. I know. Do you? She asked softly. Because sometimes it feels like you are trying very hard to become a collection of dead people instead of Harry Potter. He looked up at her. Her brown eyes were steady. Do not look at me like that, she said. You asked how I know you will not lose it completely. I know because you are the same prat who panics if you spill pumpkin juice on my homework. You are not going to let a power you did not ask for turn you into someone who hurts everyone you care about. You are too annoyingly noble for that. Ron let out a snort of laughter. Spot on. Hermione smiled, thin and sad. Annoyingly noble is in fact the term I used yesterday, and we love you for it, Ginny said, cheeks pale but eyes bright. Harry looked at her hand on his neck. His own hand rose, fingers wrapping around her wrist. He felt his pulse hammering beneath her palm. I rely on you too much, he said. The admission hurt in a different way. When it is bad, when the magic starts slipping, I look for you. I think about you. I change for you. Is that a complaint? She asked. It is a risk, he said. If you get hurt, if you leave, if you ever decide you do not want to be with someone who might wake up with a different face every morning, this thing inside me goes with you. Hermione shifted uncomfortably. Ron stared at the rug. Ginny's expression did not change. Then we need to fix that. Make sure you can stand even when I am not in the room. Which, for the record, is not any time soon. He huffed out a breath that was almost a laugh. You say that now. I will say it again when you are not half demon, she said briskly and leaned in. Now do me a favor. Shut up for a second. He did. She kissed him. It was not the desperate kiss they had shared in the common room after the match earlier that year. It was not fireworks and cheering and the whole of Gryffindor House roaring in the background. It was quiet and slow and grounding. Her mouth was warm. Her hand stayed at his neck, thumb resting just under his jaw. The magic under his skin quieted. For the first time since the tower, he did not feel like he was about to fly apart. When she pulled back, she rested her forehead against his. There, she murmured. Anchor set. You keep calling it that, he said softly. Because that is what it is, she replied. But we are going to make sure you know how to throw it yourself. Hermione cleared her throat. I am very happy for you both, she said. Truly. I am also going to suggest something very boring. Only you would introduce it like that, Ron muttered. Hermione shot him a look. We need help, more than we can give, from someone who understands this power from the inside. Harry frowned. Tonks, Tonks, Hermione agreed. She has been a metamorphmagus since she was a child. She knows what it feels like when the magic grabs first. She knows what it costs. Have you seen her lately? Ron asked quietly. The joking tone dropped out of his voice. At the last order meeting she looked awful. Harry remembered the hallway at Grimmauld Place. The way Tonks had leaned against the wall as if she could not quite trust her legs. Her hair had been a dull mousy brown, lank and heavy, not the bright candy colors she normally wore. She is struggling, Hermione said. With Lupin, with the war, with everything. You are not the only one who is losing control. And you think that is good news? Harry asked. I think it means she will understand, Hermione said, and that you might help each other. She needs someone who gets what it is like when your own face feels like a costume you forgot you put on. Ginny squeezed Harry's shoulder. Talk to her, she said. Tomorrow. If she is at the Burrow, find a quiet place and talk. Harry closed his eyes. He could still feel the echo of claws under his fingernails. The memory of stone skin. All right, he said finally. I will talk to her. The Burrow smelled like smoke and bread and the faint metallic tang of potion ingredients that had spilled on the scrubbed wooden table years ago and never quite faded. Harry leaned against the kitchen doorframe and watched Molly fuss over a stew that did not need any more fussing. The wireless murmured low in the corner. A lazy summer light filtered through the windows, softening the edges of the room. It would have been almost peaceful if the headlines stacked near the sink had not been screaming about attacks. Upstairs he could hear the dull thud of trunks being dragged across floorboards. The Weasley family was in full pre-wedding chaos even with the war pressing in. Tonks sat at the table, elbows on the worn surface. Her hair was the color of old dishwater. Her shoulders had a slump that did not belong on an oar. She stared into a mug of tea that had gone cold. "Should send this lot a bill," she muttered without looking up. "Damage to the morale of the general public. A nuisance tax." "Sorry," Molly said absently, thinking Tonks meant the newspapers. "I will put them away." "Not you, Molly," Tonks said quickly. "The idiots in masks." Harry pushed himself off the doorframe. "Do you want another cup?" he asked. Tonks jerked. She had clearly not heard him come in. "Watch her, Harry," she said. Her voice was thin. "Did not see you there." "That is sort of the point these days," he said. Her lips twitched like she almost wanted to smile. "Stealth is good. Stealth keeps you alive. Sometimes." He crossed to the table and took the mug from her fingers. They were cold where they brushed his. He turned to the stove, poured out the cold tea into the sink, and refilled the mug with fresh hot water and leaves. Behind him he heard her sigh. "You do not have to look after me, you know," she said. "You are the one the prophecy likes to torment." He set the mug down in front of her and slid into the chair opposite. "Maybe I want to," he said. "Look after you, I mean, since you keep throwing yourself at Death Eaters on my behalf." Her eyes flicked up. The color was dulled, but the sharp intelligence was still there. "Fair trade, then," she said. "I guard your scrawny neck. You make tea. Healers would be furious. Years of training, and all I needed was a kettle." He smiled faintly. "I wanted to ask you about something." "Let me guess," she said. "The hair thing." He blinked. "What?" She tugged at a strand of her dull hair and let it spring back. "Do not act surprised. You are not the only person in the house with a mirror." "Merlin, that sounded vain." She sighed. "I know I look like something that fell out of a drain. And before you say anything nice, it is all right. I know what this is." "What is it?" Harry asked. She stared at the mug. "Heartbreak," she said simply. "It is heartbreak." He hesitated. Remus, she confirmed. Her mouth twisted. "You know, you would think a werewolf would be amazing at understanding the whole body changes when the moon says so thing. Turns out he is very good at understanding his own curse and very bad at believing someone could possibly want to deal with it." Harry watched her reach for the mug. Her fingers trembled slightly. The surface of the tea rippled. "I did not come down to talk about his taste in self-pity," she went on. "Though I have a list of complaints ready if you would like a full lecture. You wanted to know about control." He swallowed. "Yeah, figures," she said. "Sit with someone who cannot manage her own hair to ask how to manage your whole face." "That is why I asked you," Harry said quietly. "Because you can feel what is wrong." She looked up again. This time she really looked at him. "You are slipping too," she said. "Last night," he said, throat tight. "In the common room. Ginny had to drag me back. I could not pick a form. I kept flickering. I almost turned into something that would have scared first years for life." "Did you hurt anyone?" she asked. "No." "Then you did better than some," she said. She rubbed the bridge of her nose. "When I was little," she said, "Mum says I used to change without noticing. Mood hair, mood nose. I would throw a tantrum and my ears would go pointy. When I was happy, everything felt soft and easy. I did not even think about it. Then I got older. Hogwarts. Horror training. They tell you to use it on purpose. To wear faces like coats. It is fun at first. You feel clever. Untouchable." Her mouth tightened. "Then you fall in love with someone who looks at your real face and flinches," she said. "And suddenly your gift is not fun anymore. It is a reminder that you can become anyone except the one person they want." Harry's chest ached. "Remus cares about you," he said. "He is scared of what the war will do to you. To you both." "I know," she said. "Logically I know. The thing is, logic does not talk to this." She tapped her temple. "Or to this." She thumped her chest lightly. "I can look in the mirror and decide I want pink hair. I can even push at the magic. But if my heart is stuck in one place, the change slides off. It does not hold." "Your power is tied to emotion," Harry said slowly. "Magic is tied to emotion." she corrected. All of it. We pretend it is all Latin and wand movements, but you and I know better. The stuff that lives under skin like ours is even more stubborn. It listens to what you feel before it listens to what you think. If you are angry enough, you do not need to choose a form. It chooses one for you. Harry thought of the common room, of stone skin and yellow eyes. I do not want it to pick, he said. I want to choose. Then you need two things, Tonks said. First, an anchor. You have one. I would bet Ron's last chess set on that. Second, you need to learn how to hold on to yourself when the anchor is not in reach. How? He asked. She snorted. If I had an easy answer, do you think I would look like this? He grimaced. Sorry, do not be, she said. You know what the difference is between you and me right now. What? Someone believes in you, she said. You are still scared of what you could become, but you have people who have already seen your worst and stayed. I am scared that if I shift into anything other than the girl Remus first met, he will leave completely. Harry shook his head. He will not. He is an idiot, but he is not cruel. Tell that to the bit of magic that refuses to change the length of my hair, she said wryly. He studied her face, the lines of exhaustion, the faint dark circles under her eyes. You said there were people like us before, he said carefully. Metamorphmagi in the old days. Did they have the same problem? Her gaze flicked away. You spoke to Remus, she said. Or Sirius. Or both. About the Peverils, Harry said. About my mother's journal. Tonks sighed. Right. That. She looked suddenly older, tired in a way that had nothing to do with physical sleep. Come on, she said, pushing back from the table. We should not talk about that where Molly can hear. The room they ended up in was barely more than a box under the eaves. It smelled of old books and dust. Someone had shoved a narrow bed against the wall, leaving just enough space for a chair and a small table. Lupin sat on the chair. He looked worse than Tonks. There were new lines around his eyes and mouth. His hair seemed thinner. He had a stack of parchment on his knees and a quill he was not writing with in his hand. Harry, he said, when Tonks pushed the door shut behind them. I did not expect you. Sorry, Harry said. If you are busy, I can leave. No, Lupin said quickly. He set the quill on the table. Stay. We were going to talk about you anyway. That sounds ominous, Harry said. It is, Tonks said, leaning back against the door. You told him, right? She looked at Lupin. About the line. About why his magic feels like it wants to peel him apart. Lupin blew out a breath. I told him some, he said. I did not tell him everything. Then you are going to now, she said. Harry frowned. Everything about what? Lupin gestured to the bed. Sit, he said. This may take a while. Harry sat on the edge of the mattress. He felt suddenly younger, smaller, like the boy who had sat in Lupin's office years ago while the man explained dementors and patron uses and the way fear could suck the joy out of a room. You remember what was in your mother's journal? Lupin asked. Harry nodded. She wrote about a family story, about a branch of her line that could change shape. She called it the Forbidden Gift. She said some ancestor of hers made a vow to lock it away after someone lost their mind. Your mother did not exaggerate, Lupin said quietly. She never took much interest in old pure-blood tales. That makes clear how much this one frightened her. He rubbed his hands together, as if they had gone cold. Centuries ago, he said, when the Peveril name still meant something more than a fairy story about three brothers, there was a branch of the family who were not just gifted but obsessed. They believed that the body was clay, that if you could control every muscle, every bone, every cell, you could control fate. Some of them became legends, spies, assassins, healers who could knit bone from the inside. Others, he trailed off. Others went mad, Harry finished for him. Not all at once, Lupin said. Little by little. Started with names. They would wear one face in the morning and another at night, and after a while they could not remember which name belonged to which. Then it was loyalties, promises made in one skin and broken in another. There were duels, murders that could not be proven. There was a case where the same person gave testimony for both sides at a trial. By the end, No one knew who was who. Tonks wrapped her arms around herself. They called it identity sickness, she said softly. Magic feeding on doubt, on hurt, on fear. You start changing to escape something, and then you are changing to escape the last change, and so on until there is nothing solid left. Harry's throat felt tight. And the Peverils sealed it, he said. They tried, Lupin said. They gathered what was left of the line and made oaths that would horrify the Department of Mysteries. They bound the ability to a set of conditions. It would sleep. It would pass down quiet through squib branches and distaff lines. It would only wake when called by two forces at once. Blood protection that said this child must live and dark magic that said this child must die. The room seemed to tilt. Harry clutched the edge of the mattress. Lily, he said. Your mother did not know all of it, Lupin said quickly. If she had, she might not have made the choices she did. Or she might have. She was very stubborn when it came to you. Someone must have told Dumbledore some of it. Enough to recognize the signs. Enough to be afraid. So when she stood in front of me, Harry said slowly, and the curse hit, the protection did more than bounce it back. It woke up everything that centuries of Peverils had tried to bury, Lupin said. Their fear, their hope, their terrible cleverness. All of it poured into a crying infant who could not even hold his own head up. Harry's stomach rolled. He thought of the nights with the Dursleys he did not like to remember. The times he had stared at his own hands and wondered why they did not feel like they fit. The dreams where he woke up certain that he had gone to bed with a different nose. So this was always going to happen, he said. It was not just Dumbledore's damper. It was baked in. Dumbledore did not make the problem, Lupin said gently. He tried to manage it. Badly, perhaps. Controlling you instead of teaching you. But this magic, this curse, this gift, it was coming for you the moment you survived that night. Harry let out a rough laugh. So I am the result of a centuries-old panic and one woman's refusal to let me die, he said. Brilliant. Tonks stepped away from the door and came to sit beside him on the bed. The mattress dipped under her weight. You are also the result of your own choices, she said. Do not let a bunch of long-dead idiots and one overworked headmaster take that away from you. He looked at her. Her hair flickered. For a moment the dull brown lifted. A single streak of pale pink ran through it, then faded again. She grimaced. See, the magic still listens. Just not the way I want. You said earlier it listens to the heart first, Harry said. If mine is full of fear and grief, then that is what it will shape me into. Unless you teach it something else, Lupin said. That is what the Peverils never tried. They saw the danger and locked the power away. They did not consider what it would look like if someone used it from a place of acceptance instead of fear. They only knew people who were terrified of losing the last bits of themselves. They never knew someone like you. Harry snorted. I am not exactly a picture of stability. You came to talk, Lupin said. That is a start. You are not hiding in a cupboard trying to claw your own face off because you think it is the wrong one. Harry flinched at the image. Tonks bumped her shoulder against his. You are allowed to be scared, she said. I am terrified most of the time. I still go out there. I still fight. So do you. The difference now is that you know the rules of the game. What rules? Harry asked bitterly. Do not change too fast or I will forget my own name. Do not care too much or my hair will never grow. Rule 1, Tonks said, ticking it off on her fingers. Anchor that comes from you. Ginny is helpful. She is not the entire answer. You need a picture of yourself that you want to return to even when she is not in the room. Harry pictured himself as a child. Skinny and scared and angry. That did not help. He pictured a mix of faces. His father's grin. His mother's eyes. Sirius's lazy slouch. None of that felt like something he could live in without flinching. Nothing, he admitted. Good, Tonks said. That means you have not picked lazily. You will have to build it. Rule 2, Lupin said. Never shift to escape feeling something. If you want to be taller for a fight, fine. If you want to change your voice to fool a Death Eater, fine. If you are changing so you do not have to be the boy who lost someone again, stop. Sit with it. Talk to someone. preferably before you arrange your bones into something that can punch through stone. Bit late for that, Harry said. Then we treat this as a warning, Lupin replied. Not a sentence. Tonks nodded. And Rule 3. On missions you plan an exit. Specifically for what happens if you get stuck between forms. Harry looked up sharply. How? Practice, she said simply. You have spent years practicing how to become other people. It is time you practice what happens when you cannot. When the magic jams. You need to know what you can still do with half of your body made of stone. Or smoke. Or whatever that was last night. He swallowed. You saw. I felt it, she said. METAMORPHMAGUSS senses. Like a pressure change in the room. Next time you go out there with the order, I want you to have a plan. I want everyone with you to know the signal. If you shout a certain word, they are not to look at the mask. They are to grab you and run. That is it. Lupin nodded. We cannot afford to treat you as invincible, he said. You are not. You are more fragile than most in some ways. Your identity is not just a question of name and face. It is your magic. If that cracks in the wrong moment, he trailed off. Harry exhaled slowly. You want to make sure I do not break in the middle of a raid, he said. Yes, Lupin said. Harry stared at his hands. He flexed his fingers. The movement felt normal again. Human. Fine, he said. We will make a plan. The raid came sooner than he would have liked. It started with a crackle from the little mirror on his bedside table. Kingsley's voice, clipped and urgent. Village near Ottery. Masked figures. Weasleys are safe. We need you mobile. Now. Harry was already on his feet. He grabbed his wand, shoved his feet into his boots and sprinted down the burrow stairs. The kitchen was chaos. Molly was in full command mode, shoving younger children through the door to the cellar. Arthur stood at the window, jaw tight, watching distant plumes of smoke rise beyond the orchard. I can see flashes, Arthur said. Green, red. They are hitting the Muggle houses. Order is gathering at the field boundary, Kingsley's voice said from the mirror in Harry's hand. We need someone inside their ranks. You are our best infiltrator. Harry's stomach nodded. Behind him, Ginny grabbed his arm. Do not even think about leaving me here, she said. You are not coming, Molly snapped. Ginny did not look at her. Her eyes were on Harry. You need your anchor, she said. You said the magic slips more when I am not around. Tonks appeared at the back door, hair still dull but eyes alert. She was wearing aura robes with the cloak thrown open, wand in hand. Lupin is already out there, she said. They ambushed a patrol. We think they are trying to draw us into the open. Which means it is a trap, Arthur said. Everything is a trap. Kingsley's voice muttered from the mirror. Harry took a breath. No, he told Ginny quietly. If they see you, they will use you against me. Stay here. If something goes wrong, if you feel that weird tug in your chest, you know what it means. That you are in trouble, she said. That I am losing it, he corrected. You will be safe here. I need you safe more than I need you next to me. She stared at him for a long second. Then she nodded once, sharp. You come back, she said. I will, he said. She kissed him hard, fast, like a promise, then shoved him toward the door. Go! The field at the edge of the village smelled of damp earth and burning timber. Smoke curled up from the thatched roofs beyond, blurring the line between ground and sky. Order members clustered near the hedgerow. Kingsley, Moody, Lupin, a couple of others whose faces Harry registered only as allies. They were all watching the main road, where masked figures strode between houses, casting light into windows. We count at least 10, Kingsley said. Maybe more inside. We caught the edge of a message. Someone wants to make a show of force. Or flush you out, Moody growled, magical eye whirling. Putting pressure on locals near the Weasley home is a good way to get you all in one place. Which means we do not give them the show they want, Harry said. Kingsley glanced at him. You have an idea. Give me a mask, Harry said. Moody snorted. You planning to stroll in there as yourself and ask them to surrender? No, Harry said. I plan to stroll in as them. He closed his eyes. This was familiar. This was the part of the job that felt almost easy. Build a face from scraps. Height from the man second from the left. The way his shoulders hunched. The way his left arm flicked as he cast. The pitch of his laughter when a house caught fire. Harry reached for those details with his magic. Muscles shifted. Clothing hung differently as his torso narrowed. His hands grew broader, fingers thickening. His hair lost its curl. He felt fabric change against his skin as his clothes darkened into heavy robes. When he opened his eyes again, several of the Order members flinched. He knew why. He had seen himself in this shape reflected in a puddle during a previous mission. Masked, robes hanging, wand in hand. A Death Eater in every way that mattered visually. Convincing, Kingsley said, voice low. Remember the signal, Tonks said, stepping close. She touched his arm, fingers digging in. If you shout the word shadow, we come in blind. No one looks at your face. We drop smoke and pull you out. I know, Harry said. You are not invincible, she said. Funny way to encourage him, Lupin murmured. It is the truth, she said. Harry nodded at both of them and then stepped away. Every move he made as he walked into the village had to be measured. Not in the early way of trying to copy some stranger. The mimicry was perfect now. It was the control underneath that worried him. He passed the first house. A window shattered. A woman screamed. A Death Eater laughed. Thought we were meant to finish up quick, one masked figure called. Get in, burn the place, get out. I have got dice with my name on them back at the manor. Orders changed, another said. They want Potter, or his friends, or anyone who looks like they might know him. Harry swallowed bile. Potter, he repeated loudly, using the borrowed voice. He is too clever to walk into a fire just because we lit it. Maybe, someone else drawled. Maybe not. He has that stupid hero complex. They sniggered. Harry kept walking, timing his steps with the man he had copied. He paused by a low stone wall and leaned against it, copying a lazy slouch. He needed information. Why this village? Why now? He eased closer to the one who had spoken last. Tall, thin, a mask tilted at a smug angle. You heard something, Harry said in the borrowed voice. The man shrugged. Word is, the Dark Lord is bored, he said. Wants a challenge. Wants to see how far he can push before the boy who lived comes out of hiding. You know how it is. Sure, Harry said, trying to sound amused. Eye for an eye. Family for a family. The man laughed. Exactly, he said. Besides, collecting a few spare Muggle-borns never hurt anyone. Harry's fingers tightened on his wand. He forced himself to loosen them. He heard a crack behind one of the burning houses. A child's cry. A woman sob. The Death Eaters were herding people like cattle. His vision swam for a second. Heat pressed against his skin, not from the fires but from something inside. Not now. He moved again. He let the borrowed gate carry him around the corner of a building, shielding him from the main group. The alley was narrow. A woman huddled against the wall, shielding a small boy with her body. Both wore singed pajamas. Their eyes were enormous. Harry hesitated. The safe choice was to ignore them, stay in character, get deeper into the pack, gather more information, then leave. The right choice sat in his chest, heavy and hot. He flicked his wand and hissed, pitching his voice low and urgent. Go, he said to the woman. Left, through the hedge, run toward the river. Do not stop. Tell anyone you see to do the same. She stared at him, shaking. Please, he added. Now, the boy whimpered. The woman grabbed him and stumbled away, feet slapping on the packed dirt. Harry waited until they were out of sight, then straightened and stepped back into the main lane. Oi! Someone called. Where did those two go? Ran toward the fields, Harry lied smoothly. Looked terrified. I do not think they have ever seen a proper raid before. Laughter followed. His stomach twisted. A flash of red light streaked past his shoulder and hit the side of a house. Stone exploded. Smoke billowed thicker. The Death Eaters moved forward, drunk on their own power. Harry moved with them, ears ringing, mind racing. He needed something important. A message. A name. Anything that would justify this risk. He got it sooner than he expected. A small crack sounded to his right. Not a full apparition. A controlled pop from just outside the wards. A dark figure stepped through the smoke. Taller than the rest. Mask more ornate. The others straightened instinctively. Report, the new arrival said. Village is clear, one Death Eater called. Stragglers are running. No sign of Potter yet. Yet, the new figure repeated. He will come, or his little army will. Either way, we take a prisoner and send a message. Harry's fingers tightened again. This had gone far enough. He took a careful step back, into the shadow of a wall. He could feel the magic humming under his skin, eager to shift. He would need it for speed now, for strength. He half-turned. A flare of green lit the edge of his vision. He did not have time to think. He threw himself sideways. The killing curse missed his chest by inches, slamming into the wall behind him. Stone turned black and crumbled. The force of the near miss knocked him sprawling. His control shattered. He had been in the middle of a minor adjustment. Just a shift to lengthen his stride and make his arms a fraction longer so he could cast around 3 opponents at once. Nothing dramatic. Nothing that should have been risky. The curse tore through the edge of the spell like a jagged blade through cloth. He felt his bones seize. His left arm solidified. Not into flesh. Into something else. Weight poured into it. His wrist locked. His fingers fused into a single heavy block. Stone. It had to be stone. His arm hit the ground with a thud that shook his shoulder. His right leg did the opposite. All structure seemed to drain out of it. It went soft without real muscles or bones. He could not push himself up. His face blurred. His eyes stung. The world smeared at the edges as his features slid runny and wrong. He heard someone laugh. Well, would you look at that? A Death Eater jeered. Our little friend forgot what he was meant to look like. Hands grabbed at him. One yanked at his mask. Another caught his stone arm and tried to lift it. The weight dragged them off balance. What are you? Someone snarled. Harry's heart pounded. Shadow. The word slammed through his mind. Tonks's rule. The signal. His tongue felt thick. His mouth half melted. He forced it to shape letters anyway. Shah! His voice came out as a gurgle. Someone kicked him in the side. Pain flared. Useless, another Death Eater said. Just another freak. The next kick drove the air from his lungs. He tasted blood. The magic inside him bucked. It wanted to fight back. It wanted to lash out. It wanted to harden everything. Turn his whole body into the stone his arm had become. Crush the boots that were stomping his ribs. If he did that, he would kill them all. He knew it. He would snap spines and shatter skulls. He could not. He dragged air into his lungs and tried again. Shadow, he croaked. This time the word came out clear enough. For a second there was silence. The Death Eaters leaned in. He could feel their confusion. Then the world went white. Tonks did not bother with subtlety. She apparat just outside the wards and sent twin jets of light arcing above the village. They burst into dense clouds that dropped like stone. A thick veil that hid everything under a blanket of gray. Move! Kingsley roared somewhere in the fog. Spells streaked in wild directions. Harry felt heat pass over his blurred face. His stone arm groaned under the impact of a stray curse and cracked. A line of pain shooting up into his shoulder. Hands caught his cloak. Strong hands. Got you, Lupin said in his ear. Harry tried to help. He tried to push off the ground. His useless leg folded. His body dragged heavy behind him. He could not see beyond the fog and the blur at the edge of his own vision. He caught a glimpse of Tonks's silhouette through the mist, hair flashing pink for half a heartbeat as she cast spell after spell, each one knocking a Death Eater away, buying time. Then they were past the hedgerow. Hands grabbed at him again, this time not to hurt but to lift. Kingsley under one arm, Lupin under the other, Moody covering their retreat, wands snapping arcs of light at the village. They did not stop until they reached the main ward boundary near the burrow. The fog thinned. Harry collapsed onto the grass, chest heaving. His left arm lay beside him, a dead weight, gray and cracked. His right leg still looked wrong, half transparent, as if someone had tried to sketch it with smoke. He stared at them. Panic rose like a tide. "Do not," Tonks said sharply, dropping to her knees beside him. "Do not panic. Panicking is the worst thing you can do right now." "I cannot feel my fingers," he said. His voice shook. "I do not have fingers." "You will," she said. "Breathe. Listen to me. Lupin. Keep everyone else back." He heard Lupin barking orders. Feet scuffed on the grass as people moved away, giving them space. Tonks grabbed his stone wrist with both hands. "You are Harry Potter," she said firmly. "You are not stone. You are not smoke. You are not a Death Eater in a cheap mask. You are the boy who spent his childhood in a cupboard and still came out wanting to help people. You are the idiot who flew a car to school. You are the one who kissed Ginny in front of the entire common room and did not flinch when they cheered." "Tonks," he said. "Focus," she snapped. "Pick one thing. One piece of yourself that feels real. Hold on to it." He closed his eyes. He could have chosen 100 things. The scar on his forehead, the feel of his broom, his mother's eyes, which people kept insisting were his. He picked Ginny's hand on his chest. Warm, small, steady. He picked the way her thumb had brushed his jaw when she told him to come back. He picked the way Ron had stood in front of him in the chess match their first year, willing to be taken out so Harry could continue. The way Hermione's voice shook when she told him books and cleverness were not the most important things. He let those memories fill him. Tonks squeezed his wrist. "Good," she said. "Now tell the magic who you are. Not in words, in feeling, in the way your shoulders sit, in the tilt of your head, in the shape of your hands when you hold a wand." Harry inhaled slowly. When he exhaled, he imagined the air flowing down his left arm, down through the cracks in the stone. He imagined warmth, blood, the tiny muscles that controlled each finger. Pain flared. He gasped. "Keep going," Tonks urged. The stone began to crumble, not outward, inward. It did not fall away onto the grass. It seemed to flake and melt, the heavy gray surface softening, shrinking, revealing raw red skin beneath. His fingers reformed, twitching, then flexing. His right leg followed more slowly. The smoke condensed. The blurred outline sharpened, turning from mist to flesh. Nerves screamed as they reconnected. He bit down on a cry. "Nearly there," Tonks murmured. At last he lay panting on the grass, both arms and both legs looking like his again. His face felt wrong for another second, then settled. He raised a hand to the back of his head and touched messy hair. "See," Tonks said, rocking back on her heels. "Told you." She was shaking. He realized she had not let go of his wrist at any point. Lupin crouched on his other side. His face was pale. "You did well," Lupin said quietly. "You called for help." "I almost did not," Harry said hoarsely. "I wanted to stay, to fight, to show them that they cannot just light up a village and walk away." "And you would have died," Kingsley said, voice rough. "Or worse." Harry looked at him. "Worse," he repeated. Kingsley met his eyes. "We have seen what happens to people who get caught halfway through a spell like that," he said. "Bodies that do not match their minds anymore. You do not want that future." Harry swallowed hard. Lupin's hand settled briefly on his shoulder. "You felt the cost," he said. "That is what matters. You know now that this power will break you if you let pride run it. That is the price of the mask." Harry closed his eyes. He could still hear the screams from the village. He could still smell smoke. "How many got out?" he asked. "More than would have without you," Kingsley said. "The woman you told to run made it to the river. She pulled 3 neighbors with her. They will live because you were there." Harry exhaled. He did not feel better. Not really. But the knowledge sat in his chest, a small weight against the larger heaviness. "Harry," Ginny's voice. He opened his eyes. She stood at the edge of the group, barefoot in the grass, hair loose around her shoulders. Molly hovered behind her, torn between dragging her daughter back and rushing forward. Ginny ignored her mother and crossed the distance. Harry pushed himself up into a sitting position. His limbs felt heavy but solid. Ginny dropped to her knees in front of him and grabbed his face between her hands. "You are you," she said. Her fingers moved over his cheekbones, his nose, his jaw as if checking everything was still where it belonged. "You look like you. For now," he said. "For now," she agreed. "Which is enough." He caught her wrists gently. "I was stuck," he said quietly. "Half stone, half something else." They saw. They laughed. "And yet you are here," she said. "And some of them are not. I heard the blasts." "Ginny," Molly said warningly. "Later, Mum," Ginny said without looking away from Harry. "Right now I am busy." Harry let out a tired laugh. His chest still hurt from the kicks. His magic felt scoured raw. The story Lupin had told about the Peveril curse circled in his head. Centuries of fear. One sacrifice. One boy whose body had never really been his own. "I will not let them turn me into what they fear," he said suddenly. Lupin looked at him. "Who?" "The Peverils," he said. "Dumbledore. Voldemort. Everyone who looks at me and sees a weapon or a threat or a problem to manage. I am not going to be a legend about identity sickness told to frighten children. I am going to be Harry." Ginny smiled crookedly. "Harry who turns his arm to stone in the middle of a fight and still manages to get people out." "That Harry," Tonks said, tired but amused. Harry looked at each of them. Lupin, Tonks, Kingsley, Ginny. They were tired, shaken. Some had cuts on their faces. Tonks's hair still clung stubbornly to its dull brown, but there were a few more rebellious streaks now, faint hints of color she had not asked for. He realized, with a small jolt, that they were all watching him as much as they were watching the smoke over the village, waiting to see which way he would turn. He drew a breath that did not hurt. "I need training," he said. "Real training, not just survival. I need to learn how to do this without breaking myself, without breaking other people." "We will train you," Lupin said. "I will," Tonks added. "And I will make sure we never expect you to carry missions like that alone again," Kingsley said. Ginny leaned in and pressed a quick kiss to the corner of his mouth. "And I will remind you who you are," she said. "Every time you forget." He caught her hand and laced their fingers together. His palms were still shaking, but the contact was solid. Somewhere far away, another house burned. The war was still happening. Dumbledore was still dead. The curse in his blood was still awake. Nothing had truly changed. Everything had. Harry looked down at his own hands. They were his, for the moment, because he had chosen them. For the first time since the tower, that felt like the beginning of an answer rather than just another problem. Sources. Grimmauld Place still smelled like dust and old secrets no matter how many times Molly scrubbed the kitchen. Harry sat at the long table with his back to the wall and his hands around a chipped mug. The tea had gone cold. He had not noticed. A map lay spread in front of him, held flat by whatever they could find. One corner was pinned under the sugar bowl, another under the heavy silver locket that had once made his chest feel tight every time he looked at it. Now it just looked dead. "Are you even listening?" Hermione asked. Harry dragged his eyes away from the map and looked up. "Yeah," he said. His voice sounded rough. "Horcrux hunt, step 3, Gringotts, probably death." "Got it." Hermione gave him a look. Ron, across from him, snorted into his own mug. "At least he remembers the main points," Ron said. "Gringotts, probably death. Sounds like a plan. Can we not add probably death as a formal part of the plan?" Ginny said from near the fireplace. She had her arms folded over her chest, shoulder pressed to the mantelpiece. "Mum will have a fit if she ever hears you say that out loud." "She would have a fit if she knew we had already broken into the ministry," Ron said. "Which is exactly why she does not know that," Hermione said sharply. Harry let the argument wash over him for a moment. It was familiar noise, comfortable in a twisted way. The map in front of him showed Diagon Alley and the Goblin Bank in careful ink. Bill had drawn the extra lines on top, muttering curses and security runes under his breath while he worked. Some of the marks made Harry's eyes ache if he stared at them too long. Bill stood at the end of the table now, one hand braced on the wood, hair pulled back, lips pressed tight. "You lot know this is mad," he said quietly. "Even for you." We stole the locket out of the ministry, Ron protested. Gringotts cannot be worse than that. Bill shot him a flat look. The ministry is run by idiots and politicians, Bill said. Gringotts is run by goblins who have spent centuries building security that does not care if you are a hero or a villain. It cares about ownership and the exact wording of ancient contracts. You get caught there and they will not hand you over to the Death Eaters. They will deal with you themselves. Helpful pep talk, Ginny muttered. Harry rubbed his thumb along the edge of the locket. I am not going to walk in there as Harry Potter, he said. I am going to walk in as whatever their security expects to see. You said yourself the vault is under the Lestrange name. Bill hesitated. Bella has been making a scene all year, Tonks said from the corner. She was leaning against the pantry door, arms folded. Her hair was a flat dull brown again, but there were more rebellious streaks of color in it now. Pale pink and lime flashes that she either could not control or would not bother to control. She uses the bank like a stage. Screams at goblins if they so much as blink too slow. Everyone there knows her, which is a problem, Bill said. She will have patterns in place. Words she uses, things she does every time she visits. The goblins notice. They do not like surprises. Harry shrugged. Then I will not surprise them, he said. I will be her long enough to satisfy the check marks. Then I will be whoever else I have to be to get us in and out. So just to be clear, Ron said, you want to walk into Gringotts pretending to be Bellatrix Lestrange, with Death Eaters on the lookout for you, goblins who hate you, and a vault full of cursed objects. Sounds fun when you put it like that, Harry said dryly. Ginny pushed off the fireplace and came to the table. The room felt different when she moved closer. Less echo. This is not about fun, she said. It is about getting the cup before Voldemort realizes we know where it is. Molly, working at the stove, flinched at the name. Ginny, she said. Language, Mom, Ginny said without looking back. If we cannot even say his name, we have already lost. Arthur glanced up from the pile of ministry reports he was pretending not to read. She is right, he said quietly. Molly's shoulders dropped. She stirred the pot savagely. Tonks pushed away from the wall. We do this fast, she said. We use Bill's knowledge, Harry's ability, and my aura access. In and out before anyone knows we were there, and before your magic decides it has had enough of pretending to be a lunatic pure blood. Lupin added from the doorway. Harry turned. Lupin looked tired as always these days, but his eyes were steady as they met Harry's. There was no pity there, just worry and a careful sort of respect. We planned the steps, Lupin said. We also planned what happens if you slip. Harry nodded. He remembered the field near Ottery, the weight of stone in his own arm, the way his leg had turned to smoke, the sound of Death Eaters laughing as he lay on the ground unable to move. He remembered Tonks's hands on his wrist, her voice in his ear telling him to choose himself. This time we know what to expect, Tonks said. You say that like it helps, Harry said. It does, she said. We have your exit routes mapped. We have the safe phrase. Ginny's fingers curled around the back of his chair. Remind me, Harry said. You do not need to say it, Ginny said. You will not get that far. If I see you start to go weird, I am dragging you out before you can even think of heroic last stands. Harry tilted his head. You are coming. Obviously, Ginny said. Molly dropped the spoon. Ginevra Weasley, she said, voice sharp. Mom, Ginny said calmly. If this Horcrux is in Bella's vault and Bella is in league with the thing that took over our school, then my part in this war is bigger than polishing cutlery for a wedding we cannot even have in peace. Molly opened her mouth. Arthur rose from his chair. Molly, he said gently. She has already been at the center of this once. You remember the diary. If anyone has a right to help remove the last traces of that curse, it is her. Molly's face went white. The cup, Harry said quietly, belonged to Helga Hufflepuff. The diary belonged to Riddle. They used Ginny first. They used all of us. This is not just my mess, much as I would like it to be. Ginny squeezed his shoulder. I am his anchor, she said to her mother. You have heard Lupin say it. You have seen it. Molly's mouth trembled. She looked at Harry, then at Lupin, then at Tonks. "Is this true?" she asked. Lupin nodded slowly. "Harry's power is bound to his sense of self," he said. "Ginny has been able to pull him back from the edge more than once. I cannot promise you she will keep him safe. No one can promise that. I can tell you that without her, this is more dangerous, not less." Molly closed her eyes for a moment. When she opened them again, they were wet but fierce. "You bring her back," she said. "Both of you." "We will," Harry said. Diagon Alley looked sick. Shops that used to be loud and bright stood dark and boarded. The air smelled of smoke and potion fumes instead of sugar and parchment. Witch and wizard faces turned away as Harry walked past. Some were tired. Some were just empty. No one looked too closely at Bellatrix Lestrange. His spine had never felt so wrong. Every step he took in her borrowed form was a fight against his own stomach. Her hips, her long limbs, her hands. The way her laugh wanted to bubble up every time he saw someone flinch. He kept his lips pressed tight. Ginny walked half a pace behind him, chin high, hair tied back in a knot that left her neck bare. She looked like someone playing the part of a pure-blood cousin who did not want to be there. Tonks moved at Harry's right shoulder in full aura robes. Her face was one of the plain ones she used on duty, sharp but forgettable. Her badge carried legal access that they all prayed would be enough to get them through the outer checks. Bill had gone ahead an hour earlier, joining a group of goblin cursebreakers with a forged work notice. He would be waiting below. Harry strutted. There was no other word for it. Bellatrix did not walk. She prowled. She moved as if the floor belonged to her and anyone in her way was a waste of time. He hated how easy it was to copy. He swept through the heavy doors and into the marble hall. Goblins looked up from their counters. Quills paused. Eyes narrowed. Harry grinned at them with Bella's thin lips. "Busy as ever," he drawled in her voice. "I do hope you have been keeping my vault warm." A goblin near the front desk hopped down from his stool. His name badge read Ragnarok. Not that Harry needed it. Bill had warned him about this one. "Lestrange," Ragnarok said, bowing just enough to be polite and no more. "Your break-in pattern worries us. So many visits of late. So much interest in security reports. We were not told to expect you today." "Then the communication in your office is as sloppy as I suspected," Harry said. He let his nose twist slightly, a look he had seen on the woman herself. "There is a matter I must attend to. I would prefer not to repeat myself here." He jerked his head in the direction of the vault stairs. Ragnarok did not move. "We received a message from your lord," he said. Harry's skin crawled at the word. "He has asked for notice of any unusual activity concerning his trusted servants. In particular, vault visits that do not match the schedule we are given." Ginny shifted behind him just a fraction. A tell he would have missed earlier in the year. Now he felt it like a tug. Harry tilted Bella's head and let out a short, chilly laugh. "So he tells you when I may access my own belongings now," he said. "How considerate. Shall I tell him you said that? Or will you send your own little report along with my request?" Ragnarok's eyes narrowed further. Ginny took a step closer as if bored. "This is a waste of time," she said in a drawl Harry had heard from Slytherin girls back in school. "If the goblins want to explain to our lord why a simple vault check takes all afternoon, let them. I am sure he will be very understanding." A flicker of something passed over Ragnarok's face. Disgust, maybe, or fear, or both. "You will submit to verification," he said. "Then we will proceed." Harry's heart sped up. "Verification," he repeated slowly. Ragnarok snapped his fingers. Two goblins came forward carrying a narrow basin between them. It shimmered with faint silver light. The magic coming off it made Harry's skin prickle. "Thaumic identity wash," Tonks murmured under her breath. Harry did not look at her. He had never heard the term. He did not need to. He could feel what it would do. The basin was not interested in surface details. It did not care about hair or nose shape or voice. It cared about the magic inside. The goblins set it down at Harry's feet. "Step through," Ragnarok said. Harry swallowed. He could feel his body wanting to twitch away. The magic under his skin buzzed, hot and restless. If he stepped through that wash in Bella's form, It would show everything he was. A human whose magic did not sit in a neat line. A boy who carried old blood oaths and a curse that came from a killing spell. A metamorphmagus expanding his power beyond anything wizard-kind expected. He did what he always did when panic hit. He looked for Ginny. She had moved to his left, close enough that he could feel her presence. Her face was bored. Her eyes were not. Her fingers brushed the back of his borrowed hand. Light as a whisper. "You are Harry," they said. "Not Bella. Not a monster. Not a mistake." Harry gritted his teeth. "Have it your way," he said. He stepped forward and walked straight into the wash. Felt like pushing through a waterfall made of needles. The silver light crashed over him, cold and stinging. He felt every lie in his shape shouted back at him at once. Every face he had ever worn. Every borrowed feature. His magic flared in protest. The form around him flickered. Bellatrix's long limbs shuddered and shrank. Her mad grin twisted as his own mouth fought to reassert itself. For a heartbeat he was a smear of faces, a rush of names. James, Lily, Riddle, Sirius, Snape, Bella, himself. His bones screamed. He clung to Ginny's touch. Harry. He forced that single word through the chaos. The wash spat him out on the other side. He stumbled. Ginny caught his arm. To any watcher it looked like a cousin steadying a relative after a bit of magical fuss. To him it was the only thing keeping him upright. He glanced back. Ragnarok watched him carefully. The basin had gone still. The silver surface showed a faint outline. For a second Harry saw his own face there, the one he wore most often these days. Not Bella's. Not anyone else's. Then the image rippled and vanished. Ragnarok's mouth thinned. "Interesting," the goblin said. "Your magic pattern has shifted since your last visit." Harry forced his lips into Bella's sneer. "Are you calling me a fake?" he asked lightly. "Do you want to test that theory with a wand duel in your lovely marble hall?" Ragnarok's eyes flickered to Tonks, then to Ginny. "Magic changes under stress," Tonks said with a shrug. "You know that as well as I do." Ragnarok sniffed. "The vault," he said. "Follow me." He gestured, sharp and precise, and turned toward the carts. Harry let out a breath he had not known he was holding. Ginny squeezed his arm once. "Quick. You are still you," she whispered without moving her lips. Even when a stupid bowl tries to say otherwise. The vault corridors were colder than Harry remembered. The cart rattled along the tracks, metal wheels shrieking on curves. The air that rushed past was damp and heavy. Torches flickered on the walls, throwing jumpy shadows. Bill was waiting at a junction, leaning against the rock as if he had always been there. His goblin guide grumbled as the cart stopped. "Late," the goblin snapped. "Paperwork," Bill said smoothly. "You know how it is." Ragnarok ignored them both. "Vault 711, he said. The goblins exchanged a look. Harry did not miss it. "Very well," the guide muttered. "We will go that far. No further. You know the rules." Ragnarok grunted. The cart rolled on. Ginny's knee knocked into Harry's. Her eyes were on the dark space ahead. Harry could feel her tension, held tight in the set of her jaw. "You all right?" he murmured. "Fine," she said shortly. "Just thinking about old diary-shaped nightmares." He reached for her hand under the edge of the cart. She squeezed back. The cart jerked to a stop. "Vault 711, the goblin announced. The door in front of them did not look like anything special. Heavy metal, strange carvings, a line of old goblin runes. Bill climbed out first. "I can open this," he said. "But you only get one chance. Whatever she has inside will react." Harry stepped onto the stone. "I am counting on that," he said. Ragnarok motioned him forward. "We watch," he said. "We do not interfere." "That sounds familiar," Harry said under his breath. Ginny slid out behind him. Tonks followed, wand hidden in her sleeve. Bill pressed his palm to the door and murmured something in gobbledygook. Magic stirred, old and suspicious. There was a grinding sound as bolts withdrew. The door swung inward. Heat rolled out. Harry's skin crawled. The vault was piled high with coins, goblets, glittering junk. The air inside felt thick. It smelled of old metal and dark spells. At the back, Half obscured by a heap of fake crowns, sat a small, plain cup. It looked like almost nothing. If he had not seen the drawing in Dumbledore's notes, he might have walked past it. Helga Hufflepuff's cup. Horcrux. Harry took a step forward. He felt it before he touched anything. A hiss under his skin. A whisper. Something that recognized something in him. He stopped. "Harry," Ginny said quietly behind him. "I feel it," he said. His hand twitched. His magic rose eager. Not the shifting surface stuff he used to change his nose or his hair. The deep tide that had woken when he was a baby in a ruined house. It liked this vault. It liked the thick magic. The old binding. The way the cup shone with a sick sort of life. The curse on the heap stirred. Coins trembled. "Careful," Bill warned. "Touch the wrong thing and this whole place goes off." Harry took another step. The pile nearest him shivered and then burst. 3 identical goblets sprang into existence where there had been one. Then those 3 became 9. Shiny metal rattled and clanged as the vault filled itself, copying items over and over until there was almost no space to stand. "Replicating curse," Bill snapped. "Back now." Harry did not move. The magic in the room was singing. It called to the part of him that wanted to be more, to be many. It whispered that he did not have to hold onto one shape when he could pour himself into a crowd. His fingers lengthened without his permission. His skin shimmered. If he let go, he could become the vault. He could spread his sense of self across every duplicated cup and coin. He could be everything at once. Avoid the pain of choosing a single face. The thought was dizzy and wrong and tempting. The curse surged. A goblet hit him in the chest and stuck. The metal writhed, resizing, trying to merge with his skin. Ginny swore. "Harry!" she shouted. He still did not move. He felt the cup at the back of the vault like a heartbeat now. The thing inside it recognized him. It knew the piece of its maker's soul trapped in his scar. They reached for each other. For a moment he saw a boy with dark hair and a smug smile standing in a diary. For a moment he saw a man with red eyes and a snake face laughing as he cast a green spell. He saw all the lives that had been eaten to make objects like this. He could join them. He could stop being the boy they used as a symbol and become something else. Something that did not have to sit with grief. Something that made other people feel fear instead. Hands grabbed his shoulders. Ginny slammed into his side. She pressed herself against him, pinning him to the spot. Her fingers dug into his arms. "Look at me," she yelled. The vault roared around them as objects multiplied faster. Coins rained down, sharp against his skin. He did not look at her. "Harry James Potter," she said, low and fierce right next to his ear. "If you let that thing turn you into another one of him, I am going to drag you back and slap you so hard the entire cursed Peveril line will feel it." He swallowed. "That is not how bloodlines work," he said faintly. "Do not care," she said. "I am not losing you in a pile of junk because some bit of soul in a cup thinks you are a nice match. You are not a match. You are mine." The last word hit harder than any hex. Mine. The magic inside him flinched. Mine. Not his. Not the boy in the diary. Not the man with the snake face. Ginny's hands moved up to his cheeks. She forced his head around. "Right here," she said. "Eyes on me." He looked. Her hair was pushed back off her face with sweat. There was a tiny cut on her cheek from flying metal. Her eyes were furious and scared and stubborn. "You promised me you would come back from this hunt," she said. "You promised me you would not let a curse decide what you are. So fight it." The goblets climbed around them like a tide. Coins clanged against Harry's legs. One stuck to his calf and tried to melt into his skin. His magic bent toward it greedily. He grabbed Ginny's wrists. He took a breath that tasted of hot metal. "Mine," he said through his teeth. "Not his. Not theirs. Mine." He dragged his attention away from the cup at the back. He dragged it away from the whisper that said he could be many things and nothing at once. He focused on the feeling of Ginny's fingers under his. Warm, alive, human. He stamped on the urge to spread himself thin. The magic in his veins bucked. He pushed back. Slowly, the thing stuck to his skin loosened. The goblet slid off his chest and clanged to the floor. The coin on his leg fell away. He took another step forward. Bill swore. "You are going the wrong way," Bill shouted over the noise. "Back, both of you. I am ending this," Harry yelled back. He let go of Ginny with one hand. The world narrowed. It was just him and the cup now. He waded through the growing pile of metal, pushing aside copies that tried to grab him. Each one burned when he touched it. The Horcrux fought him. The curse tried to swallow him. He would not let them. He reached the original cup and seized it with his bare hand. Pain stabbed through his skull. He heard a scream that was not his. A high, thin sound that came from somewhere inside his head. His scar burned like it had the night he saw Arthur attacked. He held on. He thought of the girl behind him who had once trusted him enough to put her soul on a page. He thought of the boy he had been in a cupboard who had no one. He thought of every time Dumbledore had looked at him and seen a weapon instead of a child. He poured all of that into his grip. "Mine," he said again. "My life. My face. My choice." The scream cut off. The cup shook. Then it went very still. The curse did not. The replication spell howled like a living thing. The vault creaked under the pressure of thousands of objects trying to exist in the same small space. "Now," Bill shouted. "Out, all of you." Ginny grabbed Harry's sleeve and yanked. He stumbled backward, clutching the cup. They slogged through the heap together. By the time they reached the door, the pile was almost at their knees. One of the goblins snarled something in their own language and slammed his palm against a rune. The door blew outward. Heat and sound crashed into the corridor. Harry heard stone crack. He did not look back. They piled into the cart. The goblins snapped the reins. The cart shot forward, rattling hard enough to shake his teeth. Harry sat hunched over, arms wrapped around the cup. His skin still tingled where the curse had tried to catch. His heart pounded. Ginny pressed against his side, shoulder to shoulder. "Next time," she said, breathless. "We leave the haunted dishware at home." He laughed, half-choked. Tonks leaned forward. "You with us?" she asked. He nodded. "Yeah," he said. "I am here." "Good," she said. "Because that is only one chunk of Snake Face we have destroyed today." They did not go straight back to Grimmauld. Kingsley met them in a safe house outside London. The place was small and bare. The Order had cleared it out years ago for short meetings. There were wards on the windows and walls that made Harry's magic itch. He set the cup on the table in the center of the room. It looked harmless. Lupin stepped closer, wand held steady. "Ready?" he asked. Harry nodded. They had already agreed. Sword of Gryffindor, basilisk venom. The simple brutal answer that cut through all of Dumbledore's secrets. Ron laid the sword on the table, the ruby in the hilt dull in the low light. Ginny stood at Harry's elbow, fingers twined with his. "Do it," she said. He picked up the sword. The metal was cool and heavy. For a second he wanted to watch what would happen inside the cup when he struck. He wanted to see the piece of soul react. He did not indulge that curiosity. He raised the blade and slammed it down. The cup split with a shriek. Dark smoke poured out, twisted in the air, taking almost shapes. A boy, a man, a giant snake, a face with red eyes and slits where a nose should be. Lips moved in silent rage. Harry watched it. He felt the Horcrux reach for him. It recognized him, recognized the anchor of the curse in his scar. He did not flinch. "You had your chances," he said quietly. The smoke shuddered. Then it dissolved. Silence rushed in. Harry lowered the sword. His hand shook. Ginny squeezed his fingers. "That is too destroyed by you," Ron said. "Diary. Cup. 3, Hermione said. "The ring was his plan, but your magic fought it even then. Dumbledore said it almost burned his hand off when he tried to contain it." Harry swallowed. "So he poked at a cursed object tied to my blood curse and got hurt," Harry said. Shock. Hermione did not smile. Kingsley tapped the table. "This changed things," he said. "The bank will scramble to explain that vault incident. Voldemort will not care how. He will care that one of his precious anchors is gone. He will feel it," Lupin said. "He will be afraid." "Good," Ginny said. "Fear makes him sloppy," Tonks added. "When he is angry, he acts without thinking." Harry ran his fingers through his hair. That is what we need, he said slowly. Not more power. More chaos. Little cracks in their trust. They expect me to throw curses at them until one of us drops. They do not expect me to pick apart the way they look at each other. Hermione frowned. What do you mean? She asked. He looked at the cup split in two. He built his army on fear, Harry said. Masks and names and secrets. No trust. Only threats and promises. They already look at each other out of the corners of their eyes, wondering who will be called next. I can use that. How? Ron asked. Harry looked up. His magic stirred in a different way now. Less wild. Sharper. They think I am one boy, he said. They think I have one face. The chosen one. The prophecy child. If there is one thing this power is good for, it is proving them wrong. Tonk's eyes widened. You want to go back in, she said. Not to steal. To break them. Psychological warfare, Kingsley said slowly. Harry nodded. If I can walk through their ranks as one of them at Gringotts, he said. I can walk into their meetings, take on faces they rely on, twist their words, make them doubt each other. That is risky, Lupin said. So is everything, Harry said. We cannot just keep reacting. He plays long games. Dumbledore played long games. For once, I would like to move first. Hermione chewed her lip. If you can get them to turn on each other, she said, we can save lives without casting a single killing curse. Exactly, Harry said. Ginny studied his face. You are sure you can handle being that deep in their world? She asked. No, he said honestly. But I am more sure that I cannot keep doing this half-hearted. The power hates walls. It wants a path. If I do not give it one, it makes one of its own. Tonks nodded slowly. Then we give it a path that hurts them, not us, she said. Kingsley looked at each of them in turn. All right, he said. We will plan something small first. A test. A meeting we know about. A place you can get in and out of without too many unknowns. Harry's jaw set. Malfoy Manor, he said. Silence fell. Of course, Ron muttered. Why not? The hall at Malfoy Manor had never looked more like a stage. Harry slipped through a side door in the body of a nameless Death Eater. Tall. Broad. No one special. A man people would glance at and forget. The mask hid most of his face. He did not like that. He preferred to show his own features now when he could. But tonight was about their fear, not his comfort. He hugged the shadows near a statue and listened. Voldemort was not there. Bellatrix was. She paced near the long table, wand twirling between her fingers. Her hair hung wild. Her eyes were bright with a kind of excited madness. Around her, masked figures murmured. The bank says it was a curse backlash, one man said. Old magic reacting to new wards. Nothing to do with us. They would say that, another replied. They are lying. Someone touched that cup. Someone hurt our master's work. Harry smiled thinly behind the mask. They were already afraid. He watched Bellatrix. She laughed suddenly, a sharp high sound. They are lying, she said. Of course they are lying. Filthy little traitors. They think because we trust them with our gold, they can lie to our Lord. But they cannot lie to me. She slammed her wand onto the table. The wood cracked. Harry felt the pull of her behavior, the way she drank in the fear around her. He had played this part for the goblins hours earlier and it still lingered in his muscles. He pushed it aside. This was not about becoming her. This was about dismantling what she stood on. A robed figure near the end of the table shifted. Perhaps the boy escaped again, a cold voice said. He has a talent for that. Snape. Harry's magic flinched. Old anger and confusion stirred. The ally who had killed Dumbledore. The spy who had saved his life more times than anyone knew. Harry stayed still. Snape's eyes moved over the table. If Potter is striking at us, Snape went on, he will not stop at one trinket. He will go for more. The ring. The diary. The snake. Murmurs rose. Bellatrix spun on him. You dare say his name so casually, she snapped. You dare speak as if you know his plans. I know what he told me, Snape said coolly. Harry felt a grin tug at his mouth. This was his opening. He let his body shift. His limbs thinned. His shoulders drooped. The heavy robe hung differently. The mask stayed, but under it his face rearranged. He stepped out of the shadow and into the light. Maybe he told other people different things, he said in Snape's voice. Every head snapped toward him. The real Snape went still. Who are you? Bellatrix hissed. Harry tilted his head. Just so. Surely you know, he said silkily. You were his favorite student once, before he found other toys. Bellatrix's nostrils flared. The man beside her drew his wand. Snape's gaze sharpened. I did not call this meeting, Snape said, and I would never speak to you with that tone in front of others. Whoever you are, that was your first mistake. Harry laughed softly. He let his height change again. He stretched, matching the shape of one of the other men at the table. His voice shifted to that man's rough accent. What are you talking about? He barked. I did not say that. The real man spun on him. Yes, you did. Another Death Eater growled. We all heard you. The hall stirred. Harry moved again. He did not need full transformations. Not now. Just fragments. Tilt of head. A twist of mouth. Enough to mimic a phrase. He slipped his way around the table, throwing in barbed lines in different voices. Maybe the Dark Lord is weaker than we thought. What if Snape is steering him wrong? Bella is slipping. She cannot even guard her own vaults. Each line thrown from a different throat. He watched the flinch travel through them. He watched old grudges wake. Bellatrix lashed out. Silence! She screamed. Her hair floated around her like a dark cloud. Which of you dares doubt him? She shrieked. Which of you would question my loyalty? I will carve the answer out of your lying hearts. Harry let his face twist under the mask into a grin she could not see. Chaos thrilled through the room. Wands came out. Arguments over old failures exploded. I took Azkaban for him, one man cried. Where were you? You failed to find the boy. Another spat. We cleaned up your mess. Snape tried to cut through it. Enough, he said sharply. This is exactly what he warned us about. Potter wants us at each other's throats. Harry almost laughed. He did not expect Snape to speak his strategy out loud. Bellatrix rounded on him. Do not say his name here, she snarled. Not in my master's house. Harry stepped closer, drifting behind a tall man whose voice he had already borrowed. He whispered in that man's ear in Snape's exact tone. You always were the weak link. The man went white. He swung on Snape and hurled a curse. The hall erupted. Spells flew. Chairs toppled. Someone smashed into the table, sending goblets crashing to the floor. Through it all, Harry moved. He slid from shape to shape under the mask, guiding the chaos without ever committing to one face. His magic flowed, not wild this time, but sharp and directed. If he stayed too long as any one person, the curse in his blood stirred, hungry to take that role fully. He did not let it. He shifted before the pull could settle. He realized something in the middle of it. He was not just good at this. He liked it. Not the fear, not the pain, the control. The way he could pull one thread and watch an entire rotten tapestry come undone. Someone grabbed him from behind. Hands like claws dug into his shoulders. He smelled smoke and incense and something bitter. Who do you think you are? Bellatrix hissed into his ear. He had moved too close. Of course she would notice the one figure at her side whose movements did not match any pattern she knew. She shoved him forward. The mask slipped, rattling against his cheek. Her wand pressed into the side of his neck. Take it off, she said softly. Let us see which little coward thought they could play games with me. The hall had gone quiet. Even through the silence Harry could hear the harsh breathing of angry men, the faint crackle of damaged magic in the walls. His own heart pounding. He swallowed. He could feel his magic jittering. This close to her, the same wrongness he had felt in the vault rolled off her in waves. Old curses, dark oaths, the echo of the same man who had made the cup. He knew if he changed now, he might not get himself back. Do it, Bellatrix whispered. The mask loosened. Ginny's voice, from earlier that day, cut through the panic. Mine. He had told the Horcrux that. Now he told this magic, this curse, this woman. He twisted, not his face, not his limbs, his skin. For a heartbeat he let the mask fall. Under it he did not show her his usual features. He showed her hers, her own wild hair, her own sharp cheeks, her own mad eyes staring back at her from a body that moved right when she moved left. Bellatrix screamed. She stumbled backward. Her wand arm jerked. "Imposter!" she shrieked. "Thief! Freak!" Harry smiled with her mouth. "You wanted to see who was playing games," he said in her own voice. "Look in a mirror." She hurled a curse. He stepped aside. The curse slammed into one of her allies, dropping him like a stone. Gasps echoed around the hall. Harry let the borrowed face melt. He returned to himself. No mask, no borrowed smile, just Harry Potter, standing in the center of Malfoy's hall in a stolen robe, wand raised, scar bright on his forehead. "Boo!" he said. For a moment no one moved. Then spells flew from every side. He dived behind a toppled chair. A blast scorched the floor where he had been standing. He knew this had been the danger. The moment when his game became open war. He had bought the time he needed, though. He could already hear the crack of apparition outside as the order arrived on their signal. Ginny would be with them. Tonks, Lupin, Kingsley. He could feel them in the magic that brushed the edges of the wards. Bellatrix stalked toward the chair, wand crackling with a dark spell. "I am going to peel that pretty little face off your skull," she sang. Harry rose. He shifted, not into her this time, into someone else. For a second his bones protested, tired of being pulled in so many directions. He ignored it. He took on the image of a man with a crooked smile and dark hair that always looked untidy. Serious. Bellatrix froze. Her eyes went wide. "You," she whispered. Harry heard the tremor in her voice. He heard the crack in it. He hated using his godfather like this. He did it anyway. "You missed," he said. Sirius' voice sounded strange in his own throat. Rough and warm and furious. "You pushed me through a curtain. That is not the same as winning." Bellatrix shook. Her wand hand twitched. "Not real," she said. "You are not real. I killed you." Harry stepped closer. He could feel his magic dragging at the edges of the form, trying to make it perfect. To turn him into Sirius in truth, not just in appearance. He held the line. He would not become his godfather. He would use this shape and then let it go. "You killed my chance at a life," he said quietly. "You killed your own last name. You killed your soul one curse at a time." She screamed and hurled another spell. He dropped the form a second before it hit. Blue light tore through the cloth of his robe and shattered the chair behind him. The room exploded into motion again. Order members burst through the doors. Kingsley's voice boomed a shield charm. Tonks took down 2 Death Eaters in quick succession. Lupin covered Harry's flank. Ginny's hex hit a masked man in the chest and sent him flying. Harry moved in the center of it all. He did not use his power to hide now. He used it to confuse. He let his face blur at the edges, never quite settling into someone else, never quite staying the same. To the Death Eaters watching, he was everywhere at once. An echo here, a flash there. He threw curses, stunners, disarming charms. Nothing unforgivable. He watched Bellatrix. She fought like someone who had lost her balance and was trying to regain it by hurting as many people as possible. She sent a streak of green at Ginny. Harry's stomach dropped. He did not think. He shifted. His legs lengthened. His foot hit the floor 3 steps forward from where it should have. He slammed into Ginny and knocked her sideways. The curse missed them both by an inch and smashed into a wall sconce. Stone rained down. Ginny rolled and came up with her wand ready. "Thanks," she gasped. "Any time," he said. Bellatrix laughed, wild and shrill. "Look at the baby hero," she crowed. "Saving his little blood traitor girl. You see, this is why he will lose. He cannot let go of silly things like love." Harry's vision narrowed. He could have answered with a hex. He chose a different weapon. He let his body shift again. Not into Sirius this time. Into someone else she had hurt. A quiet pair of faces he had seen in portraits at St. Mungo's. Frank and Alice Longbottom. He did not know their voices. He did not try to copy them. He just stood. One moment he was himself. The next he wore Frank's tired kind features. Then Alice's lined face with bright eyes. then his own again. Bellatrix flinched with each change. You broke them, he said. His voice stayed his own. You stood over their bodies and laughed while you clawed at their minds. You thought you had won. He stepped closer. You did not win, he said. Neville still carries their names. I still carry Sirius. Your sister's child fights against you every day. The people you hurt keep standing up. She shrieked and threw another killing curse. He sidestepped. Kingsley's spell caught her in the side and knocked her off her feet. The wand flew from her hand. It skidded across the floor. Ginny flicked her wrist. The wand sailed into her grip. Bellatrix lay on her back. Hair spread around her like a dark halo, chest heaving. Harry stood over her. For a long moment the hall seemed to hold its breath. He could kill her. He knew the spell. He had seen it enough. He felt the temptation like a heavy weight. One word. One flash. One less monster in the world. His hand shook. Ginny was at his shoulder now. He felt her presence without looking. You do not have to be her, Ginny said quietly. Or him. Or anyone else. You get to choose. He looked down at Bellatrix. Her eyes were bright with hate. You are a coward, she spat. You will never end this. He raised his wand. His magic stirred. He remembered Tonk's rule. Never shift to escape a feeling. Never use the power to run away from guilt. He was not killing her now because it was easier to copy her cruelty than sit with his own rage. He took a breath. No, he said. He flicked his wand. Ropes shot out and wrapped around her. They pinned her arms and legs. A rag gag sealed her mouth. Her eyes bulged. You are going to live, he said, voice flat. You are going to go to Azkaban. You are going to sit in a cell and remember every face you laughed over. And you are going to know that you could not kill any of us today. She struggled. The ropes held. Neville would have wanted more. He knew that. He would talk to Neville about it later. For now, this was the line he drew. He was not a copy of the monsters he fought. He was something else. They gathered outside the manor after the last curse faded. The night air was cold and damp. Harry leaned against a low stone wall, breathing hard. His muscles ached in a way that had nothing to do with physical strain and everything to do with magic worn thin. Ginny stood in front of him, hands on her hips. She looked him up and down. You have both arms, she said. Both legs. Face looks like you. Good start. He huffed a laugh. You make it sound like I am a list, he said. You sort of are, she said. Head, shoulders, knees, toes, all present. No stone, no smoke. No extra eyes. Tonks joined them, wiping sweat from her forehead with her sleeve. Impressive work, she said. You had them clawing at each other like children in a playground. Harry grimaced. I nearly lost it when Bella grabbed me, he admitted. If you had not been outside already, that could have gone wrong fast. Then we used that as data, not as a reason to give up, Tonks said. We know that close contact with people carrying that sort of curse messes with your control. We plan for it. We keep anchors near. We pick targets that crack under guilt, not ones that radiate it. She jerked her chin toward the manor. Bellatrix will be a symbol now, she said. The mad dog muzzled at last. There will be a lot of nervous Death Eaters tonight. Kingsley walked over, cloak flapping in the breeze. We got what we needed, he said. Several of his inner circle wounded. One in chains. No casualties on our side. That is a win. Harry nodded. Did he feel it? Harry asked. When we broke the cup. When we took Bella. He felt something, Lupin said. He had appeared silently at Harry's other side. You can feel him in the magic when he is angry. The world goes tight. Then it loosens. He is restless. He will push hard now. The road to war, Ginny said quietly. Harry looked at her. You sound like a book title, he said. She shrugged. It is what this is, she said. We are not sneaking around the edges anymore. You cracked his trust. You cracked his army. He will come for you. Harry thought of the Battle of Hogwarts that had not happened yet. He pictured the castle full of students and teachers and ghosts. He pictured himself standing in front of Voldemort with all his faces laid out like cards. Fear prickled under his skin. He pressed his palm against the rough stone behind him. I am done being dragged into things I never chose, he said slowly. Dumbledore dragged me to prophecy rooms. Voldemort dragged me into dreams. The Peverils dragged me into a curse. This war is coming whether I like it or not. The only thing I get to decide is how I stand in it. Ginny stepped closer. She slid her hands up his arms and rested them on his shoulders. And how do you stand? She asked. He looked at her. The wind tugged at her hair. Her cheeks were flushed from the fight. There was a smudge of soot on her nose. Like me, he said. Not like a copy of anyone else. Not like a mask someone else wants. Just me. She smiled. That is the Harry I fancy, she said. He leaned in. The kiss they shared then was slow and firm and full of everything they had not had time to say. The fear. The relief. The promise. Her hands slid up into his hair. His fingers curled at her waist. For a moment the world narrowed again, but in a good way. He did not feel other faces pressing in. He did not hear whispers from cursed objects. He just felt her. When they pulled back, they stayed close, foreheads touching. You know he is going to come after you harder now, Ginny said softly. I know, Harry said. And I am going after him. Lupin cleared his throat politely. Before we descend fully into a romance novel, he said, we should go. The ministry will be sniffing around. And we have a castle to prepare. A castle, Ron repeated as he wandered over. Brilliant. All we need now is a mad dark wizard, a cursed snake, and half the school in danger. Hermione smacked his arm lightly. We have all of that, she said tiredly. We also have something they do not. What? Ron asked. Harry straightened. He did not change his face. He did not need to. Choice, he said. They spent years trying to fix me into one role. One face. One fate. I am done with that. I will pick who I am every time. And I will use that to tear his story apart. Ginny squeezed his hand. Ron nodded slowly. Hermione's eyes shone. You are not a prophecy anymore, she said. You are a person. He smiled. Tell that to the snake, he said. They laughed. It was tired and shaky, but it was real. As they gathered their things and prepared to apparate, Harry looked back at the manor one last time. The great house loomed against the dark sky. He could almost feel eyes watching. He raised his wand. He did not cast. He did not need to. The fighting today had not been about spells. It had been about fear and truth. He turned away. The road to war stretched ahead. He would walk it as himself. Hogwarts did not look like home anymore. From the edge of the forbidden forest, Harry could see the cracks in the stone and the scorch marks on the towers. One of the upper windows in the astronomy tower was boarded over. A section of the outer wall still bore the faded outline of a dark mark the Carrows had been too lazy to scrub away properly. The sky above the castle was low and heavy, clouds hanging like old curtains. It felt like the world itself was holding its breath. Harry adjusted his grip on his wand. His palms were slick. His magic buzzed under his skin, restless and hot. Behind him, the Order and the DA were gathering in the gloom of the trees. Quiet movements, whispered spells, the soft clink of potion vials. You are staring, Ginny said softly beside him. Just thinking, Harry answered. Dangerous habit, she said. You start thinking too much, you forget to move. He huffed a breath that might have counted as a laugh. Ginny bumped her shoulder lightly into his. The contact helped. He focused on that instead of the throbbing weight in his scar or the way his bones felt too light, too ready to change. Lupin stepped up on his other side. Ub has confirmed the tunnel is clear, Lupin said. Neville has the DA ready in the room of requirement. Once we go in, it starts. Right, Harry said. He took a breath. The air tasted of damp leaves and distant smoke. This is it then, Ron muttered behind him. You would think the final stand of a Dark Lord would have better lighting. Hermione elbowed him. Not helping, Ronald. I am just saying, Ron went on. If I were a megalomaniac snake-faced mass murderer, I would at least pick dramatic thunder. Maybe a bit of lightning. We can arrange lightning later, Ginny said dryly. After we survive. Tonks came out of the trees tugging her cloak straight. Her hair was still stubbornly dull brown, but thin streaks of pink and turquoise fluttered through it like it could not help itself anymore. King's in a mood, she reported. Kingsley, not the musical one. He says our Mungo's contacts are ready. If this goes badly, we have evac routes. If it goes well, we have medics. Good, Harry said. He rubbed his thumb along the grain of his wand. The familiar movement helped ground him. Remember, Lupin said quietly, voice carrying just enough for the front ranks to hear. We are not here to be heroes. We are here to win. That means staying alive and keeping each other alive. Neville would have liked that, Harry thought. Neville, who was already inside, who had turned into someone the Carrows hated and feared. Harry nodded. Let us go, he said. The passage from the Hog's Head to the castle was narrower than he remembered. Or maybe he was just bigger. He had to duck in places, shoulder knocking against rough stone. Voices echoed around them. Move up, Ron muttered. Do not step on my cloak, Seamus. Sorry. Luna's calm tone drifted from somewhere behind Ginny. There are probably heliopaths watching, she said. They like to attend important moments. Helio what? Dean whispered. Not now, Lavender hissed. Harry almost smiled. The closer they got to the castle, the more his magic hummed. It recognized the wards the same way his bones recognized a bed he had slept in for years. The stones of Hogwarts remembered him. They remembered his mother, too, and his father, and others like them. At the entrance to the room of requirement, the door melted out of the wall like it had been waiting for them. Neville stood in the middle of a crowd of DA members. Harry had to blink. Neville looked older, not in years, in edges. There was a cut scarred along his jaw. His hair was shorter. His shoulders were straighter. He wore the sword of Gryffindor strapped across his back like it had always belonged there. Harry, Neville said. His voice was steady. Neville, Harry answered. They met halfway. Neville grabbed him in a brief, rough hug. The sword dug into Harry's shoulder. Good to see you alive, Neville said when he let go. Likewise, Harry said. He could feel eyes on him. Hannah, Luna, Seamus, Dean. A couple of younger students he half remembered from the DA meetings. He knew what they were looking for. The boy from the posters. The chosen one. The leader. He did not have that face anymore. Not really. Harry took a breath and made a choice. He let his magic rise just enough to smooth the small random flickers, the impulse to borrow his father's jaw or serious slouch. He settled everything into the shape he had been building quietly over the past few weeks. His own. Messy black hair that refused to lie flat, scar jagged and stubborn, nose that was a little too narrow, jaw that was never going to be as sharp as some ancestors, eyes green and tired and alive. His shoulders relaxed when it clicked into place. He did not feel like a costume. He felt like himself. Ginny's fingers brushed the back of his hand in silent approval. Right, he said. We have destroyed the diary, the ring, the locket, and the cup. That leaves the snake, Nagini, and the bit in my head. And possibly the diadem if it is still here. Ravenclaw's lost diadem, Luna said. Of course it is still here. Where else would it be? Any chance you could be more specific? Ron asked. In the room of hidden things, Luna said serenely. You have been there already, Harry. Harry frowned. The junk room, he said. Where I hid the prince's book. That makes horrible sense. Hermione shook her head. Of course he would hide it here. He would assume no one else was clever enough to find it. Neville stepped closer. Carrows have been building up a stash of cursed artifacts in a cupboard near their office, he said. We thought it was just trophies. Could be something else. We do not have time to check every cupboard, Lupin said. We keep to the plan. Find the diadem. Kill the snake. End the war. Easy, Ron muttered. Harry looked at Neville. You know the castle better than anyone, Harry said. You have been here while we ran around the country breaking into banks. When it starts, I need you to keep people alive. Move them. Decide when to fall back and where. Neville blinked. You want me to lead, he said. You already have been, Ginny said. We have heard the stories. Carrows hate you. That is not easy to achieve. Neville flushed. I can do that, he said after a moment. I am not going to pretend I am suddenly some brilliant general, but I know these halls. That is what we need, Harry said. I will be busy. Busy doing what? Seamus asked. Harry smiled without much humor. Ending this, he said. They split. Ron, Hermione, and Harry headed for Ravenclaw Tower with Luna as guide. Ginny, Neville, and a group from the DA moved to secure the corridors, ready to slow down Death Eaters when they came. The Order spread out to guard the entrances. The castle felt wrong. Caro's graffiti on the walls. Doors chained shut. Broken suits of armor. A bloodstain on the floor near a classroom that made Harry's stomach twist. "Do not look," Hermione murmured. "I saw enough already," he said. Luna drifted ahead, humming. "The diadem is a symbol," she said. "He likes those symbols of old power. He probably thought using it would make him cleverer. Backfired then," Ron said. "He is still an idiot." They reached the blank stretch of wall near the room that changed. Harry paced 3 times, thinking as hard as he could. "I need the place where he hid something. I need the room where he thought no one else would ever look." The door appeared. They slipped inside. The room of hidden things was just as he remembered it. Mountains of junk. Broken furniture. Old books. Potions. Robes. The faint smell of dust and forgotten secrets. "I can feel it," Harry said quietly. The Horcrux tug in his scar was less sharp than it had been with the cup, but it was there. A bad tooth he could not stop prodding. He followed it through the maze. Ron knocked over a stack of old broomsticks. Hermione shushed him. Luna veered off to examine a row of broken vanishing cabinets. There, on a cracked statue's head, a small crown, dented and tarnished, set with a few dull blue stones. "Wit beyond measure," Harry said, voice low. "Right?" He reached out. "Wait," Hermione said sharply. He stopped. "We know he curses these things," she said. "We know this room is layered with magic already. You cannot just grab it." Harry nodded. "Right," he said. He closed his eyes. He did not reach out with his hand. He reached out with his magic. He let the metamorphmagus part of him stretch, not to change his face, but to reach through the air. He imagined his arm lengthening, fingers thinning, nerves sprouting extra branches, so he could feel the curse before it felt him. The bones under his skin obeyed, his forearm elongated, skin rippling. His hand thinned to something like a bird's claw. It hovered over the diadem without touching. Cold hit his fingertips, not normal cold, the kind that came from a lack of life. He felt the curse as a shape, a knot wrapped tight around the diadem, ready to trigger at the first touch. "It will burn," he said, "and it will call him, like the ring did to Dumbledore." "Can you rearrange it?" Hermione asked. He opened one eye and looked at her. "Rearrange it," he repeated. "You are always talking about bones and muscles," she said quickly. "What if curses have shapes too? You said you could feel it. If you can feel the shape, maybe you can untie it without setting it off." "That is insane," Ron said. "It is all insane," Hermione snapped. "We are beyond sane. We are into whatever works." Harry considered the knot. He felt the way it wrapped around the metal, the way it looped back through itself. He could almost see it in his mind. A twisted spiral. A hook. He swallowed. "All right," he said. "Harry," Ron said warningly. "I do not have to touch the soul piece to do this," Harry said. "Just the wrapping. If it goes wrong, you will know. I will probably scream." "That is not reassuring," Ron muttered. Harry ignored him. He focused. His stretched fingers brushed the edge of the curse. It did not feel like touching metal. It felt like running his hand through nettles made of ice. He hissed. The magic bucked. He did what Tonks had taught him. Did not pull back in panic. He breathed into it. He let his own magic push back gently, not to overpower but to find a gap. There. A weak point. Every knot had one. He teased at it with intention instead of force. Slowly the pressure eased. The cold receded. The knot loosened. Sweat beaded on his forehead. His heart hammered. "Nearly," he muttered through his teeth. The last loop came free. The curse unwound with a shudder, fading into the air like smoke. Harry sagged. His arm snapped back to normal length with a painful jolt. He grabbed the statue to steady himself. "You did it," Hermione whispered. Ron let out a breath. "You are definitely not allowed to call yourself useless at defense ever again," he said. Harry did not answer. He reached out with a normal hand and lifted the diadem. It did not shock him. The tug in his scar intensified for a second, then settled into a dull ache. "Let us finish this before it changes its mind," he said. They met Neville and the others in a corridor near the Great Hall. The castle was waking up. Voices carried, footsteps, the distant clash of spells. "They got in through the front gates and near the boathouse," Neville said, panting. There was blood on his sleeve. "We have pushed them back from the common rooms, but they have a pack near the entrance hall." Ginny's hair was half out of its tie. There was soot on her cheek and a rip in her jumper. "Carrows legged it when they heard he was coming," she said. "Typical. Snake?" Harry asked. "Seen once near the greenhouses," Hermione said. "Then gone. Can travel with him. We will not get it until he is here. So we make him come," Harry said. "How?" Ron asked. Harry held up the diadem. "By breaking another piece," he said. They chose an empty classroom. Harry set the diadem on a desk. The sword of Gryffindor lay beside it, still stained from the cup. Neville unstrapped it and held it out. "You should swing this one," Harry said. Neville's eyes widened. "Me," he said. "You pulled it from the hat," Harry said. "You killed the snake in another version of this story. Seems only fair." Neville stared at the diadem. His jaw set. He took the sword. "I am rubbish with words," he said. "So I will just do this." He raised the blade and brought it down. The diadem split with a crack. The shriek that burst out this time was higher, more desperate. A shadow burst from the broken metal, flailed, and shattered against the ceiling. Harry swayed. His scar flared. Images slammed into his head. Voldemort somewhere far away whipping around, eyes wide. A snake coiling. A room full of robed figures. The sense of something wrong. Something missing. He grinned. "Got you," he whispered. Ginny grabbed his shoulder. "You with us?" she asked. "Yeah," he said. "For now." A voice boomed through the castle. "Harry Potter." It echoed off stone and through windows everywhere at once. Harry's skin crawled. "You have fought," Voldemort's voice said. "You have resisted. You have destroyed things that are mine. But you are still just one boy. I offer you this. Give yourself up. Come to me in the forest in 1 hour, and I will call off my forces. No more children need die for you." Silence dropped after the last word. Neville swallowed. "He is lying," Ron said immediately. "Of course he is lying," Hermione said. "He will kill people anyway." Ginny's grip on Harry's shoulder tightened. Harry knew she was right. He also knew Voldemort had just given him exactly what he needed. Planned meeting. Place. Time to think. He turned to Neville. "We stick to the plan," Harry said. "Get everyone who will fight into position. Get everyone who cannot into the Great Hall and lower levels. If he walks in, make him work for every inch." Neville nodded slowly. "What about you?" he asked. Harry's heart beat faster. "I will go to the forest," he said. Ginny's head snapped around. "No," she said. "I have to," Harry said quietly. "No, you do not," she snapped. "That is exactly what he wants. For you to walk in alone and let him have his drama. We can hit him from here." "We can." "Gin," he said. She stopped. He looked at her. "There is still a piece of him in me," he said simply. "You have seen what it does. How it pulls at my magic. How it wants to make me into something I am not. As long as that is there, he has a hold. On me. On all of us." Hermione swallowed. "The curse that woke your gift," she said. "The one bound up with the killing curse." "Exactly," Harry said. "He made this mess when he tried to kill a baby. If I do not cut that last thread, he will keep tugging." "We do not know what will happen if you let him hit you with that spell again," Lupin said quietly. He had been silent until now, watching their faces. "We have guesses," Harry said. "Dumbledore had theories. So do I. The Horcrux piece wants to survive. My gift wants myself to survive. If I stand there and choose, maybe I can make them go different ways." "You are talking about dying," Ginny said. He felt that word like a blow. He did not look away. "I am talking about putting myself where I should have died the first time," he said. but with more control this time. I know what my magic is now. I know how it feels when something tries to rewrite what I am. I think I can step aside. Hermione frowned, brow furrowing in the way that meant she was thinking hard enough to hurt. You think you can separate the foreign soul from your own, she said slowly. Use your ability to choose what the curse hits. Harry nodded. Tonks showed me how to change my bones without losing myself, he said. Lupin showed me how to name what is me and what is not. This is the same shape. Bigger. Worse. But the same kind of fight. Lupin's face went pale. That is not how any of this was meant to work, Lupin murmured. Magic is not meant to listen to anatomy metaphors. Harry shrugged. It listens to feelings, he said. Mine are very clear right now. Ginny shook her head. You are not going alone, she said. If you think I am letting you walk into the forest with a Dark Lord and a snake without, you are not coming, he said sharply. She glared. No, she said. Absolutely not. You do not get to play noble martyr and send me to sit on a bench while you maybe die. It is not about nobility, he said. It is about risk. If you are there and something goes wrong, he will use you. He will use your face. Your voice. I do not trust myself to hold if that happens. The part of me that wants to change for you is too strong. This is one time I need that anchor outside the blast radius. Her jaw clenched. So I get to wait, she said. Again. And hope. Yes, he said. Silence stretched. Ginny, Hermione said softly. If he is right. I know he is right, Ginny said through her teeth. That is what makes it worse. Her eyes shone, but no tears fell. I hate this, she said. Me too, Harry said. They looked at each other. He could have said 100 things then. That he loved her. That she had dragged him back from too many edges to count. That the picture he had built of himself in his head now always included the way she looked at him when he was doing something stupid. He did not have the time to say it all. So he leaned in and kissed her. It was not the quick, desperate kiss of earlier fights. It was slow and shaking and full of everything he could not fit into words. Her hands gripped his jumper. His fingers slid into her hair. For a moment the castle, the war, the cursed magic in his blood all blurred. When they pulled back, he rested his forehead against hers. You better come back, she whispered. I will try, he said. Not good enough, she snapped quietly. Say it properly. He managed a crooked smile. I will come back, he said. Or I will haunt you. That is better, she said. Ron coughed. If you two are done making me feel like an awkward lamp, he said, we should sort out the rest. Hermione elbowed him again, but her eyes were wet too. We will cover the castle, she told Harry. We will keep everyone moving. When it is done, come back to the Great Hall. Do not try some dramatic rooftop nonsense. No promises, he said. She scowled. Harry, she said. Fine, he said. Great Hall. No roofs. The forest was quiet. Too quiet. No birds. No rustle of small creatures. The air felt thick, like before a storm. Harry walked along the path he had taken so many times. Hagrid's hut loomed dark at the edge of his vision. His feet crunched on dead leaves. His scar ached with every step. He could feel Voldemort ahead, a cold weight in the distance. He could also feel something else, the foreign knot in his magic, the piece of soul that did not belong. He had never looked at it directly before, never dared. He did now. He turned his attention inward. The world around him faded a fraction. The metamorphmagus sense he had used to feel bones and curses turned toward his own magic. He saw it, not with his eyes, with the part of him that had learned to feel more than flesh. His self was not a fixed shape. It was a shimmer, a core of feeling and memory and choice. The memory of flying, of laughing, of crying, of pushing through fear. Wrapped around it like barbed wire was something else. Cold, sharp, intrusive. It had dug in over the years, feeding on his pain, whispering. He touched it with his mind. It writhed. It showed him flashes. Cedric falling. Sirius disappearing. Dumbledore tipped off the tower. Images meant to hurt. He let them roll through. He had done the work on those wounds already. They still hurt. They always would. But the hurt was his. Not the Horcruxes. You are not me, he said aloud. The wire tightened, then loosened. He continued forward. The clearing where Voldemort waited was lit by conjured fire. Death Eaters stood in a loose ring, masks gleaming, wands ready. A few Dementors hovered at the edges, making the air colder. Nagini lay coiled near Voldemort's feet, hood half raised. Voldemort himself stood in the center, tall, pale, eyes red, lips curved in a snake-like smile. Harry Potter, he said, voice soft and echoing. At last, Harry stepped into the circle. He did not bother to disguise himself. He did not hide. He walked as Harry Potter, in his own skin, spine straight, wand in his hand. Tom, he said. A ripple went through the Death Eaters at the name. Voldemort's eyes narrowed. You do not know me, Voldemort said. Do not presume to use that name. I know enough, Harry said. I have seen your school records. I have talked to people who remember you making speeches about greatness while nicking trinkets from classrooms. You are not a god. You are a boy who could never stand being told no. Nagini hissed. Voldemort's nostrils flared. You stand here because of me, Voldemort said. Because I did not kill you that night. You owe your power to my curse. I owe my power to my mother, Harry said. And to some very bad Peveril ancestors. You just lit the fuse. Voldemort's eyes flickered. He had not expected that answer. Harry smiled. That is the thing you never understood, Harry went on. You keep trying to own people, to own magic. You think if you put your soul into enough objects, you will never die. You do not understand that half of what makes magic work is choosing who you are, not chopping yourself into bits. You dare lecture me? Voldemort hissed. Yes, Harry said. We are having a full seminar. Attendance mandatory. A couple of Death Eaters shifted uneasily. Voldemort lifted his wand. You came to die, he said. That was the bargain. You give yourself to me. I spare your friends. I will keep my word. You will not, Harry said. You cannot. You do not know how to share anything without breaking it. Voldemort's lips thinned. Last chance, Voldemort said. Kneel. Harry's heart hammered against his ribs. His palms were slick. He could feel the wire around his core tightening, desperate. He did not kneel. He straightened. You want me, he said. Fine. Have me. But you only get the part that belongs to you. He closed his eyes. He turned his focus fully inward. He stepped closer to that wire. It wrapped around his magic, biting. He took a breath. The METAMORPHMAGUSS gift woke fully. Bones and skin were easy. This was harder. He imagined his core as a body. Hands, feet, a chest. He imagined the foreign piece as a parasite clinging to his ribs. He reached for it. Screamed. A high, thin sound inside his head. He did not let go. He pulled. Pain ripped through him. He dimly heard someone shout. The clearing blurred. He felt his knees buckle. He did not fall. He held on. The wire tore away with a ripping sensation that made him gag. For a second he felt empty, light, then full, different. The foreign piece writhed in his metaphorical hand. Avada Kedavra. The words rolled over the clearing. Time slowed. Harry did three things at once. He stepped aside with his self, the way Tonks had taught him to shift just enough to let a curse skim. He shoved the torn-out Horcrux forward, into the path of the green light. He let his body go limp. The curse hit. The stolen soul fragment exploded. Harry felt it die. He also felt the shock of the killing curse hit his physical body. Even empty of Voldemort's piece, the curse was still death. Darkness rushed up. For a moment there was nothing. The place he landed in was white. Not bright, just white, soft. He lay on something that felt like a floor and not floor at the same time. He sat up slowly. He was naked but not cold. He looked down. His body here looked the way he had chosen it earlier. Messy hair. Scar. Thin shoulders. Nothing flickering in or out. Hello, Harry. Dumbledore sat on a bench that had not been there a moment before. He wore the same slightly ridiculous robes as always. Half-moon spectacles. Twinkling eyes. Harry's gut twisted. Is this King's Cross? Harry asked, because of course it was. In a fashion, Dumbledore said. Harry stood. He did not rush to him. He looked around. In the distance, something small squirmed under a bench. It made a wet, weak sound. He did not go closer. He knew what it was. He did not need to see. "That is what you tore out," Dumbledore said quietly. "The piece of him that lodged in you." "Good," Harry said. His voice came out flat. Dumbledore watched him. "You are not going to ask me what to do," Dumbledore said. "No," Harry said. "You told me enough half-truths when you were alive. I am not here for more." Dumbledore winced. "I deserve that," he said. "You deserve worse," Harry said. "But we do not have time." He looked down at his own hands. "Am I dead?" he asked. "Not quite," Dumbledore said gently. "You were. For a moment. Your body is lying in the forest. Your heart stopped. But you uprooted the foreign piece first. The curse hit that more squarely than it hit you. The protection your mother gave you, the one that now lives in your blood, in the castle, in your friends. It is still working." Harry snorted. "So once again, I am dangling between life and death because other people made choices for me," he said. "Not entirely," Dumbledore said. "You made a choice this time, a deliberate one, to remove that which did not belong, to let it die." Harry stared at him. "That does not fix what you did," Harry said. "You still kept things from me. You still tried to force me into one role. You still put dampers on my magic instead of teaching me to use it." "I did," Dumbledore said quietly. "And I am sorry." "Sorry does not change it," Harry said. "No," Dumbledore agreed. "It does not. But I offer it anyway, not to ease my conscience. I am beyond that now, to tell you that I see you, not as a prophecy, not as a weapon, as a young man who has had to carry far too much." Harry's throat tightened despite himself. He looked away. "What happens if I go back?" he asked. "I tore him out. Does that mean I am free?" "You are freer than you have ever been," Dumbledore said. "The curse that woke your gift is still part of you. That cannot be undone. But the tug you felt, the voice that wanted to twist your grief into cruelty, that is gone. When you look inward now, you will see only your own self." "And if I stay?" Harry asked. "You could board a train," Dumbledore said. "Leave this world. Leave the war. Leave the pain. It would not be cowardice, Harry. You have already done more than anyone had the right to ask of you." Harry let that sit. He thought of the castle, of Neville with the sword, face set, of Hermione's frown as she planned, of Ron cracking bad jokes in corridors to keep people from crying, of Tonks teaching him how to breathe through a change, of Lupin's tired eyes when he explained the Peveril curse, of Molly cooking stew for an army, of Fred and George, somewhere in the castle with pockets full of tricks, of Ginny's hands on his cheeks in the vault, in the common room, in corridors. Mine. He thought of Voldemort standing in the great hall, brandishing a body, declaring himself victorious, of fear rolling through the school, of Death Eaters laughing. He thought of the offer he had made himself, to stand in this war as Harry, not as anyone else. He knew his answer. "I am going back," he said. Dumbledore smiled, tired and proud. "I thought you might," he said. "Not because you planned it," Harry added. Dumbledore chuckled softly. "No," he said, "because it is who you are. You are not done yet." Harry took a breath. "One more thing," he said. "If you ever see my mother, tell her I am trying to make this power something that does not hurt people." "I will," Dumbledore said. Harry turned away from the bench. The white space trembled. "Harry," Dumbledore called. Harry looked back. "Be kind to yourself," Dumbledore said. "Even when the world forgets to be." Harry nodded once. Then he walked. The white faded. The pain of coming back was like being shoved through a too narrow door. He slammed into his body. Air rushed into his lungs in a ragged gasp. He did not move. His eyes stayed closed. He heard Voldemort's voice. "He is dead," Voldemort said. "The boy is dead." A murmur rolled through the Death Eaters. Someone whimpered. "Check," Voldemort hissed. Footsteps approached. A hand pressed against his chest. Ginny, he thought wildly. No, the touch was careful, professional. Narcissa Malfoy's voice, low. "He is dead," she said. She paused. Her hand shifted. Her hair brushed his face. "Is Draco alive?" she whispered. "Yes," Harry breathed, lips barely moving. The lie came easy. He had seen Draco Bolt during the Malfoy Manor fight. He had no idea where he was now. But he knew one thing. Telling Narcissa her son was dead would tilt her the wrong way. She stiffened. Then she stood. "He is dead," she said louder. Voldemort laughed. "Bring the body," he ordered. Harry was lifted. He let his body go limp. He pulled his magic in tight, minimizing any trace of life. They carried him. The trip back to the castle felt like a dream. He heard muffled sounds. The crackle of curses in the distance. The creak of doors. Then stone beneath his back. The great hall. He could smell smoke and dust and sweat. He heard people sobbing. "Let us show them," Voldemort said grandly. "Let them see the price of defiance." Harry opened his eyes a slit. He saw feet, cloaks, the edge of the Slytherin table, the ruined ceiling, showing a gray sky. He saw Ginny in the crowd, face white, eyes wide. Ron braced beside her, a hand on her arm. Hermione stood on Ginny's other side, tears on her cheeks, jaw clenched. Voldemort's voice rose. "Harry Potter is dead," he announced. "The boy who was to be their savior lies at my feet. You have lost. There is no hope. Those who continue to resist will be killed. Those who throw down their wands will be spared." Silence. Then a sob. "Molly." Another voice, shaking. "Neville." "You are lying," Neville said. "He is Harry. He never just lies down and dies because you tell him to." "I killed him myself," Voldemort said. "In the forest. If you doubt, come and look." Harry felt something tug in his chest. Anger. Not at Voldemort. At the way he used bodies as props. At the way fear rippled through the hall. He did not move. Not yet. This was the last thing he could use his power for tonight. Timing. Neville pushed through the crowd. Harry felt hands near his face. Neville looked down. For a heartbeat their eyes met. Neville's mouth fell open. Harry gave the tiniest shake of his head. Neville's throat worked. He straightened. "He is dead," Neville said, voice rough. Ginny made a choked sound. Neville continued. "And we will keep fighting anyway." Voldemort laughed. "Stupid boy," he said. "You think you can resist when your symbol is gone." Neville's hand went to the hilt of the sword on his back. Harry expected Voldemort to strike him down. He did not. He wanted the show. He let Neville draw the sword. He let him face down the circle. He underestimated him. Neville swung. Nagini, coiled nearby, reared. The blade sliced through her neck. The snake's head hit the floor. Magic screamed. Harry felt it. Another thread cut. Voldemort staggered. He did not fall. He recovered with a howl. "Kill him!" Voldemort screamed. Spells flew. Shields rose. The hall exploded into chaos. Harry moved. He rolled off the cloak that had been his bier and hit the floor. His limbs felt like lead. His magic felt raw. But he was alive. Whole. His core his own. He shifted. Not much. He thickened the bones in his arms. He hardened the skin over his chest. He made his legs longer, just enough for speed. He pushed himself up. Ginny saw him first. Her hand flew to her mouth. Then her eyes blazed. "Harry!" she shouted. "Move!" A curse streaked toward him. He stepped aside. It skimmed his shoulder, leaving a burning line. He barely felt it. He locked eyes with Voldemort. The hall seemed to narrow. Voldemort stared. "That is not possible," Voldemort whispered. "I killed you." Harry straightened fully. "You killed your last anchor," Harry said. "The bit of you hiding in me. That part is definitely dead. Thanks for the help." Murmurs rippled. "What are you?" one Death Eater hissed. Harry smiled grimly. "Harry Potter," he said. "Metamorphmagus. Peveril accident. Bad habit of surviving you." He raised his voice. "Everyone," he shouted. "He is weaker now. All his bits are gone. The diary, the ring, the locket, the cup, the diadem, the snake, the one he shoved into my head. All gone." People stared. Some of the Death Eaters shifted. "You are lying," Voldemort hissed. "Ask your wand," Harry said. He pointed at the Elder Wand clutched in Voldemort's hand. You have been trying to kill me with a wand that does not answer to you, Harry said. It has been resisting you from the start, because it changed allegiance. When you killed Snape, you thought the wand became yours. It did not. It became mine, because I disarmed Draco, because he disarmed Dumbledore. You do not even understand the tools you use. Voldemort's grip tightened. Laughter burst out, high and wild. You think wand lore will save you, Voldemort said. You think one more childish story about ownership and loyalty will change the fact that I am the greatest wizard alive. Harry's anger cooled. That line, the same arrogance. You are not the greatest anything, Harry said. You are the most frightened. That is all. You made Horcruxes because you were scared of death. You hid behind masks because you were scared of being seen. You forced people into fixed shapes because you were scared of change. He took a step forward. The bones in his legs adjusted. He walked easily. I was scared of myself, Harry said, voice carrying. Of this thing in my blood. Of the faces I could wear. Of losing who I was. Dumbledore tried to lock it down. The Peverils tried to bury it. You tried to own it. None of you understood the only person who gets to decide who I am is me. He let his face shift, just for a second. Lily's eyes, James' hair, serious grin, Remus' tired smile, all flickered across his features. Then he snapped it back to his own. I am Harry, he said simply. And you are just Tom. The hall held its breath. Voldemort raised the Elder Wand. They moved at the same time. Avada Kedavra, Expelliarmus. Green and red met in mid-air. The connection between their spells formed instantly. A rope of light, not like their graveyard duel. Stronger, tighter. Harry felt the tug. He felt the urge to let his magic spread, to become more. He did the opposite. He pulled in. He anchored himself in the picture he had made. Messy hair, scar, green eyes, the feel of Ginny's hand in his, the sound of Ron's awful jokes, Hermione's lectures, Luna's dreamy logic, Neville's resolve. He thought of Tonks laughing even when her hair refused to change, of Lupin putting a hand on his shoulder when his were shaking. He thought of the people behind him, shields up, wands ready, choosing to stand here. He poured all of that into his spell. The wand in Voldemort's hand trembled. The Elder Wand knew its master. Harry felt it in his bones, in his magic, in the way the light bent. The green curse slid back. Voldemort's eyes widened. For the first time, Harry saw something that was not rage or delight in them. Fear. The curse hit him. There was no scream. He just fell. The body hit the floor with an almost ordinary thump. The echo was louder. Silence crashed over the hall. The rope of light vanished. The air tasted like burned tin. Harry stood panting, wand still raised. His knees shook. His magic hummed, raw but whole. Voldemort lay crumpled, pale face slack, eyes empty. A wand, Draco's old one, flew from his limp fingers and clattered away. For a long second no one moved. Then a Death Eater at the edge of the hall dropped his wand. It hit the floor with a clatter. Another followed, and another. Masks fell. People sank to their knees or fled. Molly sobbed, hand over her mouth. Kingsley lowered his wand slowly. It is over, he said quietly. His voice carried. Over. Neville repeated, hoarse. The word passed through the hall. Over. Harry's arm dropped. His wand felt heavy. His legs did not want to hold him anymore. Ginny moved first. She shoved her way through the crowd. He barely had time to brace before she hit him, arms locking around his neck, nearly knocking him over. You idiot, she said into his shoulder. Her voice shook. You stupid, brave, infuriating idiot. His arms came up around her, more by instinct than anything. He buried his face in her hair. It smelled of smoke and sweat and something that was just her. I came back, he managed. She pulled back enough to smack his shoulder. Do not ever do that again, she said. The dying part. You can kill Dark Lords all you want. Just, no more dying. I will try, he said. Harry, Hermione said. She stood a little way off, Ron at her side. Her eyes were red. Ron looked like he was not sure whether to laugh or faint. You did it, Hermione said softly. We did, Harry corrected. Ron shook his head slowly. Nah, mate, he said. This one is on you. We just made sure you did not trip on the way. Harry laughed, and this time it did not taste like blood. His magic stirred. For a moment his skin wanted to ripple, to show all the faces he had seen today. He held it. He did not need to become anyone else right now. He was tired. He was sore. He was Harry. That was enough. The days after blurred. Healing. Counting the lost. Funerals. Hogwarts slowly patching itself up. Harry helped where he could. He carried benches, repaired broken windows, sat with people who cried. He visited the injured. He stood by Fred's bed at St. Mungo's, heart in his throat, and laughed weakly when Fred opened one eye and said, "You owe me 10 galleons, Potter. I told you the nose would survive." "You got hit in the head," George muttered. "That is the only explanation for you thinking this is a better nose." Harry hugged them both until all three of them wheezed. He visited Lupin and Tonks, both with bandaged arms, and scolded them for getting themselves nearly killed. Tonks rolled her eyes. "Pot calling the cauldron black," she said. "You literally tore a soul out of yourself in a forest and then played corpse." "I had help," Harry said quietly. Lupin squeezed his shoulder. "I heard," he said. "From Narcissa of all people. Draco is alive, by the way. Hiding somewhere in France, if the rumors are true." "That is something," Harry said. At night he lay in a spare bed in Gryffindor Tower and tried to sleep. The castle felt different, quieter, less tense. His magic felt different, too. When he looked inward now, he did not see barbed wire. He saw his core, bruised and tired and whole. The METAMORPHMAGUS gift was still there. He could feel it humming in his bones. But the wild tug toward cruelty, toward splitting himself to escape feeling, that was quieter. He slept. For the first time in years, his dreams did not bleed into someone else's. A week after the battle, he found himself on the ruined bridge between the castle and one of the courtyards. The stones underfoot were cracked. Someone had put up a temporary rope barrier where part of the wall had fallen away. The sun was setting. The sky was streaked with pink and gold. Ginny leaned on the parapet, looking out over the lake. Her hair glowed in the light. Harry walked up beside her. "Pretty," he said. "Not as pretty as my boyfriend," she said without looking at him. He snorted. "Liar," he said. She glanced sideways. Her gaze flicked over his face. "What?" he asked. "Just checking it is still you," she said. He leaned his elbows on the stone. "Me," he said. "For now. Do you still feel it?" she asked. "The pull." He thought about it. "Less," he said. "It is like having a room in your house you never went into because you knew there was something nasty in there. Now we cleaned it out. The room is still there, but it is mine. I can paint it, put a bookshelf in it, or leave it empty." "You and your metaphors," she said. "I am learning from Hermione," he said. He flexed his fingers. Without really thinking about it, he let his features shift. Not much. He let his nose lengthen a little, just enough to look wrong. Then he shortened it, made his hair shorter, then longer, let his cheekbones sharpen, then smooth. Then he put everything back. It happened easily. No slip, no panic. "You are better at it," Ginny observed. "Tonk says once you do something that hard, smaller things feel easier," he said. "It is still tied to how I feel. If I am upset, it will try and jump. But I have more practice telling it no." "You are allowed to be upset," she said. "I know," he said. "I just want to be upset as me, not as a mash of other people's faces." She nodded slowly. "Have you decided what you are going to do?" she asked. "About what?" he said. "Everything," she said. "Or Quidditch. Vanish into the countryside and never talk to anyone again." He smiled faintly. "Tempting," he said. "The last one, I mean." She nudged him with her shoulder. "Nice try," she said. "You would get bored in about a week. Then you would start rescuing sheep from wolves or something." He considered. "Kingsley wants me for the Aurors," he said. "He says having a metamorphmagus who knows how this kind of magic feels would change how they handle cases like ours. They cannot keep treating people like Tonks and me like tools or risks." "You would be good at that," she said. You care too much. That is what worries me, he said. Caring. It hurts. She rolled her eyes. You say that like it is a bug, not a feature, she said. Harry, if there is one thing this war proved, it is that the people who cared won. Not the ones who hoarded power. He looked out over the lake. The surface rippled. I want to teach, he said slowly. Not a classroom, necessarily, but kids with weird magic, curses in their blood, gifts that scare people. I do not want anyone else to have to figure this out alone. She looked at him for a long moment. That sounds like you, she said. He shrugged, suddenly self-conscious. Not that I have it all sorted, he added quickly. I still have bad nights. I still feel like my skin does not fit some days. But maybe that makes me exactly the person who can sit across from some first year with glowing eyes and say, yeah, me too. Let us work it out together. Ginny's expression softened. Definitely like you, she said. He swallowed. What about you, he asked. Team Quidditch star. Professional bat bogey hex instructor. She snorted. I have no idea, she admitted. I thought I did. Before. Now everything feels bigger. I still love Quidditch. I still want to fly. But I also know what it feels like to hex Death Eaters in the face and watch them run from a bunch of teenagers. You were terrifying, he said. Good, she said. They stood in comfortable silence for a while. The sky darkened. A few stars appeared. Do you ever worry? She asked quietly. That one day you will wake up and not know what face you are wearing. Less than I used to, he said honestly. Partly because I have this. He tapped his chest. She frowned. What? She asked. A picture, he said. Of me. Built on purpose. Not something Dumbledore picked. Not something Voldemort gave me. Mine. He considered how to explain it. When I change now, it is like trying on a coat, he said. I can borrow your hair or Tonk's nose or Dad's grin. But when I am done, I hang it back up. I know which one is my skin. Because I chose it. Not because someone told me it had to be that way. Ginny smiled. I like your skin, she said. Even when it goes weird. He laughed. He looked down at her hand on the parapet. He laced his fingers with hers. Do you ever worry? He asked. That one day you will look at me and see all the monsters I nearly became instead of me. She turned her hand and squeezed his. Sometimes, she said, I think about the stone skin, the claws, the faces you wore to scare people. And then I remember you standing in front of Bellatrix and not killing her. You wearing my brother's jokes like armor. You making tea for Tonks when she could not shift her hair. You choosing to come back from that white place, whatever it was, just so you could argue with me again. He swallowed against the lump in his throat. I did miss arguing, he said. She bumped his shoulder. I am not scared of the monsters you almost became, she said. Because you did not. That is the point. You had every reason to. You had the power to. And you did not. He exhaled slowly. That is what Tonks keeps saying, he said. That this gift is not evil. It is just loud. It amplifies whatever is already there. If you are scared and alone, it chews you up. If you have people, if you choose, it can be something else. Ginny tilted her head. Something like what? She asked. Harry looked out at the dark water. Freedom, he said. Not the kind Voldemort talked about. The real kind. The right to say, no, actually, I am not going to be your weapon or your prophecy or your fear story. I am going to be me. Ginny leaned her head on his shoulder. Sounds good, she said. Can I sign up for that too? It is kind of a group plan, he said. Do I get a family discount? She asked. His heart skipped. He turned his head to look at her. She blinked up at him, face open, a little amused, a little uncertain. You said family, he said. She flushed faintly. I meant the Weasleys, she said. Obviously, he said. They both knew she did not. He smiled. Yeah, he said. You get the best rates. She laughed softly. He bent his head and kissed her. It was not desperate. It was not the last kiss before a battle. It was just a kiss. Warm, slow, full of the strange, terrifying idea of a future. When they broke apart, she sighed and leaned against him again. Do you think it ever really ends? She asked. The war, he said. Or the work. Both, she said. The war, yes, he said. The work, probably not. But that is all right. We do it together. We teach people. We tell them the truth. That magic does not own them. That they have a say, she hummed. I like it when you sound like you know what you are talking about, she said. Do not get used to it, he said. Most of the time I am making it up as I go. That is fine, she said. We will improvise. He looked up at the castle, at the cracked towers and the slowly mending windows, at the light flickering in a few surviving classrooms, at the place where he had almost lost himself more times than he cared to count, and had found himself too. The Peveril curse was still in his blood. The Metamorphmagus gift still hummed. He would always carry that. He would always have to watch himself, to choose, to anchor, but he was not alone anymore. He had his own face, his own voice, his own path. What? Ginny asked. He realized he was smiling. Nothing, he said. Just, I think the forbidden bit was wrong. The what? She asked. The old story, he said, about this being a forbidden ability, a curse that had to be locked away. They were scared. I get it, but they were wrong. It is not forbidden. It is just complicated. Ginny snorted. Like you, she said. Like us, he corrected. She squeezed his hand. Come on, Potter, she said. Let us go see if there is any dessert left before Ron eats it all. He let her tug him away from the bridge and back toward the castle. Behind them, the lake rippled. Ahead, Hogwarts waited. Not perfect, not healed, but standing. So was he.